Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the little bit of a hold up right there. I had a couple of technical things I had to take care of before we got started. But welcome to Bridge the Divide, and I am JL if you're new here. So appreciate everybody being here early on this Sunday morning. This is the Bridge the Divide Discord stream where I join my fellow atheists and agnostics on a live Discord stage and just talk with theists and other believers about what they believe and why, and hear their justifications or hear their evidence. Or I would say, hear what they present as evidence. But yeah, we do this every 2 weeks. So thank you so much for joining. Let me see here. Let's take a look at who we have in the chat. Oh, let's see. Oh, wow. Epiphanies kicks it off with a real question. Do you believe that others have a right to their faith in God? Why do you think it's okay to make fun / mock the intelligence of those who believe in God just to prove you're right? So, kicking it off with a deep question. So epiphanies, people have a fundamental right to believe whatever they want to believe. And I will fight to protect that right as long as I can. For as long as I can, because people should be able to believe what they want to believe. That's just, it's autonomy. And not just bodily autonomy, but mental autonomy. You can do that. The problem is two things. One, when people begin or are convinced of the notion that what they believe allows them to dictate what others should believe, and therefore, in an action that when they believe that could justify the action of trying to influence legislation that they live underneath so that they can enforce a lifestyle that is that they like instead of what the other person does. So dictating what other people can do, what other people can feel, what other people can think, the information they get, and how they can act. That's really problematic. Oftentimes religious ideologies, depending upon the level of extremism or fundamentalism, can lead people to believe they have the right to do that. That the country that they can remake the country that they want to live in to conform to what they believe fits their religious ideology, their religious interpretation for a country, and then that's when it becomes problematic. So, and the plain and simple fact, it's not really making fun of or mocking. It's maybe like that. I wouldn't say making fun of or mocking. I would say challenging, and challenging strongly. So if they feel it's mocking them like that, now occasionally we will say things like, we'll use terminology like Sky Daddy or whatever, and yes, we use those as tongue in cheek, but those are essentially, it's hyperbole. We know it's if you think about it, a creator who lives in the sky that everybody says is the father and create, that's a Sky Daddy because it's up in heaven and people look up and it's heaven. So we use these terms in order to take some of the what's the word? There is a certain amount of baggage that comes around with using the term God. And so we use those terminologies to take that back, to take all the bluster out of the word, because people say God and it's like, oh, and it really shouldn't be. It's just a word. There are gods and there are goddesses and there are other things and deities. So we simply say, when people say God, it has so much loaded loaded connotation to it that we use terms like that in order to lessen that, because those words should not have that level of connotation. And so it's not so that may come off. I can understand why that would be mocking, but moreover, I'm myself make a point of strongly challenging, because one, I don't want this country to turn into a Christian theocracy. That would be madness, and I don't want the irrational behaviors that are justified by this irrational belief are deeply problematic for our society, for any society. That's the other big thing, trying to force other people to live under the rules that you think are right, that person thinks is right. That's deeply problematic. But it's even worse because behaviors like that are justified. They are irrational, and they are justified, and those behaviors are done to justify holding the belief that it is irrational. Irrational beliefs lead to irrational behaviors, and that is seriously problematic. So yeah, people have a right to believe what they want to believe. Do they have the right to like blow it all over everybody else and shove it in other people's faces and try to make them feel guilty or hit them with idle threats, try to make them feel afraid or whatever? No, absolutely not. And it's ridiculous. And this kind of thinking is what leads to things. And I expressed this in a previous video. This kind of thinking is what leads to things like flat Earth and anti-vax and sovereign citizens, and that's the same modality. Okay, it's the same methodology that gets you from that irrational beliefs leading to irrational behaviors in order to that are justified by those irrational beliefs. So yeah, so people can believe what they want to believe, but if what they believe is inanity and they try to force that inanity onto the world around them, or try to force everyone else to comport with their inanity, especially when it's completely and utterly imaginary with zero scientific basis, then yeah, they're gonna get pushback. That's what's problematic. So, they can do what they want. They can be, theists can believe what they want to believe. They can worship in their churches. They can do whatever, but leave the rest of the world out of it. Do their thing. Just like, everybody can do their thing. But, it's not like, I play I used to play World of Warcraft. I'm not going to try and force everybody else to play World of Warcraft because, I thought it was the greatest game in the world. No, it'd be ridiculous. So, I hope that kind of got to the heart of what you were saying. Let's see. Frayed Edges is here. It says, who is this jail guide? Why does he keep popping up my notifications and stalking me in live chats? I'm calling Chili. You better do that. Although I doubt his LOL suits are going to have any kind of effect on me. But good to see you, Frayed Edges, member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate that. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, let's do this. Boom, there's a big thank you to all of my channel members and support the channel. You guys rock. I just recently woke up. I actually woke up a little bit later than I wanted to. So, I've got the Discord all pulled up, ready to go. There's a bunch of people on stage that I don't recognize. So I don't know what's going on. I do know that the stage is going to run till a little bit before 2, because apparently Martin Shkreli is doing an AMA in the Discord at like 2 o'clock on the dot. And why they want to talk to Farmer Bro, I have no idea. But, especially now that probably because he's broke, Let's see who else we got to do. Let's run through this real quick because I see people kind of piling up. Let me see. So I see Maddie B is here. Good to see you, Maddie B. Thanks so much for being here. Gavlar Handazad, another member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much, bud. Rebel, a member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Lori Marie as well. Thanks so much for being here. Jabroni Radio is in the house. Good to see you, Jabroni. Dib is here. Good to see you. Colin, definitely not Cromwell, member of the Godless Army, is here. So every time I hear this music, I look to see if I'm on Irish Demons channel. Yep, deliberately confusing. That's what I'm all about. Good to see you, bud. Bob Nadell's Gyroscope's in the house. Good to see you at the start of the stream, too. Thank you so much. Repo Sandman's here. And if you remember Anti-Citizen X, he's back with a new name, doing content again. Fantastic. Peter Noddle is here, member of the Godless Army. Says, good day, mate, and top of the morning to you. Good to see you there, bud. Gowden's Raber as well. Good to see you. Saoirse Redhair, good to see you. This is good afternoon, everybody. From where I am, catchy music. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I see God equals square root of -1. Naked in bed with coffee. This is my church. Fan-friggin-tastic. Good to have you here, bud. God equals square root of -1. Donnie Does That's in the house. Good to see you. Member of the Godless Army as well. Appreciate the support there, bud. Ilya Lates is here. Member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here, Ilya. Lord KJ Williams is here. Good to see you. Says hello, everyone. And of course, let me see. But trying to project your beliefs as another. Yep, cultist behavior. Midfulkez is here. Member of the Godless Army. Says greetings, everyone. Good to see you. And let me see. I think I got Surf is here. Good morning, whenever/whatever heathens. Good to see you, Surf. Appreciate you hanging out. And UKPI says Bridge the Divide. If God exists, he should have intervened with the making of Halloween Ends. Ouch! That's a big sting. Well, I'm going to give my thoughts on the next episode of Week in Horror. I promise you that. I'm deeply divided on that movie. Deeply divided. Fred Edge says, religion should be personal, not part of the community structure. Agreed. Absolutely. 100%. Mr. For Twitch says, Russian Defender is a dumbass. Yes, he is. He absolutely is. Let me see. Social Red Hair says, when my mother was a child in her church, they would fear you with going to hell if you did not attend. Took her many years to get over that fear. She's doing fine now. Yeah. That level of indoctrination is pure psychological abuse. I have a real problem with it. that's the one thing. It's like to go back to Epiphany's like statement. It's like when you have a system of belief that literally employs indoctrination to the degree that it causes deep psychological fear in children in order to keep them, in order to control their behavior, that's really fucked up. And I have a deep problem with that, like big time. That's just messed up. So, but thank you, Sorcerer Raider, for also supporting the channel. Member of the Godless Army. Hannah Evans is here. Do you know of the Gnostic religions? Not agnostic, but Gnostic. So, the difference being, Gnostic being truth is that it's like having knowledge. Gnostic is having knowledge. And there are Gnostic Christians and everything like that, but they can call themselves Gnostic Christians, but Gnosticism is just a different... so Gnosticism is just a different form of Christianity. When it comes down to it, it's all predicated upon the existence of an entity that does not exist. So, at this point right now, the way I've looked at it, and the work that I've done, and the information that has been, the things that we are aware of reality, Christianity in and of itself, in my mind, and other people may catch up to this, I haven't had anybody challenge me on this yet. This is what's interesting. For those who've been here for the last few live streams that I've talked about this, when I was talking to Otangelo and other individuals, and I state unequivocally that that the information is out there that completely and totally disproves, that debunks the concept of the Christian Abrahamic God. That thing does not exist. We know enough about reality to completely move that thing into mythology, ostensibly making modern day Christians just deists with a Yahweh label slapped onto them to maintain some sort of cultural identity, to like separate them from the Jews or the Muslims. That's pretty much all it is. But they're pretty much just deists. And you can see that in their arguments. Their arguments essentially being that they're arguing for something that is completely and totally unfalsifiable, because they recognize that the attributes and the things that they tag God with, that they kind of like to try and like define God, very quickly with what we know about reality become logical contradictions that violate the very fundamental laws of reality if it were to behave in or comport such a way, or it violates logic in such a way that it can't exist, because logical contradictions cannot exist. And so that's pretty much it. Christianity has been in my mind, in my eyes, the Abrahamic faiths have been relegated to mythology. At this point right now, the only, I would say, justifiable positions are deism, dystheism, basically a benign, sufficiently powerful enough entity, a deceptive sufficiently powerful entity, or no entity at all. That's pretty much the only justifiable positions, and the atheism position is because it's the most intellectually honest regarding the evidence we have to follow, the evidence we have to explore. So, yeah, it's just, and I understand that the variations of it. When you get into I did a big breakdown of Gnosticism, and some of it is so weird, but yeah. In my mind, it's all just mythology now. All of it has just been relegated to mythology at this point. Let me see. Lord K.J. Williams says, my issue with most religions is when they are commercialized or become associated with an industry that incorporates them. Agreed, in order to justify kind of indoctrinated behavior. Because that's what religion does best. Religion unites people and gets them focused in one particular direction. And when people are focused in one direction, you can get them to accomplish a lot. Like, be really, really productive in the name of something. That's what it's about. Let me see here. God equals square root of anyone. Religion needs to stay in its lane, but it just won't seem to. Mocking it is warranted. See the white Christian nationalist movement. Good point. Nadimos says, hi friends, good to see you, Nadimos. Thanks so much for being here with me. Let me see. Hello Baby is here. Good to see you. Says, hey JL, good to see you. And Christy Lovelace is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. Mr. Colby, too, as well, checking in. Good to see you. Free Chili's Headphones is here. Says, Chili Plate, it's raining men all night. I'm going crazy. I imagine you would be. Especially, with those, tucked around those little ears of his. Ben Swartz is here. Says, cheese is saved. Good to see you, Ben. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the shout out. Hello, baby. Don't forget to vote tomorrow in Face of Horror for JL. Appreciate that. That's true. If you see the little image up here, that was the new picture that I made for Face of Horror. But yes, that link It leads to the link leads to my profile. It's down in the description. You can vote for me and for the Face of Horror contest starting at 10 a.m. Pacific, noon Central tomorrow. So 10, like Monday it kicks off again. All the votes are reset to 0. So it's off to the races again to see who's right. And at this point right now, for each round, there's 7, 8, 9. There's 3 rounds left. I need to be in first every single round in order to win this bad boy. That's pretty much all what it takes right now. Got to be first. So appreciate it. Hello, baby. Thanks so much for the shout out. Thanks so much for the reminder. Let me see and make sure I didn't miss anybody. Laura Raiders here. Good to see you. Says lurking. So no recognition required. I will always recognize you when you hang out, Laura. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. You deserve. Unlike those pesky deities, you deserve it. So I appreciate you supporting me. Appreciate you hanging out. Thanks so much. Colin, definitely not Cromwell, says, when I was younger and was going through the brainwash of church, they told me that I owed 10% of my income to the church. That always blew my mind. What does God need with a starship? It's a damn good question. Carol Draper says, no, Tangelo. Yes, we've said it twice now. Mark Beiser's here, a member of the Godless Army, says, derp. Good to see you, Mark. Thanks so much for hanging out. But Repo Samus says, last time I saw Tangelo in a chat, I asked him if argument from analogy is a good argument. He said, no, it's a bad argument. I lulled. Yeah, self-defeater. Crow Many Clouds is here. Good to see you. This is no, not the tag. Transcendental argument for God. Fantastic. Tom Robertson is here. So what are your thoughts on professed Christians willfully blaspheming? I think that the biggest problem that Christianity has is hermeneutics. Hermeneutics, for some reason, I don't know why modern day Christians or Christians, Jews, and even Muslims, why do they not see the giant problem that hermeneutics presents? And I don't get it. Because the different interpretations allow for different behaviors, and it's so Christianity is like the Abrahamic faiths are a spectrum. You cannot have this predicated upon an entity that is perfect morally and physically and whatever, that is perfect in all ways and all good and with all the entailments of it. You can't. What you would expect to see if there was no God and everything came up the way we understand it to have come up, there's no evidence of this entity, you would expect this. You would expect a spectrum of ideas. Because people are going to come up with, concepts or, religious ideologies that some people are not going to really, they're going to agree with a lot of it, but not all of it. So they're going to change it to fit their purposes. And so you're going to get all these different things because there is no objective standard for what it actually is, because it does not exist. It's all made up in their minds. So because it comes from people, it's completely and totally subjective, which is why denominations exist, which is why 50 or 100 different versions of the Bible exist, which is why there's multiple versions of Judaism, which is why there's multiple versions of Islam. This is not what if there was an omniscient, omnipotent creator deity in charge of everything, this is not what we would expect to see. We would expect to see, at this point in the stage of understanding, we would expect to see, we all know it exists, now we have to choose whether or not we want to follow it and worship it and everything. So, that's the whole point. Yeah, I don't understand why they don't see that why hermeneutics is the biggest problem that it is. Robib is here, says, good morning, folks. Thank you so much, Robib, for being here. Appreciate that. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss nobody. Yeah, Hannah Evans, the way I understand it from the breakdown, instead of trying to break down and compare the difference between Gnostic Christianity and other versions, is that essentially Gnostic Christianity just has more woo. That's just the way I understood it. Is that Gnostic Christianity is just more woo, more kind of like woo-y stuff than like normal Christianity. And that's saying something. So, let me see. Forgiven Jerry's here. Says, I sure do deserve it. You damn well do deserve it, Forgiven Jerry. Appreciate you being here, bud. God and Dreamer says, should I convince you of no God with my last weekly inputs at Bridge of Divine? Convince you of no God with my last... I'm not sure what you're getting at, but elucidate, please. Peter Noddle says, proof of the non-existence of God. The argument goes something like this. I refuse to prove that I exist as God, for proof denies faith, and without faith I am nothing. That is so utterly ridiculous. Why does an omnipotent, omniscient entity need faith? That's goofy as hell. The Rabbit is here. Good to see you, The Rabbit. Thanks so much for being here. Apologies, I'm going to try and skip through so I can make sure I get everybody. Soup Kettle's in the house. Good to see you, Soup Kettle. Thanks so much for being here. And, of course, Mr. Colby, too. And let me see. I think I got Nadimos. Good to see you. But my free wills. Why denominations exist? Tamara Mary is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Scapegoat Iscariot is here. Good to see you. And I'm all caught up. I think I got everybody. So thank you so much, everyone. So yeah, wow. We've got 5 minutes before we're supposed to go to the stage. So we got open it up with deep conversations, with deep questions. Very good. Oh, let's see what we got. I'm currently silenced over there. So let me do this. Oh, okay. So I guess they cleared the stage a little bit. Hermeneutics built my exo-Jesus. I love that crowd many clouds. That's fantastic. Hermeneutics. Scapegoat Scary says, if one understands the important... Oh, that was a double. Let's see. And all my decades of believing, I did not believe beyond the shadow of doubt, nor do I believe it's possible. If one understands the importance of evidence over suspicion, you can't believe Christianity beyond the shadow of a doubt. Agreed. It's deeply problematic. And the logical idea of, like I've said multiple times, and it's likely going to wind up on my epitaph, or wind up being my epitaph. Gods die on the swords of logical entailments. It's what it comes down to. Is like, you cannot avoid it. Because if a God even exists, if a God exists, if a God were to exist, that God would be subject to the laws of logic. That's the way it comes down to. Gods don't make the laws of logic; they are subject to it because gods are themselves, and they're not anything else. So it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. When it comes down to it, gods can't break that because then they become logical contradictions. Logical contradictions cannot exist. The classical laws, identifying the classical laws of logic was one of the biggest breakthroughs in like humanity, was understanding this what seems to be a very simple concept. Things are what they are, and they cannot be what they aren't. That's very simple. A equals A. A is not equal to not A. If A, then B, then A, B. So when it comes to it, gods can't break that. They are subject to it as well. Because if they break it, they're logical contradictions. If they're logical contradictions, they can't exist. All right. Oh, that'll be nice. I probably won't live to see it, but that'll be nice. All right, we got a couple of minutes. What is your Halloween costume? I haven't decided yet. I really haven't. To scare the kiddos, I haven't decided. I'm not 100% sure. But I will decide soon. I promise. Oh, let me see here. Okay, let me kick it over here and go over to the stage. And I gotta make sure. All right, we're going to share screen.
Anything but the topic. We do like to have a little bit of conversation happen beforehand. Some conversation about political systems like communism came up. It was fascinating. Thank you,
Randolph chatted up. Looks like we got an okay group in here.
Gio and John and
so
Q.
far.
Did we start this already? I'm going to change.
No, I'll start it in just.
I'm going to be a homicidal maniac.
It says live now. Start changing the title.
Yeah, Gowdens. I get it. But we've had some good come together meetings in between now and then. So hopefully we'll get that sorted out. Hopefully that's sorted out at this point. Fingers crossed. Morning, gentlemen.
All right, I'm going to let you get this set up. I'm going to go to the channels and let them know what's going on. I'll be back.
Good morning. All right, we'll be starting in 1 minute.
Awesome. Morning, T-Jump. Morning, Amy.
What is up?
Not much. Early on a Sunday.
Hey, how did you do in your Halloween contest? We got less than 30 seconds.
Oh, still going on that. Right now it's kind of like a lull. Voting resumes on Monday. So Monday at 10 a.m. Pacific, noon Central. So I've made it through.
Well, be sure to add mention to it. Maybe talk about it briefly before we start the show after I do the introductions.
Oh, we can just I can plug it towards the end. It's fine. No, it wasn't a White Claw, Colin. It was my... Oh, I'm not on the screen. Realize I probably should do that. It was my morning juice. Sorry about that. It was not a White Claw. Oh, White Claw. Killer. You know, back in the day when I was working at a convenience store, I knew a dude who would show up at 7 a.m.
I believe it's 10 a.m. now.
Who would show up at 7 a.m. on the dot and purchase, right as we were unlocking the coolers, would purchase 7 Lone Stars. 7 Lone Star tall boys. Oof, that's how we kick
Thank you,
this day
everybody,
off.
for tuning in. We appreciate you taking an interest in this topic. Does a goddess or god exist? And we're a group of people on this panel who are not quite sure whether one does. And we welcome attempts to convince us. Sorry. This is a fortnightly conversation, and today is October the 16th, 2022. The people who are in our panel include Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Amy Newman.
Yes, forgive
Tom
Jerry.
Jump,
I once had a
an
normal 9 to
atheist
5.
philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. T-Jump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/tjump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show, who joins us from time to time. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is included in the YouTube video description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and region. The Bridge the Divide YouTube channel can be found at youtube.com/JL Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, as that's spelled. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the founding president of the
that's
Canadian
good,
Atheists.
Colin.
I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking.
No sign yet, Bob.
The organization can be found at canadianatheists.ca, and my YouTube channel is youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's Randolph spelled with an F for freedom.
Yeah, region, I heard that too,
In
Donnie.
case autocorrect tries to change that. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is self-described as a middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including R and Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. Taco, our organizer, is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a debate on Discord in his life. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and I think J.L. Warren's coming very soon to the conclusion of a certain contest. Feel free to tell us a little bit about it. Maybe some of our audience would like to go and vote for him and help him to win. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the shout out on that. Currently, I'm involved in an online contest for the Face of Horror, and it's a big voting contest. You get all your friends to vote for you. Some big prizes at the end. A big shout out for the horror film podcast that I do. So I appreciate that. It's faceofhorror.org. And of course, I could put my link in the Heathen chat, but you can go there and vote for me. And of course, I'm on a hiatus. I made it to the quarterfinals. You can vote for me starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow or noon Central time, because I'm Central time myself. And so people can start voting for me then if you go to that website and check that out. But yeah, so
can you link it in chat? I'll pin it.
I can. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to say before we start our show?
Thank you, Politics Server, for letting us run this as usual. We all rock here.
Yeah, well, it's good to be here, and I'm looking forward. I think this is the day we're going to be convinced that a God exists.
You know, I didn't you say that last time?
Listen,
I'm listening. I'm hearing nothing. Is that you imitating a deity?
that's true. I just presented the best evidence we ever got for one.
That's the exact imitation. So they did an imitation contest yesterday, and that's how I imitated God. Just left stage.
That's brutal.
Okay, well, shall we bring our first guest up, Taco?
Yeah, we had Geo in queue. He's been waiting for a little while. What's going on, Geo?
What's up? All right. My argument today is going to be morality wouldn't exist without a god.
Morality wouldn't exist without a god. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that your whole argument, or did you want to make more of it?
No. Yeah, so morality wouldn't exist because of if there was no god, because there would be no reason to have morality or have reason if there was no god. Because, for example, if everything was based on an atheistic worldview of no higher power or no presupposition, that would mean... Sorry, I'm kind of sick right now. But that would mean that we would have to rely on ises. So it means, well, by David Hughes, I think it is, idea is that you cannot drive it is or not from an is, so we cannot have morality from atheism.
Okay, so let me ask you something. So morality, like say moral compunctions or moral valuations. The moral valuation of particular actions, or however, it's based upon essentially how you feel regarding the certain situations in that respect. So morality in and of itself, determining what is right or what is wrong,
Has to be justified.
so it has to be justified. So I can justify that myself to myself, and I can justify, and it can be justified by the society that I live in. Now, I can agree or disagree with what the society agrees upon, what is moral, like the moral frameworks of the society, but it's subjectively decided. So it's either morality
is subjective.
No, so morality can exist. Okay, so morality can exist, and with or without a god, it doesn't need a god to do it. It just needs someone. It just needs
morality is objective, but you're skipping a few steps ahead and saying it's.
Well, no, I haven't gotten there yet. Okay, so morality can exist because morality is just a framework of agreement, or a framework of deciding how you feel regarding certain actions. Okay, so like what is moral and what is not moral? That's the question to ask. Is this a moral action? And what is the consequences of those actions? What is the mitigating circumstances to determine whether or not something is moral or not moral? So if
you can have subjective morality in the sense that you can believe these things, but they're still not true. They're still wrong objectively.
Okay, so
that's a set of beliefs that are wrong.
So that's the problem. So even if there was a god, then that god would be what was dictating what was moral and what was not moral.
Yeah.
Which means
I believe in that he came
hang
down
on,
in the New Testament.
Geo, stop interrupting me, please. Which means that even if the god exists, what it determines to be moral and immoral is subjective to that god's determinations. If it was objective, then it would not be influenced. What was moral and what was not moral would not be influenced by God itself. God would be appealing to what that objective standard was, because it would be true whether or not the God exists. But because God makes determinations as to what is moral and immoral, that means it is subjected to God if God exists. I, for one, don't believe that God exists. It's subjected to humanity. So morality is subjected to the individual, it's subjected to the group, to the civilization, to the nation, to the world. And the difficulty is just finding a commonality between all of those layers. Do what?
You're gish-gabbling.
I'm not gish-gabbling. I'm explaining the position. I'm explaining that that's how we have morality and moral systems with no God.
Okay, no, God. If God exists and he makes the determination of, what's it called? Of
that means morality is subjected to the... Yeah, that means morality is subjected to the God.
Shut up, Soylent. Soylent retard. Okay, so...
Excuse me?
You're Soylent retard.
Right.
That's what you are. You're Soylent.
All right.
Okay, cool. I'll take the W on that.
So we've got Russia Defender. Oh, does anybody want to say anything to that?
Yeah, I just want to say that atheists are pretty split between whether morality is subjective or objective. I think I'm split myself over that. And so I also don't understand why a god would make anything more moral unless this is something, I guess, intrinsic, which they would have to prove. And I can explain this very simply. I want to know why killing someone, we need to discuss, hey, God, should we do this or not? It doesn't make it any more moral or not.
2 points I'd like to make. My finding, Amy, is not the same as yours, but we're in different circles as well as some overlap. I find most of the atheists I converse with are not finding that there is objective morality, although there are some that are. So what I observe,
That
what
did
you
seriously
observe is a
call me a
split.
soylent
If you're
retard.
saying if you're meaning to imply it's around 50-50, I'm finding it's probably more about it's mostly a minority who think there's objective morals. Nobody's been able to provide an example of objective morality to me. As far as I can find, it's where I'm willing to say there could be some objective moral determination.
Hey,
is
Philip
only
Greening
when
Jackson,
people
good
have
to
agreement
see
on
you.
what the moral
Interesting,
standard should
because I
be,
can
and then they
demonstrate
make some kind of,
empirically
I guess,
that the Christian God does
non-subjective
not exist.
determination
So.
based on that, but that's still ultimately
Oh,
subjective.
okay, and also what he looks like. Okay.
As far as the our
He looks like
Gio,
Lemmy.
our guest, just brought up at the very beginning a point about he said what he thinks the atheist worldview is that there is no God, and I'd just like to clarify that there's no presumption that there is no God. Atheism is not about making such an assumption or presumption. So it's perhaps if there is going to be a worldview of an atheist, it's typically not going to include consideration for God. That doesn't mean it's saying it isn't there or it is there, although some atheists will take that position.
Yeah, Repo, that's what you get when you resort to ad homs
just
that
to
fast.
clarify, it's kind of just absent of that consideration rather than outright saying it isn't there. That's the fundamental.
Well, I mean, I did want to say that no one really answered his question. His argument was there can't be objective morality without a God. No one really objected to his statement there. Hale said even with a God, morality is subjective, which I mean is fine, but it's not really addressing his argument. So.
Well, and I would say that his morality is not objective, so I would disagree with his premise. You can have objective morality
Fred
without a
Edges.
God. I don't
You
even
don't forget the
understand how
names.
you can have
You've
objective
done it
morality
correctly.
with a
You
God.
don't
So he would
spoke
need to
check.
provide
Yeah.
evidence, and I don't accept his premise. So
Well, that would technically be
star that.
agreeing with him. It wouldn't be disagreeing with him.
I
'cause-
believe you can have objective morality without a God. How is that agreeing with
Okay.
him?
Any
Yeah, that's fine. So just saying that if you don't believe morality can be objective with a God, that wouldn't be disagreeing with his statement.
during the stream, any
But
super
if
chats,
you
I'm going to
think it
star
can
them,
be,
and I'm going to
then
hold
it
them
would
on the side so I can
So you
address
don't
them
think
a
a
little
God
bit later,
could
and then
if a
any
God
super
could
stickers, I
exist, could
apologize.
institute physical
If I miss them or
forces
any
of morality,
milestone chats,
that
I
guide
apologize
morality?
because StreamYard doesn't
because that's
show
what
them.
objective morality would be, right?
But I will star any super chats that come through so I can
sort of.
address a
I
little
mean,
bit.
so,
Thank you,
you
Fred
know,
Edges, for the $5
Objective
Australian
morality
dollars.
stands independent normative truths, and so if God made them by his stances, his opinions, then it wouldn't be stance independent, so it would be subjective.
Exactly. Yeah, that's precisely it. Yeah.
That's like what J.L. Lord is saying. But the point there was that his argument was there can't be objective morality without a God. So to refute his argument, you'd have to say, yes, there can. Here's an example. That would be a refutation of his argument.
So you just say like there could be physical forces that guide morality, right? And that's what we call morality.
Platonic objects, a priori abstracts.
There you go.
So it's just those would refute his argument. Yeah.
And Platonic objects,
so
I don't
we
go
got
for
Rush-
because I'm not a
Just
Platonist
one
or a
last thing. I don't
Neoplatonist,
think that there
and
isn't
a priori,
is
I
our
don't
problem.
go in for
I actually
either,
think
which
we're
is why I
getting
didn't
better
bring this
at
up. That's
morality
why,
the longer
that's why
that
I
we
am
learn
a
things.
moral relativist and not a moral realist like T-Jump. So,
Perfect. So we've got Russia Defender up next. He's a
morning,
very feisty
morning, feral
individual,
cat.
so
I almost said my
let's
name,
wish
Laura
him
Brett,
luck.
Yeah.
Z. Yeah, what's up, Pano? Know what I'm saying? Russia Defender in the building, man. God Defender here once again.
Hey, what was that initial sound? Was that like a simulation of a missile?
Yeah, man. Hello, T-John, my little kawaii son. So, here's my argument. My argument is, I'm bringing the cosmological argument.
Did you call T-Jump Kawaii?
Yeah, he's my kawaii son, my little kawaii son.
Kawaii.
So,
It's
here's my
kawaii
argument.
is how it's pronounced.
So,
Kawaii.
whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause. And this, furthermore, the stage 2 is everything is designed. Therefore, design must have a designer. Therefore, God exists.
What?
I reject the first premise.
Wait, I want to hear that second part again. You said everything is designed. That's
Yeah,
what you
everything is designed. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Therefore, what?
please don't freak out.
Therefore, there must be a designer.
Okay, and how would you identify if
I'm
something
going to repeat it
wasn't
3
designed?
Hey,
go
Honey
ahead.
Badger, it's good to see you.
How would you identify if
Edison
something
Carter,
was
good to
not
see you. Thanks
designed?
for being here.
Depending on the complexity of it.
Okay, so let's say it wasn't complex. Does that mean it's not designed?
They're doing good, Dr.
Yep.
Nimrod. Thanks for being here, bud. Appreciate
Okay,
that.
so then your premise that everything is designed would be false, wouldn't it?
How?
So if it's not complex, then it's not designed, and you said, "Yep."
Yeah.
There's something that's not designed, therefore, the premise that everything is designed would be.
If you can show me one thing that's not complex, my argument is conceded.
Okay.
Show me
how
something
about
not
a rock-
complex in the world.
How about a proton?
That's complex
How is it complex?
because energy itself and the laws of energy are complex.
What's your
Oh, yeah.
criteria for complex?
That's a good
Um,
question.
Well, complexity can easily be seen through the structure, the internal structures, and how things move, and we can recognize those structures.
That's an example, not a definition.
Hey,
He asked for a
Vesta Freya,
definition.
good to see you.
That is definition, dude. Stop slowing out.
No,
Look at the
that's an
structures
example.
of, for instance, if you look at the structure of a plant, right? You can see a plant has all these cells, all these atoms. Everything has to come together, and the laws of energy has to come together at once to have this plant exist. That
Oscar
proves
Sambero,
these
good to see
systems
you.
within systems within systems must come from a designer. Because if a book
Oh
comes from a designer, a plant must come from a designer.
Yeah, but
if I say-
but plants and books
if
are
I
not
said, like-
analogous.
So if I said a petal, I can see a petal when I look at a rose. It doesn't tell us what a petal is. You still need to give a definition. A petal is.
No, you don't,
text.
dude. If you just look at a petal, you can say, "Oh, that's complex." You don't need to like slow down, like, "Oh,
Bro,
real." You don't need a
bro,
dictionary for that, dude.
Bro. Try to follow.
Bro.
logic. I know
Calm
you're
down,
dumb.
T-Jump.
I know-
Calm down. Calm down.
No, you're
Go ahead.
really dumb. But try to follow us here. So if you
No.
say
Try to follow this. So,
a
do you
petal
think the
is
universe was
something
created?
I
Go ahead.
see- Wait. So if you say a petal is something I see when I look at a flower, that tells us nothing about what a petal is. So if you say complexity is something that I see when I look at something, it doesn't tell us what
Nope.
complexity is.
Nope.
So what
Nope.
is complexity? Give us a definition
So
of complexity.
If you can show that there's complicated systems and different structures.
You can't use the word complicated in the definition of complicated. What is
Yes,
the
you can.
definition
Yes, you
of
can. Problem.
complicated?
Yes, you can.
No,
And
you,
here's the
you,
other
you
thing.
can't use the word to define in the definition of
Oh,
the
I
word.
can. No, I can do that.
No, you
Yeah, I can.
can't.
No, it's not the
No,
way
you
this.
Yes, I can. So here's the thing.
I think we're being trolled.
Do you believe there was a beginning to the universe?
Our universe, not all natural.
Are you
things.
running, my son? Do you believe
No,
the
that
universe was
was-
created? Go yes or no. Answer.
I literally answered it, but I don't think your tiny brain could comprehend it. I
Okay,
said,
Okay.
our
Russian Defender, if I can
universe
throw out there,
means yes.
Let's not calm small brain. Come on.
there is an origin point to the observability of our universe, and that origin point is what we call the Big Bang. The Big Bang. So essentially the beginning
have
of the
evidence for the Big Bang?
Russia, hang on a sec. Essentially, the evidence, the initial point where we can begin the measurability of our universe, the measurability or observability. So that's that point. Now we can't really measure beyond that because of the way light works, but we can mathematically extrapolate beyond that point. So there's an origin point for the visibility of our
Okay, where's
universe.
your evidence? No, Geo, source. Where's your evidence?
Any
Big Bang, go ahead.
any science textbook from any high
So
school.
you're appealing to nerds and lab coats who wrote a book, and you're saying, "Oh, that's my evidence." How is that
Do I
evidence?
just like have it to like bring out the ad homs?
How is that ad hom?
I think that would be a genetic
I
fallacy.
Is it
didn't
genetic
attack you. I attacked
fallacy?
the scientist, dude.
That would be a genetic fallacy, I think. But
No, it's a fallacy. It's a
Can I
fallacy.
just
Dude, can we stop
just
nerding out
make
over
a comment?
fallacies?
I just want to point out, we know that the Big Bang happened because of Hubble's law. We can see everything going, dark energy is pushing everything outwards except for Andromeda. And then we also have the microwave background radiation, which is a early imprint
That
of
proves
the early
nothing.
universe. That's why physicists understand the Big Bang happened.
Yeah.
But I also want to go just back for 1 second. Complexity is not the hallmark of design. I don't know
Yes, it
why
is.
you think.
No,
So,
no,
would
it is
you
not.
like-
Show me something complex that wasn't
Would
designed.
you like a simple way to get in your car or a complex way?
Simple.
There you go. I mean, we're done, right? We can move forward. Simplicity is one of the hallmarks of design, not complexity.
Okay,
and
is
you
a
can
car
move forward.
complex? Your own analogy
Sometimes.
collapses. Is a car complex?
Sometimes.
What do you mean
but-
sometimes? A door, you have a hinges, you have an engine, you have all lubricant in there, you have all this stuff.
Yeah,
What are you talking
but-
about? Exhaust?
Because
That's not complex?
complexity
has
is
more
the
part?
hallmark of time, and so the more time that something goes on, the more complex it is, and then the engineers have to remake it simple.
Oh, so you need a bunch of minds, intelligent human minds, to come together, engineers, and build this car, correct?
You
Yes,
totally.
because
So why is
Cars-
that different from an animal?
because cars don't form in nature. I don't know if I have to have a birds and bees talk with you, but humans, animals,
Oh,
plants.
ask your mom
these
about that.
forms.
Ask your mom about the birds and bees. But here's the thing.
Okay. What?
Here's the
Wait, my
reality.
mom had
No.
sex.
Stop
So
slowing
does
up.
your
No.
mom.
Emmy,
Well, I
sit
don't
down.
understand
Sit down.
what
Sit
that
down, my.
means. I
Listen,
will.
my daughter.
You
My daughter,
admit-
be quiet. Shh.
Okay, but
Listen, my
my
daughter.
child,
Shh.
you will admit your
Listen, my
mom
daughter.
and dad had sex, right? And that's why you're here,
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
wasn't. Okay, we can go forward then.
And they created me, and I'm a Lebanese
Yes.
superhero. No one's defeated me. I'm undefeated Russia defender. Go ahead, Amy.
That's fine. Hey, maybe you should hit
Wow.
that mobilization. Help them out there.
I
So, Amy,
think
here's the thing.
we're being
The reality
trolled.
is
I
that
think
if
we're
you
being
look at
trolled,
animal,
and we can
it's
move
much
on.
more complex than a car. I know TJ wants to cry right now, but the reality is that an animal is completely more complex than a car.
Okay,
Completely more
Russian defender,
complex.
Russian defender. You do. What we're trying to convey to you is complexity is not a hallmark of design. Simplicity and
Yes, it
efficiency.
is.
Hang on.
Yep.
Simplicity and efficiency are. So simplicity meaning the fewer moving parts in order to reduce failure rates. Because the more parts you have in a thing, ostensibly, the more risk of failure you have, because the more moving parts, each one of those has a chance to fail, and the more you have of them, the greater your failure rates are. So intelligent minds,
nature is
hang on,
completely efficient.
Russia. So intelligent minds create things that are simple in order to make sure that they work all the time, and efficiency, meaning the amount of work goes into them, leads to more work being done and not a loss of work. So something very, very simple would be like a lever, a simple
Okay,
tool.
dude, you're not demon mama. You don't have to monologue over me.
So
I understand your point. I
lever.
understand your point, GL. You're saying that moving part, if there's a bunch of complicated moving parts, it has a chance to fail. Sure, but it still shows evidence that all of these parts must come together at once to create what we know as a car or
No,
an animal.
it doesn't
And that
create. No,
proves
Russia.
complexity, which proves a
Russia
designer.
defend- no,
it's
no,
so
Ru-
easy,
Russia,
bro.
Russia.
It's so easy.
Okay, he's just trolling us at this point. Can we just bounce him, please?
Oh, you're submitting your concern.
No, I'm not submitting
Everybody
because you
contradicts
keep
himself multiple times.
you keep interrupting is the problem. The issue is this, because you use terminology that is unjustified. When you just say created, that's problematic, because when you say created, that implies a creator. When we say, that's why scientists say it is a result of. So we say that the universe that we currently observe is a result of the events that came before, that preceded it, leading up to the Big Bang. We say it's a result of this. It doesn't create it, it's a result of it. Because creator or created implies a creator, and that's how you sneak that in. That's problematic. Because you need to demonstrate the existence of the creator to justify you calling everything creation.
Yeah, and the point is that we separate what is natural from what is artificial, and so we don't see cars being designed in nature. That would be the point.
Now, the argument he put forward, the first premise seemed to be skipped over, which was that everything that begins has a cause, and maybe at some point somebody would like to delve into how they can prove
That's true, Fred Edges, because that gets into special pleading. Who made the maker? If the maker is so complex, then who made that? Because if everything is complex and God is complex.
So that right off the bat, but that's okay. We focused on the second premise, and I'm fine with that.
I do want to bring up that someone in my live chat, Fred Edges, made the point. Is like, because in his mind, if it's complex, then it made everything, because complex things have to be designed. So therefore, if there's a mind out there and it's God, is God simple or is God complex? And it's, whatever he thinks it is. If God is complex, then by his own argument, God had to have a designer. So is God simple? So
you could just go, what's more complicated, a human or a car? What has more parts?
Let's move on.
What has more systems?
And the biggest problem with the Kalam cosmological argument is it doesn't connect the dots to God. It misses that completely.
Right.
Hello, Analytic Breakfast. How are you?
Hello? You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
We
Go ahead and
gotcha.
present your argument.
I just wanted to basically give you my quick line of reasoning why God exists. So there is a necessary ontological distinction between the mind and the brain, okay? And the mental states or the mind are non-propositional state of affairs, which is a sufficient but not a necessary condition for causality. So it is dependent on a second order chain of cause and effect, but it's a counterfactual chain of cause and effect. So in between each cause and effect, there's an actually infinite number of counterfactual conditionals. And so that is going to invoke a strong PSR, which is a modally necessary principle. And so I'm just going to be appealing to theoretical virtues and making an abductive case saying there is one modally necessary entity, which is going to ground the second order chain of counterfactual dependence. And I'm making an abductive case based on it being more theoretically virtuous than any other worldview.
And so,
There's
no,
like
you
10
go,
different
T-Jump.
contradictions in what you just said.
Yeah.
One, it can't be abductive and necessary. Necessary would be deduction, not abduction. But let's try to filter out all the philosobabble and the words you don't understand.
Wait, what did you
about
just
to
say,
say,
little
Wait.
boy? What did you just say? I never
Okay,
said
okay,
anything
come
was
on.
necessary. I said it's modally
Literally the
necessary.
first
You
thing
need to
out
listen
of
to
your
what I
mouth,
say.
kid. Kid,
Yeah,
was literally
so
the
you
first
need
thing
to
out
listen
of
to
your
what
mouth.
I say, Tom.
There's a
You need to listen to what I
necessary
say.
distinction
I said it's a
between
modally
mind and the brain.
necessary entity, and I'm making an abductive case based on
Yeah,
it being more
but
theoretically virtuous.
Kid. Necessary means deductive. Necessary means must be the case in all possible worlds. You can't make an abductive case for a necessary being. Learn basic philosophy.
What are you
Get rid
talking
of all
about?
your philosophy babble.
So do you know what is
Kid,
abductive
kid,
reasoning? What is
kid,
abductive
kid,
reasoning? What is
kid,
abductive reasoning?
Kid,
What is
get
abductive
rid
reasoning?
of your philosobabble.
What
you
is
don't
abductive
understand.
reasoning?
You
What
could
is
just
abductive
present
reasoning?
identity
what is
theory
That's
to
a
jump.
damn good question,
What is
the
abductive
Demos.
reasoning?
Skip your gibberish.
What is
Give us-
abductive
Oh, there it
reasoning?
Give
is.
us a syllogism.
Why
You
do they
just
seem to
made
be
you
so
just made a claim.
Give us a
condescending?
syllogism. We're going to kick you off the
Well,
stage,
it's
kid.
a necessary proposition.
All
Analytic
right,
breakfast.
we're gonna go one at a time, guys. Come on, one at a time.
Yeah, you have to let people.
Hey Tom, is what you
respond to
just said a
Analytic
necessary?
breakfast.
This is why you. Hey Tom,
Analytic breakfast.
Analytic, we're gonna stop that. Let him respond.
Remove him.
this is why you lost to Jay Dyer. Is what you
You
just
need
said a necessary proposition?
Analytic breakfast.
Okay.
Man, T-Jump.
So there was one question from our live text chat on YouTube from Nicholas Lamar Suter. He's challenging our guest, who just has been removed, to demonstrate that a mind exists.
That was
Demonstrate
actually
there is a mind.
that was my first question before T-Jump took over. I was like, okay, what is the evidence that a mind exists independent of a brain?
So I'm an identity theorist, and the mind is the brain.
Agreed.
And so when he said all that, after I was like, what? After like his first line, I'm like, what? Because I'm an identity theorist, right? The mind is the brain, right? And so I wanted to ask, how do you get me out of identity theory? Because if you can get me out of identity theory, then maybe, right? But none of that follows if identity theory is possible or true.
See, I think that there is a separation between a mind and the brain, but I think that the mind is hierarched under the brain. I think you have to have a physical medium. And so when he's talking about how it's this type of making intentionality real and you need a mind for all this type of stuff, honestly, as far as we can tell, minds, brains, animals that have consciousnesses are a relatively new thing. The universe has been here for 13.5 billion years. We've been here for the planet itself for 4.5 billion years, and then multicellular life for only 2 billion years. And so I'd really want to know why it went
Voicemail
a
boy
mind
is in the chat.
and then
Voicemail
kind
boy
of
is in the
silence, just blank radio, nothing for billions of years, and then conscious organisms again. It would make no sense.
T-Jump, you were trying to
Agreed, Oscar.
elaborate on something there, and he kept interrupting. What was it you were trying to say?
Well, what we should do when people use philosobabble is just use a bunch of words on which he understood none of which. We should make him like break down his argument and say, give us a syllogism, make it clear, not try to interpret what he's saying in the ways that we understand it. Because he's just gonna use more philosobabble.
I don't really
than
hold to
you
that,
understand. So
Tamara. What I hold to is that the mind is
essentially
an emergent property of a functioning brain. You damage the brain, you damage the mind in concert,
I
and
think that's a good
so
approach,
you
and I
can't
like
have a
what
mind
J.L.
without a
Warren was
brain.
doing, which is the same question Nicholas Lamar Suter had from our YouTube audience. So that seems like a reasonable way to respond, because that'll have them bring something more, their ideas articulated more clearly this way, is what you're after. So thank you.
Well, no, I think those questions would have been a mistake. I think you would have gone to rabbit trails and more philosobabble. I think if people use philosobabble, you have to say, stop using the philosobabble, give us a syllogism, and don't ask any questions, because they're going to just bring up more philosobabble.
It's a good point, yeah.
Okay, syllogisms. Okay, yeah, I think this is good advice.
We've got Zellini, S.O.K. Up next. They have an argument for God. He didn't specify.
Welcome, Zellini. What you got?
Zellini.
What you got for us?
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So I have like an argument, but it's not directly for God. I think it's kind of more
sovereign.
convoluted. So if I could like go through it, if that's okay.
Okay, do you need 2 minutes? Would that be enough?
I guess I don't.
Yeah, we just want to
Go
try to
for
make
it.
sure it doesn't turn into something really long. So yeah, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hop in between, like, so anyways, like, it would be something similar to Plantinga's argument, but I take a different route. So, like, I would
Plantinga.
probably gonna
Already
get
know.
to views that you find problematic before I even mention God. So I don't know if you want to jump in there or
Just go
like
for it.
let
Just
me.
go for it.
Yeah, just-
Okay,
Just give me the argument.
Zeleny-
Plantinga has lots of
Zeleny.
arguments, so just tell us.
Just
Tell
lay
No,
it out.
no, I
Just-
meant like his argument against naturalism is similar, most similar to that, as far as I know, or C.S. Lewis's argument.
So
from
Zeleny,
reason.
just lay it out. Just
Anyway.
lay it out for us from the if you
Yeah,
got a
sure.
syllogism
Sorry.
or whatever.
Okay.
You've got 90 seconds left, so go
Yeah.
ahead, put your argument forward.
Okay, so my argument goes
Michelle,
like this.
no, there is no
if
evidence
we
that souls
take
exist.
Cartesian methodical doubt and we remove all the things that we can doubt, we come to the cogito, which we need to accept. Like Hume, we know from Hume that even that could be an illusion, but like it seems to us it's plausible, like that's true, that we exist, that our mind exists. So we build from that. And we go through those basic points in the Enlightenment, like how do we know that the external world exists? Seems like reasonable to us to accept that it does. How do we know that causality in the external world exists? It seems plausible that it does, even though Hume points out that we never see actually causality, we just see constant conjunction, like things happening, but we don't see the actual causality, you know the boring debates of whether cause is prior or at the same time as the effect. So you have several views where you reach the view that the world is material, that it has laws of causation, and that those laws are general or maybe universal. And from like my argument here would be that it's irrational to deny the existence
True, Oscar, it's
of
unfalsifiable.
our first-person experience, which includes the experience of free will, by appealing to materialism, because materialism is much less based on this line of reasoning from the cogito. It's much farther from the views that has much more views that seem reasonable to us than the view that free will exists. So that would be the first step in this argument, to claim
Okay.
that the free will exists and that deterministic materialism is wrong.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for laying that out so succinctly.
Nothing
I
yet,
noticed at
Turing
the
test.
beginning of what you were saying, you're talking about plausibility quite a lot. You put a lot of emphasis on that. Do you think that plausibility is sufficient to validate something? Because I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, I think we cannot go stronger than that. I think like Descartes tried and everyone like pointed out that he failed. Like he wanted to, even the cogito is not certain. It's just something that like seems to us that it's true, like, and we accept, but because it seems reasonable.
So to convince me, I'm going to need more than just plausibility. So I'll leave to the other panelists to delve into the other aspects of what you've said. Thank you very much.
There's if I can like add a sentence, there's also the modern formulation. What's the guy's name? Heiser? No, not Heiser. The phenomenological conservatism. So he phrases it as like prima facie beliefs, like something seems to us to be true. We're justified. We're justified in accepting them in the absence of like
Defeaters.
strong enough defeaters. Yeah.
So there's a number of things you said that are wrong. One is that Hume did not say the cogito was be an illusion. He just says the experience you're having could be an illusion, but your existence can't be. So that can't be wrong. But more importantly, your argument that free will is more direct.
Hey, Odin, Father, good to
more
see you.
direct conclusion based off of our direct experience doesn't mean it's more rational to believe. The fact that something is more directly follows from the cogito or from your experience doesn't mean it's more likely to be true. If we have from our experience, there is some methodology we can use that is a more reliable methodology and our direct experience, then we have a reason to doubt our direct experience if that methodology has conflicting results. So like illusions, delusions, misconceptions, we have these direct experiences and they are far more direct relative to the cogito than science is, but science proves those things wrong. So the fact that something is more direct from the cogito doesn't make it more true. So that,
Hey, Nima,
that
good to see you.
argument would not mean that free will would be supported simply because it's something we experience directly. any more than a hallucination is more true because we experience that directly. So your argument that we have free will because we experience it is no more valid than than delusions actually exist because we experience them.
Okay, so how does this go? Can I respond, or someone else also wants to say?
Yeah, you can respond.
Okay, so yeah, the first thing, like I meant the bundle idea of the self. So like that's as far as I understand it, like that's a philosophical idea, which is, for example, parallel to Daniel Dennett's idea that like there is no self which like perceives as how does he call it in the Cartesian theater? There is no person who perceives stuff. There's just a bundle of perceptions, and one of those perceptions in the bundle is the perception that I am a self who is perceiving those things. But there is not really a self like that perceives it. So, as far as I understand, Hume said something similar in the philosophical area. Like.
None of that refutes the cogito, but that wasn't my main argument. So, what about the fact that free will is a closer direct correlation to the cogito doesn't actually make it true, just because there are lots of false sensations we have that are close to the cogito. That doesn't make them true.
Sure, but I would like. So my point was that it seems that the acceptance of free will is on stronger foundations because you need much more steps, equally doubtful ones, to even reach materialism and the view that there's only matter and it functions in a causal way and that causality is universal. So, like for example, there can be a view that everything is material, but matter doesn't function necessarily in a causal way, but has some places or whatever we could formulate it where it functions in a free will way. So I think that would fall.
Doesn't matter.
I think would fall into, for example, panpsychism. Like, but no, I'm saying like that most people reject the existence of free will due to materialism and determinism inside it. Like matter functions deterministically, so we are material.
No,
therefore
it has nothing to do with materialism. It has nothing to do with determinism. It has to do with all of the evidence indicates that, regardless of your
I saw that
ontology, there's no evidence that there's free will. There's no evidence that we can do otherwise. It doesn't exist. And so
empirical evidence.
Any kind. There's zero kind of evidence that can happen. Where there's lots of evidence that it can't happen. Your decisions are determined by your brain.
Is there evidence that the external world exists?
Yes.
What is the evidence for that?
Novel testable predictions. So again, what you do is you say, you exist, cogito, then there's some difference between your imagination and the sensations you're experiencing. So like you can imagine a unicorn, but you don't see it. So there's two different kinds of experiences there. You need some way to differentiate between the two. You come up with a methodology, that's science.
Agreed.
In this methodology, if it can accurately predict the sensations you're going to have in the future, it's more reliable than your imagination, because your imagination can't do that. So,
but you didn't bypass the. Okay, sorry.
Well, I did. I bypassed all of that. So in this one, I have a method that can differentiate my imagination from my experience. And so for any of the things I have, like I have free will, I have to figure out, is this one of the imaginary things or this is one of the things that exists as an experiential thing? And science says it's one of the imaginary things, therefore I'm justified in believing it's imaginary, not a real thing in the world.
Okay, so in what way did you bypass it if it seems to me that it's equally plausible that I can differentiate between my voluntarily ideations and my involuntary ideations that constitute what I consider the external world? So I get out of the room, I return back, the chair is there again, but I can just assume those are involuntary ideas produced by the structures of my mind that are fixed, and they have the same effects and produce the same perceivable qualities as does the existence of the external world.
One model predicts things we don't know yet, novel things we don't know yet, like will the chair not be there? And one does not predict novel things we don't know yet. And the one that does is reasonable to believe. So
no, but this is...
Go ahead.
Either one of them are not empirically making predictions. They're making an ontological claim. So the
no, that's what I'm saying. That's wrong. That part doesn't matter. That part's just irrelevant. One that
No, but
matters
this-
is if it's making predictions and it gets them right, that's reasonable to believe, even if it entails an ontology. So if I say there is magical unicorns that run the universe, and if magical unicorns run the universe, the next time I go into the room, there'll be a gold brick there, and I go in and there's a gold brick. That justifies belief in magical unicorns. So if you predict the future, it doesn't matter what your ontology is. That's reasonable to believe. So you're making a false comparison here between denying the external world and denying free will. Free will is false because we have tons and tons of a reliable methodology that gives us accurate predictions about the future. No one gives a crap about what your overall ontology is. Doesn't matter if it's materialism, doesn't matter if it's spiritualism, completely irrelevant. Here's a methodology that can accurately predict the future. And it does not in any way indicate free will.
I myself
Therefore, it's
divided
rational to
on
reject
free will. So
the point is that the methodology of science works perfectly fine, regardless of whether the external world is actually external or whether it's a projection of my internal mental structures.
So I'm agreeing with that.
So the existence of scientific results doesn't give you an answer whether the external world is actually external or is it just within my mind.
It doesn't matter. So science works.
It does.
It doesn't matter if it works because there's an external world or because there's a matrix. It doesn't matter. It works.
Okay, so we agree on that.
So if the science works and nothing else works, it's rational to trust science, and it's not rational to trust anything else. So if science does not indicate free will, then it's not rational to accept free will. But if we have one method that works, 0 other methods that work, and this method indicates free will.
Didn't you just agree that the science works under both models, solipsism or the existence of the external world?
Yes, if it works.
So how does it deny solipsism?
It doesn't indicate a truth of a claim, and it works. It's rational to believe what it indicates, and if it doesn't indicate something, it's not rational
there's
to believe.
no reason to appeal to solipsism because
works.
there's nothing else that supports it. The external world is
I
supported.
don't get this how you're conceding the point without conceding the conclusion. Like if science works in both cases, in the solipsist ontology and in the realist ontology, like it doesn't give us reason to reject solipsism and accept realism, right?
Right, but in neither case it indicates free will. In both cases, in the solipsistic world and in the materialistic world, free will is still false because in either of those cases does science indicate free will. So I don't care what the fundamental ontology is there. Science works in both, and it's rational to trust science, and it's irrational to go beyond science, and free will is beyond science. Therefore, it's irrational to reject free will.
How can it indicate from a unbased ontology that another ontology is false? Because I'm not basing my free will on empirical claims.
Ontology. I've told you this like 6 times. It has literally nothing to do with ontology. This has to do with does free will exist? And if science does not indicate free will exists, it doesn't matter which ontology you use. It doesn't indicate free will if you're an idealist. It doesn't indicate free will if you're a panpsychist. It doesn't indicate free will if you're a materialist. Science under no conditions indicates free will. Therefore, it doesn't matter which ontology
Michelle,
you choose,
Chile would get clowned.
it's still going to be irrational to accept free will.
It does matter because we started from a higher ontology and came to this point.
That's a
so
positive claim.
Science can disprove that any matter functions in a free will way, maybe, because that's its empirical sphere. If we started from the cogito and first accepted that, science cannot tell us that's true.
Yet.
You have scientists such as Daniel Dennett who deny that such a thing is true.
Okay, but I never said any of that. It's not my argument. My argument has nothing to. I don't care. I started with no ontology. Cogito, I exist. I haven't said nothing about ontology. There's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I've still said nothing about ontology. I need a method to differentiate the things I'm imagining and the things I'm experiencing. Still said nothing about ontology. I create a method to do this that works and accurately predicts the future. Still said nothing about ontology. This method that works does not indicate free will. Still said nothing about ontology. This method is the only one that we know that does work. Therefore, it's only rational to believe the conclusions that this method indicates. Still said nothing about ontology. We said ontology 0 times here. Nothing in my argument has anything to do. It's ontology independent. I don't care.
Denying free will does have implications for ontology.
No, it does not. No, it does not. Free will may or may not exist on any ontology. You can have a spiritual worldview and no free will. You can have an idealist worldview and no free will. Panpsychist worldview, no free will. Free will is not an ontology. Free will is a particular kind of thing that could exist in any ontology. There is no evidence to exist that on any methodology we use does not indicate free will, regardless of which ontology is true. Doesn't make a difference. We have no methodological reason
Exactly,
that
rodent.
justifies
Good to
belief
see
in free
rodent.
will.
Same
We have
gabba
lots
gabba
to
too.
reject it, just like we do for any
That's why I'm torn on it.
hallucination,
Empirical,
illusion, misconception.
methodological
No,
reason.
any
But
kind,
there is
any kind. There
I
is
kind of
zero.
fall into the idea
okay.
that we have free will because we have no
Didn't we
choice
just
to.
start from the cogito in
Let's
this
start from the cogito.
discussion? So that's a philosophical method of like searching for what's reasonable to believe.
This is why I can't.
And
This is
we
why the
can
older I
get
get,
to
the more
free
I can't
will
stand
before we
philosophy.
even accept that the external world exists.
Okay, but I didn't say
Like-
anything about the external world.
Under the ontology that like the external world doesn't exist,
No
there is no
ontology, there's
problem
zero-
with me.
Zero ontology.
Get-
No ontology in this argument. We need a way to differentiate our experience from our imagination. We have a thought that we have free will, and we need some methodology to say, is this one of the experiential things or one of the imaginary things? I don't care about ontology. If you don't have a rationally successful methodology that can differentiate between imagination and experience, that can then isolate whatever this thing is, free will or whatever thing you're talking about, is it one of the imaginary things or was it one of the experiential things? And it is irrational to believe it exists. So we have a method, and the method says it's one of the imaginary things. It's rational to believe it's imaginary. Ontology doesn't make a difference here.
I get your argument because you're kind of repeating yourself, but the point is that you start from something that is higher than the method of empirical science. And you want to say that because of that method it doesn't yield the empirical data about the existence of free will in the area that it examines, we can reject the experience of free will that we have that is prior to even getting to that method itself. That's my point. Like, the philosophical method of even getting all these reasonable beliefs is prior to like examining the
I
world.
just said in the first thing I said, it doesn't matter if it's prior. Any of the prior beliefs we have are delusions, illusions, misconceptions, and are objectively false. The order which you come to the beliefs doesn't make them more reasonable. This method, yeah, it does come later and it proves a lot of those prior things are just false. So the fact that it's prior isn't a justification. Done.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Well, I don't know what to say except to repeat myself again, but like
Do a little bit more research, a bit more reading. I think we come to a good spot.
Is that it? Is that it, Zeleny?
so no one has anything else to say, no?
No, I think TJUP covered it quite well, and so, he pretty much laid it out. So, like I said, that's pretty much where it is. If you're just kind of like, if he's posited this to you, and you really have no rebuttal, then I would say then just take what he said, dive into it, take it apart, and work until you understand it. Of course, I would say more reading and research.
No, I mean, I understand it. I read and researched it. I majored in analytical philosophy, but like this is an impasse that is based on his rejection of to follow the line of the argument. Like he simply denies my claim that the later based claims cannot be stronger than the earlier based claims in the methodology of getting to reasonable beliefs. Like, I cannot do anything against that claim. Like, he just claims, yeah, science doesn't allow us to believe in free will, so we must reject it. I mean, okay.
I wouldn't say that science doesn't allow it. It's just that science doesn't seem to support the idea.
He hasn't been up, Nimrod. He has not
It
been
seems
up
to me
yet.
that
Or
science
yet,
doesn't
or
say
maybe
much
not. I'm not sure.
for or against it. Like, you need to
Yeah.
universalize the data from science to generalize the way you think matter works and to
Which-
assume that matter is the only thing that exists in order to deny free will.
If something didn't exist, do you think you would see studies for or against it?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, and then there's the other thing
Studies are about empirical questions. Metaphysical questions are usually dealt with in the faculties of philosophy departments.
So one of the
This is my problem with metaphysics. Just because we can conceive it doesn't mean that it exists. That's why
there are many
it's
things that
problematic.
we don't know about reality yet. You know, we've figured out quite a lot from our perspective, but you know, it could be at some point in the future that there's a discovery of, say, a free will particle that instigates and causes free will to happen in people's brains, and maybe some people have one
we're
or
all
more
a
of these
projection of
particles in
Laura
their brains.
Raiders.
We don't know
mind.
if this is the case. Now, there's of course going to be lots of people who will reject the idea because we have no evidence of this, so it's only an idea. But I think it would be a big mistake, is my point, that if we were to think that we know what all the different types of matter are.
No, that's not. I wouldn't assume that in this argument. Like I was just saying, sorry, that you get to those things you perceive, like you necessarily and universally perceive in your introspection. That like the one who denies free will says, yeah, it might be a delusion. Sure, it might be. But that's where plausibility, like, yes, and is it plausible to believe? And then they deny it based on science, which has 10 different steps before it, which all could equally be said for that they might be an illusion. So.
Yeah.
So, see, my point is that it seems more reasonable to me to accept the view that has like one or two questionable steps in its basis than to deny it on the basis of something that has 10 questionable steps in its basis.
Yeah, well, so you're differentiating between what seems to be the most likely case versus what is absolute fact, and I think that's a reasonable approach to use. And it's important to understand that distinction, and there are unfortunately people who don't, and then they will say, okay, this seems to be the most likely case, and they jump to the conclusion saying, therefore, that must be the case, and that's where the error lies.
No, I think you also misstated the amount of steps and questionable things.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Like if you started at I exist, and then the universe exists, and then expound out from there, I'm sure it's going to be quite a few more than 2 and 10 steps respectively.
For free will?
Yeah, for whatever the two positions are. I'm sure whatever you're looking at, it's going to be quite a few more steps.
One is, I took as like that one position is that there is free will, one is the materialists are like
determinist but positions. Free will adds a step on top of material things happening, right? So like cause and effect may not actually be like a universal thing, right? But cause and effect all the way through, adding a step would be free will.
No, sure. On the, how do you say, on the scientific approach, you get free will very, very late. Like you get it, I don't know, in psychology as data that people perceive that they have free will. You get it like 14 billion years after you get to various other things. But in this Cartesian methodological skeptic methodology, you start from the cogito and you get it in a second or third step when you introspect what you perceive about your mind. And then you get to the existence of the external world and the existence of causality and the universality of the causality and maybe universality of materiality much later. Like you have to go.
Are you dualist?
Substance dualist, yes.
I just disagree from the get-go. Similar to T-Jump, I guess. So.
No, sure. I that's why I said I would probably get like very contentious claims that seem very improbable to you even before I mention God. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a question from our live YouTube chat. Mark Reed is asking if you're using free will as an axiom.
Not an axiom, but like one of the first things that it seems reasonable to believe in. Like very close to that it seems reasonable to believe that I exist, that I am a mind that exists.
I'm just because when it comes down to it, regardless of whatever you're posing, like that, none of that none of that entails that a God exists, because you could boil it down. You could basically say that we're all just, we could all just be in a reality simulator being run by some future civilization trying to determine what happened in the past. So, but that doesn't entail that a God exists, and it doesn't entail that any specific God exists. So it's still a big leap in order to get. You could pose all things, given what is reality, and is the external reality something that is there, something that is projected, something that is fed to us, or whatever. But it's still one problem, and then getting it to a God, or getting it to an all-powerful creator, or getting it to, especially to a specific God with particular attributes, that's problematic because you can't jump that. So
No, I agree with the later parts. I think that my line of argumentation would further go to posit substance dualism from the that it seems to us that matter exists, but also, and that it functions deterministically, but also that free will exists. So from that, it would seem reasonable that substance dualism is true. And from that, maybe we can get to a vague kind of theism, but no, it certainly doesn't lead to any specific religion, no.
Right. So I'm just trying to bring it back to the beginning. That that's kind of what the stage is set for. Is that it's not a matter of, it's does a god or do gods or goddesses exist, or do you believe in a particular god, and do you have evidence for the existence of that thing, why you believe it and stuff like that. But the hypothetical questioning of whether or not reality is what we perceive it to be, and jumping into these things. When it comes down to it, when you boil it all down, we perceive an external reality, a reality that is external to us. Whether or not that is there is actually irrelevant, because we can't perceive it in another way without really, really screwing with our brains. So like chemical, intervention or chemical interaction, stuff like that. So we understand these things implicitly. We perceive it's there, and there's nothing to indicate that it's not there. Okay, so asking, is this just a projection of our minds? Asking if this, these are just hypotheticals. Because when it comes down to the evidence, we can only side with what the evidence tells us. And the evidence points to an external reality that is external to us, that continues on after we die, and that after we die, there is nothing after that. That we just go, and there's no evidence to conclude or suggest that anything persists after that. So, because when we look at the individual claims that something is persisting on, those all fall apart under scrutiny. So we go with what the evidence has, and what is justified in accepting, or justified in believing. And so if we start positing things that are hypothetical possibilities, that doesn't entail, just because we can conceive it doesn't mean that it actually exists. So that's where the line of demarcation should be. So sure, you can conceive of all kinds of things. We've spoken to theists who legitimately believe that we are all just projections of God, that God is the ultimate solipsist, and that we are all everything is just a projection of God's mind. Sure, but there's no way for us to demonstrate that, and we can't. We can't demarcate it from what we currently perceive. So when it comes down to it, it doesn't really get us anywhere.
And kind of from the empirical perspective, I understand that. But for example, even the idealist, it's not like he's talking just from hypotheticals. I mean, sure, maybe the specific people who, go into debates do that. But for example, if you read about Berkeley and the discussions about his arguments and counter arguments, he actually has good arguments that the external world is made out of mental stuff and not material stuff. It's not just that he's giving a hypothetical. He's examining, we are starting from this, introspection. We don't know if the external world is real. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And we are trying to examine which of those two options is the more reasonable one to accept. And he gives various arguments.
Cool. He can argue for it, but just because an argument or a syllogism is valid doesn't make it sound. I think we can agree on that, right?
Sure, but I think that he also had sound arguments. But we don't have to get into Berkeley, specifically. But
right, I'm just saying we can pose arguments for all kinds of things. If your argument is the structure of it is good, then it is valid, but it doesn't make it sound. So great, fantastic. He can make an argument for how everything is just a projection. Everything is just a projection of mental states. Fantastic. Demonstrate it.
but he cannot demonstrate it empirically.
Bingo.
If that's what you
Bingo.
mean.
No. So bingo. So why would we accept it as a legitimate possibility? If sure we can argue for many things.
Because-
I can argue for all kinds of stuff. Okay, but it doesn't
Because
mean
he's
that
talking
actually.
about ontology, not empirical.
But it doesn't.
Right?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Just because I can conceive of a thing doesn't mean it actually exists. Just because I believe a thing to be true doesn't
Not the
entail
act-
that it is true. So,
Sure.
just because I can argue for a particular hypothetical situation doesn't mean that hypothetical situation represents reality. So, yeah, it's a great argument. Fantastic. We have many great arguments for things that don't exist. And we can push these things and they can subsist in the field of unfalsifiability. They exist out there as kind of like, well, we can't prove it or disprove it. So great. It exists out there in the world of unfalsifiability, so that's where it's going to be. And, methodological naturalism, we can just reject that because it's unfalsifiable.
Again, the thing that I and Tijap agreed, science works both ways. Like, the claim that the external world exists and that is material is also an unfalsifiable claim because it is an ontological claim, not an empirical one.
That's why we go where the evidence lies. So that's why we
You're
always go
literally
with what.
creating an ontology, though, from the get-go. You presuppose an unconfirmed ontology,
Which one?
non-physical.
Yeah.
No, this approach allows
It's
you.
wild.
This approach would allow you to get to physicalism if, like, for example, I don't know, you wouldn't universalize the causality in matter. So that's, for example, the view of, I don't know, like Chomsky or the New Mysterians. Like, they say everything is material and matter generally functions deterministically, but in some instances it functions in the manner of free will, and that's our brains. So that's a possible view.
Great. So we can posit this as a possibility. Now let's insert it into the methodology and let's start making some novel testable predictions. So I'm gonna harken back to what T-Jump says. So the thing that T-Jump hammers home, how we differentiate between reality and imagination. Okay, and primarily it's novel testable predictions about it. So let's insert that into the methodology and let's start making some novel testable predictions with it. And the problem is we can't do that. It doesn't offer anything new about the universe, doesn't explain anything, has no explanatory power, and it doesn't make any predictions about the future that come true with any form of accuracy whatsoever. The methodologies we do have, they do have explanatory power, and they do make extremely precision predictions about the future. Then they come true, therefore they validate the model. So when we put
science both works on both ontologies. That's the point. You cannot use science to disprove the ontology.
But the ontology is irrelevant.
With equal. Well, okay, but that's a different view that claiming that the external world and simply assuming it because, like, it seems to us that we do science within it. Like, it's a different claim to say this question is irrelevant and we shouldn't discuss.
Okay, yes, but we work with the tools that we have available to us. So if you're positing things that are outside of the realm that we can do actual work, then what's the point? Because you can posit it, but you can't be demonstrated to be the case.
No, but the point is that we have a very strong, almost, well, not almost, but kind of involuntary perception of the existence of free will. So, do you say it's a delusion or not? It's a kind of important question.
Well, okay, so do people have different positions on free will? I know I think everybody here on the panel has kind of a different interpretation or a different. My position on it is that there is evidence that essentially it's very tongue in cheek, but we have free will because we have no choice not to. So because we have no choice in the matter, it's because there is evidence that we live in a deterministic universe. Okay, just by what we understand about physics and quantum mechanics, but we are grounded in the third dimension. And just a person standing in reality, just a person standing in the space, there are things that we don't know that happen in the future that we can't predict. That just by ourselves, we can predict some things to a certainty, but not everything. So we have this concept, we have this idea, this perception of free will. So because we perceive it and because it works that way, and I can make different choices myself, then we have the perception of it. So some people would argue that it's illusory, but I perceive that it is, and I can watch it and I can kind of see it in action from my perspective. So it's real to me. So I'm torn on free will. We have the perception of it; it's there, but there's evidence that we live in a deterministic universe just by what we understand about physics and quantum mechanics. So there's some sort of there's some sort of line of demarcation that I'm not settled on yet. So do we have free will? We perceive that we do. Is there evidence against it? Absolutely. But, where do we stand? It's because we're sadly grounded in the third dimension. So
Can I just delineate between free will, which I don't think exists either, and will, which is just what we use as a measuring stick for deciding legal and moral actions? It is the difference between, was it your own will to walk through the door, or did someone pick you up and throw you through the door?
hey, Roseanne, good to see you.
Sure, but that's, difference between legal stuff and metaphysical claims.
Hey, Blue, good to see you.
Sure, but I think that when it comes to a
Edwin, good to see you.
conscious, that is still part of that. We have our own being. We have us as a social species coming together to enact moral systems and legal systems. I don't get what would be non-natural, non-physical. The asterisk that I always put when we talk about these things is there is energy and matter. So it's one of those. If it's not matter, it's energy. It's doing work.
I mean, possibly. That would be an empirical claim, so we would have to find
Sure.
the energetic functioning that works in a manner of free will. Yeah.
I agree, but I also think that these will eventually all be empirical claims. I think that when, not that you're putting forth empirical dualistic claims, but when it comes to this stuff, I think they have a burden of proof as well. And I don't see that getting fulfilled, but we'll see.
Yeah. Good point. I think we're in a good spot.
Yeah, this was a
Great
very
conversation.
interesting conversation. Thank you, Zeleny Sock. Really appreciate that. No, I like your avatar too, by the way. Looks lovely.
Thank you for coming up and being so honest. I'm going to pull you down from stage now, but do you have any last words?
Cheers.
Just what?
Cheers.
Oh, cheers to you as well.
Cheers.
Have a
Yes,
good one, bud.
cheers.
We've got Otangelo. He actually waited a long time the last show, at last couple shows actually. But what's going on, Otangelo?
Yes, hello guys, what's up?
What's up,
Hello, Angelo.
How's it
Hello,
going?
Angelo.
Okay, so I will ask here a question and I would like not to be interrupted and then you can answer, okay?
How much time do you think you need?
A minute and a half.
Okay,
That's right.
no problem.
I'm starting the timer now. Go.
Okay. So I will read that, okay? So we create two hypotheses and predictions. The first is that coincidence and random chance is able to create computers with hardware and software using codes and languages instantiating information, and after
He's abusing language
encoding
again.
information transfer, translation and decoding that instructional information, it is used to construct factories full of machines, production lines driven by energy, made by energy turbines. And the other hypothesis is that intelligence is capable to instantiate all these things. Based on our background knowledge and experience, which of the two hypotheses and predictions do you think will be successful and meet the prediction?
So I would disagree with a lot of the terminology you used because it's not analogous. The terminology you're using, like code and machines and all this stuff, are just. This is the problem with the words that you're using. You're manipulating language with this. These terms are utilized in order to describe something in a kind of analogous way, but that's not what they are. when that's what's problematic when trying to convey complex scientific processes to lay people, is that certain things that are kind of similar will be utilized to describe them, but that doesn't indicate that that's what they are. What you're essentially, everything you talked about there is literally just chemical processes. That's what it boils down to, is the formation of DNA, RNA synthesis, everything, the entire process of building up to cellular life that is then self-replicating DNA, which is a self-replicating molecule, is that it's all chemical processes. These are all natural elements, natural chemicals that exist in nature, and we have found in the universe, and that in the right circumstances they come together and they react naturally. So kind of like the universe is a big laboratory. The chemicals, when they come together in specific instances, they react specifically, and they do these things naturally. And these are naturally arising chemicals in the world, like in the universe. They come about naturally. So I would disagree with the use of terminology, but to address your argument, given what we understand of them being naturally occurring chemicals, and the second one where you're positing an intelligence behind these things, I would say that the evidence and what we understand about reality, what we understand about the universe, and the evidence that we have to work with, that the first one is that this is an unguided process, and that life in and of itself is an emergent property of the universe.
Dale, did I mention any of all these things that you just mentioned? I didn't. I just asked a succinct question in regards of the origin of the things that I mentioned. I didn't mention DNA. I didn't mention chemicals.
Could you ask your question again? Tangela, I didn't understand your question when you first asked it. Could you ask your question again?
Yes, I will read it again. We create two hypotheses and predictions. The first is that coincidence or random chance is able to create computers.
Technically be the first one. Just leave out all the crazy terminology.
Using codes and languages, instantiating information, and after encoding, information transfer, translation, and decoding that instructional information, it is used to construct factories full of machines, production lines driven by energy made by energy turbines. And the other hypothesis is that intelligence is capable to instantiate all these things. Based on our background knowledge and experience, which of the two hypotheses and predictions do you think will be successful and meet the prediction?
So it was intelligence that made these computers and machines now, but for most of life, there were no artificial machines. There were no creations.
Well, did I mention something about what you just said?
Well, it's kind of a false dichotomy because it wasn't. The answer is intelligence to create the computers, but there's nothing suggesting the origin of life or the universe was intelligently created.
Did I mention
part of the argument? Yes.
Did I mention something about the
Tangelo,
universe, the origin of life?
Yes.
I mean,
So the answer is, so yes, if we see computers and we have two hypotheses where did they come about by random chance or by design, based on our
I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing. He's basically saying we witness intelligent design. Well, intelligent design now. Humans doing intelligent design.
The reason that I bring that up is because when you use
ahead.
words like random and chance, those are only used in theistic worlds to describe things like abiogenesis. And so it's not terms that physicists use. And so I agree those are machines that would come about by intelligent means. They're the only ways that we know of so far.
Physicists do use random. Random is like a fundamental force in physics. It's the common word. But...
Okay, I want to apologize here because what I did was, and so Tangela, if you're just asking about like computers and machines and stuff that we have today that humans have created, then yeah, obviously then humans created those things. So yeah, there was intelligence behind those things. But and then you said the other side that they came about. So yeah, I would agree with that part. What I did when I was addressing you was jumping to the part where you're going to then conflate machines and production lines and factories like that to like organic chemistry and cellular biology, because you're going to take that and you're going to say, because we observe intelligence today creating things, creating production lines and factories and various other stuff, because we observe that today and human minds are responsible for this, because these things are analogous to because you think they're analogous to organic chemistry and biological and cellular biology, that there must be an intelligence behind that back then, because these two things are not analogous. I was basically cutting off at the end. So I apologize. So I kind of jumped ahead in your argument, because you're going to posit what we observe today. You're going to try and draw an analogy, or say that these things that we observe today are analogous to the precursors for life way back billions of years ago, and say that there had to be an intelligence. No, that's not the way it works. So if you're talking about just like computers and production designs and factories, sure, humans made those things. We do it so we can make other stuff. But you cannot draw a line between that and OChem and cellular biology and microbiology. It doesn't work that way.
And I would also like to point out, I wasn't saying that physicists don't use the word random. I'm talking when we are talking about the instigation of computers, when we're talking about the internet, when we're talking about these things, computer scientists don't talk about it coming about by random chance.
I've gotten in the habit of trying to basically
language. And so
get to the finish line before
interested to see where you're going. I thought that was the question, Tangelo, but we...
No, I was just asking about if these things are better explained by intelligence or not. Okay, so to answer now in regards of why I'm bringing up that analogy, I disagree with JL, because what we see actually in living cells is that there is the genome, which is an information storage device.
No,
and
it's not.
Stores,
it's not a hard drive.
Information to a language, which is the genetic code. Then there is information transfer, which is transcription and translation. And then through that information, there is the instantiation of molecular machines, which are proteins, metabolic pathways, which are production lines, energy turbines, which is ATP synthase, which makes ATP, and chemical factories, which are cells. So what I described as an analogy is precisely what is actually happening in the cell. So what JL is claiming is simply not true.
No, that is incorrect. Like I said before, like I tried to state at the very, very beginning, because I knew you were going to go this direction, you are drawing an analogy, and what you're essentially trying to do is you're trying to use terminology that other people have used in order to make these things a little bit more easier to kind of like conceptualize for lay people. But no, when it comes down to it, evolutionary biologists, microbiologists, or people who work in organic chemistry, they do not look at these things the way you're looking at them, okay? So it's an abuse of language is what it is, okay? So no, these things are literally chemicals that are simply interacting. That's it. In order to describe the very, very complex processes that take place from beginning to end in the formation of cellular life, instead of going through everything, all the big complex words that mean various things, instead of doing that, we analogize things to make them easier to conceptualize. But when you get into the actual fields and you learn these things, that's not the way we understand them. They break these things down bit by bit, piece by piece, and we don't use these analogies when we're actually learning the field. So no, what you're doing is, again, an abuse of language. So you're using these lay terms, these lay analogies, to try and say something about reality that is literally not true. Okay? These are chemical processes. The chemicals involved arise naturally, and they interact naturally without guidance. That is what we have evidence of. So no, you cannot keep calling cells factories. You cannot keep calling transcription and transcriptase you cannot liken that to an exchange of information like in a computer. They're not analogous. Okay? And this has been pointed out many times before. You were drawing analogies and assuming that they mean the same thing when they don't.
Yeah, JL, I am using strictly scientific terms, transcription and translation. This is used to explain what happens in the cell. Now there is
used to explain, but it doesn't mean that's what it is. Otangelo, no, Otangelo. It's used to explain it. It's used to explain it, but it does not mean that's what it is. Stop, Otangelo, stop jumping past my point. It's used to explain it, but it is not representative of what it is. Okay.
Jay, could you please stop interrupting me when I try to answer?
No, I will
Because
interrupt you. I will interrupt you when you run past my point and you don't address it, or you misrepresent me, Otangelo. As I have always told you, if you misrepresent my argument, or you completely fly past it in order to avoid addressing it, I will stop you. Because that's the way discourse works.
Okay, I disagree with you because the sequence of nucleotides, which is instructional and complex, it dictates the sequence of amino acids, which then will form proteins. So we have indeed literally and factually an information transfer here through transcription and translation. So your claim that we are not talking here about an analogous state of affairs is simply wrong. And if you actually would once in a while, JL, use actually your internet and Google molecular machines and chemical factories and software and hardware in the cell and all the terminologies that I use, then you would actually find hundreds of thousands of links which precisely describe the state of affairs that I do the way I do. So no, your objection is not taken and you are
Otangelo, you make the assumption that because I disagree with you, that I have no background in organic chemistry, microbiology, cellular biology, or evolutionary biology. Okay? I am telling you right now, as someone with a background in these fields of science, and someone who is continuing to be a part of these fields, in the work that I do, you are wrong. You are misrepresenting science. That is what you are doing. Okay? I'm telling you, you cannot keep calling these things. Yes, there is an exchange of information, but not information. Yes, there is. But you are equating that exchange of information like we understand a transference of information through like a computer, through like something that's intelligently designed by humans. They are not the same. Okay? One is a chemical, one is an unguided chemical process. The other one is people putting information into a system and the system using that information to put out other information. All right?
Okay, what is the function of the information stored in DNA?
What do you mean? You mean the chemicals that create life? Is essentially it depends upon where things code. Okay, but you're completely running past my point now. You're running past my point. And the random, I would say random, but the pressures that guide whatever gene, whatever alleles are selected for, wherever things code, where all those nucleotides hit. Okay, the process of that is literally called evolutionary pressures. Determine which ones get selected for and which ones do not. It is an unguided process. There is no intelligence behind it. Okay?
You just expose your complete lack of knowledge in the field. Okay? I made you a very simple question. What is the function of the information DNA? And you gave me a blah, 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 blah.
I pointed out that what you brought up was irrelevant. Because you completely jumped past my point. Address my argument. Stop bringing up other things, Otangelo. That's the problem. All right?
What I said has directly to do with my syllogism and question which I brought up in the beginning. The thing is that the information stored in DNA through the language of the genetic code dictates the making of molecular machines, which are proteins. It dictates the assembly and sequence of amino acids, which then will fold into 3D form and constitute the proteins, which are the molecular machines, the working horses in the cell. So we have here a direct correlationship and interdependence, which has to be explained. And if you say no, JL, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, okay.
Well, can I just cut in for 1 second?
Yeah,
Antangelo, have you been able to convince anyone in the scientific community of this?
I don't care if I can or do not can convince other people.
Well, the scientific community does.
Well, Amy, what I am doing, I am describing here a real state of affairs in the cell. Go and study it, and you will see that what I am describing here is precisely what happens in the cell.
Incorrect. I have spent years studying these fields. You are incorrect, sir.
The making of chemical factories which are full of molecular machines, and energy turbines, which are ATP synthase proteins, which generate ATP, which is the energy currency in the cell. So you have here indeed a direct correlation and interdependence of information dictating the making and operation of cells. That is what has to be explained, and it is analogous to what we do. We use assembly information to make machines.
Can I get your definition of information?
In regards of biology, we are talking here about instructional assembly information equivalent to an architecture plan or a blueprint. I, as a machine designer, I make all the time these kind of blueprints, which have the precise instructions to make a machine, for example, the size.
Now you're not talking biology.
Yes, but that's exactly what we have. We have the instruction in the genome, which dictates and instructs the assembly of molecular machines and the operation.
Can I give you a less like senator answer? The definition my teacher gave me. Information is the translation of data. Data tending to just be symbols. And so it doesn't need a mind.
Oh, really? Do you know some kind of information system, a language and code, which didn't have a mind, which instantiated it?
Yeah, we can create systems where you just say, look for these.
You just said it. We can create intelligence. We are intelligence. Through our intelligence, we create these.
But Angelo, everything we make is we're going to create. But you're talking about something that's natural, that's been here for 4.5 billion years, and in the past 100,000 years. In fact, the past 100 to 1,000 years, basically, we started making artificial codes. The point that J.L. Warren is making is that there is no mind guiding any of this type of cellular meiosis. It's not actually being, like, you can't go into the DNA, or at least the DNA, anything on the cellular level, and change itself. It's just doing the chemical instructions.
Yeah, DNA is not self-correcting. DNA is not self-correcting.
Wow.
Okay.
Can I answer, please? Amy, did autonomous robot have a creator?
So autonomous robots, by definition, there are creators. We created them. Yes, they're a creation.
Oh, so good. So they operate autonomously, but someone with intelligence programmed them to do what they do, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's analogous to what we see in the cell. Proteins.
No, Otangelo. I got to stop you right. Otangelo, I got to stop you right there. It is Otangelo. Otangelo, I'm going to stop you right there. It's not programmed, because when you write a program, this is why it's not analogous. Okay, when you write a program as a software designer, okay, when a program is written, the program runs one way as it is written. This is why calling it a blueprint is problematic. A blueprint is a design for one thing and one thing only. Okay? And when you follow the instructions on a blueprint, you get that same thing every time, unless you screw up the blueprint, but that's intelligence working in there. Blueprints design one thing. When you program something, you get the same thing for every time you've programmed. All right? Genes are not programmed. Okay, the whole process of getting from RNA to cellular life is not programmed. We have demonstrated, we understand that these things naturally occur in the universe given the right circumstances. Okay, the planet simulator at McMaster University is literally just an experiment where they have recreated what we understand to be the early parameters of primordial Earth, in order to attempt to see how abiogenesis comes about. And that is successfully working along, and it's already up to protocells. So we understand how these things just occur naturally with no intervention. It just requires the right the right parameters. So the laboratory conditions of the world, of the planet, have to be correct for it to happen. Now, we also understand that certain parts of this can kick off and then fail. So it kicks off and it fails. It kicks off and it fails. Abiogenesis keeps attempting to do this until it finally succeeds. And then evolution, by natural selection, is what allows it to take the forms that it takes. The evolutionary pressures of the Earth. All right?
Okay, JL, let me quote you here from Leslie Orgel, Prospects for Understanding the Origin of the RNA World, 1993. He says, a blueprint cannot produce a car all by itself without a factory and workers to assemble the parts according to the instructions contained in the blueprint.
You just proved my point.
In the same way, the blueprint contained in RNA cannot produce proteins by itself without the cooperation of other cellular components which follow the instructions contained in RNA. Now here is the interesting
No, Otangelo, let me respond to that. Otangelo, stop. Otangelo, stop. No, let me respond to that. No, because you've already gotten something wrong on that. You literally just proved my point because RNA, no, stop. RNA synthesis is not a blueprint. It is a chemical interaction. All right? There's no blueprint there. These chemicals interact and they have results. So much like chemistry, throwing magnesium into water, there is a chemical interaction between those two, between the magnesium and the H2O. That is a naturally occurring thing. If there is water in the universe, wherever, and there's magnesium in the world, or take cesium, for example, okay? If the cesium touches the water, like a cesium meteorite strikes an ocean, there will be a chemical reaction resulting in an explosion. This is a naturally occurring thing. Cesium comes about naturally, water comes about naturally. And if the two interact, there's a chemical interaction. The same thing goes for the chemicals that are involved in the production of life. I almost misspoke there. Literally in the result of life. Okay? It's chemical interaction. There is no blueprint. These chemicals come together under the right circumstances, and they interact, and they result in what we now see today. That is what we're talking about. You're calling it a blueprint. There is no blueprint. Because the final form, because the formation of what we see from basic cellular, from our humble origins to what we are now is a result of the pressures of the environment. Determining, depending upon what those pressures are, which alleles will be repeated to the next generation. And that process, that change in morphology and the speciation, that whole process is what we call evolution. Okay? So, there is no blueprint. Stop referring to it as a blueprint because there is no blueprint.
And Tangelo, do you think that it was just a mind that created it 4.5 billion years ago when life started? Because DNA is still going. Do you think that God is like having every cell do mitosis, or he's helping right now? He's helping program it?
Okay, let me first answer to JL. JL, you don't know what you're talking about. I'll quote here Paul Davis. He asks, how did stupid atoms spontaneously write their own software? Nobody knows. There's
no software.
Law of physics able to create information from nothing.
There's no software.
If you don't understand that DNA is a software storage mechanism through the genetic code and its language, then you don't know what you're talking about.
I can't deal.
He made that analogy earlier.
I can't deal with this abuse of language. So this is an absolute abuse of terminology, and he's still continuing. I've already explained why you can't do this and why you can't draw these analogies. The analogies that are used to explain to lay people do not represent what actually exists. I've tried to explain this multiple times, and he just keeps running past it. So, and just by
quote mine in chat.
Tangelo, just you were saying, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. Okay? And you literally quoted somebody, you literally cited something that literally proved my point, and then you tried to present it as something that refuted me. And you're incorrect on that, sir.
Let me quote you here, Michael Levine. Living things are not machines, updating mechanism metaphors in light of the modern science of machine behavior from 2021. He says, biology and computer science are not two different fields. They are both branches of information science working in distinct media, but with much in common. So he directly refutes your claim. And
No,
here
he doesn't.
I
He
say,
acknowledges the
yes, he
analogy.
does it.
He acknowledges. No,
No.
Otangelo. He acknowledges the analogy, but he does not conclude that they are the same thing. These things are not analogous. These things are analogous, but they are not the same. Okay? We can use one to describe the other, but they don't represent the same thing. A factory producing things that we humans have created does not equate to the chemical interactions that form life. Yes, we can use one because of the moving part. We could say that these processes take place and it kind of like resembles a production line, but that's not what's actually happening.
I was very clear in my explanation, which completely went in one ear and out of the other.
Okay, I'm done with him.
At that point, JL, I think that you are a lost case. You have not.
Anybody else want to engage with Otangelo?
The facts which I am explaining.
Yeah, he's got nothing but ad homs at this point, so I'm done with him. I've already demonstrated to him irrefutably he could stop it that his God doesn't even exist. So, and I've already demonstrated that, and at this point he's just a deist. But even then, his argument doesn't even get you to deism, so I'm done with him.
Well, so, Otangelo, nobody wants to engage with you. I apologize. Thank you for coming up. Do you have any last words?
Yes. If someone denies that DNA is an information storage mechanism, I suggest go and learn basic science, basic biology. This is what
DNA is not a hard drive.
And I think at this point it's
DNA is not a hard drive, Otangelo.
Yeah.
Otangelo, can I just get like an answer on is God, is he the one who started it 4.5 billion years ago? Is he making all the meiosis and mitosis? Is he doing it all right now? Or could he change it? Are any of those questions viable to you?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that life has very powerful error check and repair mechanisms. And if they would not be instantiated right from the beginning when life started, the mutation rate would be so great that the cell wouldn't survive. It would immediately die. So
that's also incorrect.
So the error minimization process, you have a mutation, one mutation maybe in 1 up to 10 billion nucleotides translated. That's phenomenal. And the ribosome alone has 13 different error check and repair mechanisms. As well, in the making of the ribosome, there are also many error check and repair mechanisms in place in order for you to have a functional ribosome. Okay, so God
incorrect. He's completely throwing out, he's completely leaving out point mutations, silent mutations, a variety of things that occur, and the fact that the vast majority of mutations are benign and they don't result in structural changes that prohibit life. So it's literally nonsense.
Made it, but then is God also maintaining the only reason that our cells are able to split is because of God?
Well, I think also meiosis and mitosis, that is a pre-programmed process. And you have in meiosis 16 checkpoints. And if the process isn't going right, then it is abrupted and stopped. And these 16 checkpoints, they have to be all there. If you don't have them all in place, meiosis cannot happen. That also means that everything had to be fully set up to start right from the beginning.
No, unless it started and it failed multiple times before it finally had the conditions in order to get that point. So the problem is that you're thinking this whole thing occurred once, like abiogenesis or the initial formations took place one time and then everything kicked off. Okay, the very real possibility is, even though because we weren't there to observe, but we could say that these processes start and then they get interrupted by various pressures or because certain things haven't happened in a particular way. So the failure rate of this is actually quite high. You need the right circumstances and you need the right things to fall in the right place, and this is just a matter of chance. Okay, this is just a matter that as long as it keeps attempting to do it, it'll eventually find the right the right moment, and it will kick off and do what it does naturally. But you haven't eliminated the possibility that abiogenesis failed hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of times before it finally got the opportunity to finally kick off and run. Okay?
Yeah,
you're just saying that it occurred once and it happened. No, that is not the case, because abiogenesis once abiogenesis kicks off, it can't really occur again because the things that are necessary for abiogenesis to take place now become a part of the food chain for living organisms that have already arisen. Okay? So abiogenesis can happen one time, kick off, and once you have life, then it's done. Abiogenesis can't happen again because those chemicals are being reused for the cycle. However, if abiogenesis does not kick off, that doesn't mean that the initial points can't start or attempt to start, and nor this normal chemical interactions cannot keep happening and attempt to happen over and over and over again until eventually it is successful and it kicks off, and then you get to DNA, and DNA self-replicates, and then you have life. Okay, so...
Two questions. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We have two questions from our live YouTube text chat, our live YouTube audience. One from Mark Reed. He's wondering why you would reference Michael Levin when you support evolution and abiogenesis. And the other question is from Beamsy. He's wondering if you can explain if pulsars are programmed.
Well, the first question is, I quoted Levin because that is a very common sense. Everyone knows that DNA is an information storage mechanism. And when we are talking about that information, it is complex specified information, or I use a more colloquial word, which is instructional assembly information, because it's dictates.
Actually, if I were to do something kitschy like the Darth Dock and Squeakball for Otangelo, it would be an Otangelo hacky
the
sack.
Sequence of amino acids. Okay, so this is something which is very commonly known. JL doesn't know or deny it because he knows the implicancies. But
the word is implications, Otangelo. And no, I am aware of it. You are misquoting this person. And the point is that they acknowledge the analogy, but they do not say that the analogy represents what's actually occurring in reality. Okay? Stop misusing people's quotes.
I'll drill down the point, Otangelo. Are you using Brian R. Johnson, who wrote Self-Organization, Natural Selection, and Evolution, Cellular Hardware, and Genetic Software, that you're getting that analogy from? Are you using that to try to disprove evolution?
Well, first of all, we are not talking.
Is your goal to disprove evolution here?
No, this entire conversation had nothing to do with evolution. It has all to do with the origin of life, which requires all that state of affairs that we are talking about fully set up. Only then you can have life, a self-replication, and evolution. So you have two alternatives here.
So these analogies have nothing to do with abiogenesis. So why are you applying them? They're in regards to evolution. So why are you applying them to abiogenesis?
No, they have to do with abiogenesis because you have to instantiate.
They're specifically targeting evolution.
Dishonest fuck.
What they're talking about here.
The only thing here is substantiating that DNA, in fact, and literally stores information. Let me quote here Richard Dawkins. He says, after the 7th minute in a speech, can you think of any other class of molecule that has that property of folding itself up into a uniquely characteristic enzyme, of which there is an enormous repertoire capable of catalyzing an enormous repertoire of chemical reactions, and this is in itself to be absolutely determined by a digital code. Do you know what the digital code is? He is talking here about the genetic code, which is digital, and the information in DNA, which is digital. Okay.
No, that's not what he meant by that. You've taken that completely out of context.
You don't have an analogous situation in regards of the genetic code. You have a literal assignment of meaning of codons to amino acids. You have 64 codons which are mapped or assigned to 20 amino acids. This is not analogous. This is the literal state of affairs.
No, he's completely taking that out of context.
Always requires intelligence.
So once you can start making the testable predictions that the naturalists do, then we'll start taking you seriously. Until then, arguments mean nothing.
Tried for 70 years, Tom, and they have failed to explain the origin of the genetic code.
They're making progress. You're not. They make successful predictions.
No, they are not. Do you know what the progress is, Tom? That
yes,
RNA, you have demonstrated that RNA becomes asphalt.
I don't care.
Yes, it's called the Planet Simulator at McMaster University. Look it up.
Yes, the correct prediction is that RNA becomes asphalt.
Thank you
is
for coming up,
checkmate.
Otangelo. We do appreciate your time.
Okay.
Have a good one, man.
I will point out before we move on to the next person that when I last had a conversation with him in Clubhouse, because I went into that place, I presented the evidence for him that the Abrahamic Christian God does not exist, and he literally broke it down for him, to him and a number of other people that were in that room, and he didn't have an argument for it. He couldn't refute what I said. He couldn't shut it down. As a matter of fact, he just walked away. So I was hoping that we would eventually get to that, because I was hoping he would bring that up, but he just went back to the old tropes. But I want him to present an argument for some sort of evidence that knocks down the evidence that I presented to him.
Thank you. I've been invited to speak. Sorry, I was arguing with someone.
Hang on for one moment.
Go ahead.
Are you done, Jail? Or
Yeah, I'm good. So
cool. All right.
kind of what I was hoping to get from Otangelo, what we didn't get from Otangelo. So
I've been waiting for a while, and I'm agnostic. So I'm asking the same question myself: does a God exist? And I think it's possible, but I don't know. And I don't think there's any way for us to prove it, because we live in, let's say that God created the universe, or let's say it was the Big Bang, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Sorry if, excuse my French. If God does exist, then he or she or it or whatever exists outside of this universe, right? Like, if I build a computer, then obviously I'm not inside the computer because I built it. I'm outside of it. So there's no way to prove something that's outside of our realm of perception. You can't prove it. You can try to reason to it, but you can't prove it.
You believe in Santa?
No.
Damn, look how easy that was. We made atheists, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, possibility and impossibility both have to be demonstrated. So it also...
That's kind of a... So you can't really prove that God exists, and you shouldn't have to, because it's a religion. That's the point.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're all atheists.
Well,
it's not something to prove. It's a belief.
No. It really,
if you don't mind, I let you finish. Would you let me finish?
Well, no, it's just because you made a statement there, and you made a positive claim there, and there's a problem with that positive claim, because you have to differentiate between what the God is. So if you're just talking about unfalsifiable deism. So just deism in and of itself, just a sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence left behind. Sure, that can't be proven nor disproven. That is an unfalsifiable hypothesis for everything that we observe today. And sure, you could hold on to that, for whatever personal reasons. But you would not be justified in saying that is true about reality. Now, depending upon the God and the God's attributes, you just
made a positive statement too. Can I reply now?
Right. So the no evidence of a deity.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that, but the God, depending upon the attributes of the God, you can gods die on their logic. Gods die in the swords of logical entailments. So all you have to do is
Well, I mean, if we could have a conversation, you can't.
I'm just saying, just make a differentiation. If you just say God, there's a lot of baggage that goes with that. So you have to say what God I'm talking about. If I'm just talking about deism, you'd be correct. But if you're talking about a specific God, like the Abrahamic God, then no, that God dies on its logical entailments. So
I totally agree, because guess what? There's a lot of books that say a lot of things are God, and how do you know which one's the right one? Just because you were raised that way, most likely. Most people, their religion is the way they were raised. I was raised Lutheran.
And don't forget the better half of goddesses.
And goddesses, yeah. And the Greeks were raised to believe in a bunch of gods, a pantheon. Same with the Romans, same with pagans. So we were all raised to believe these certain things, and that's why we believe them. But can you say, does a God exist? My answer is no, you can't. You can't say it because you can't know.
Oh wait, are you saying you are not convinced a God exists?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Welcome to atheism. That is the definition of atheism.
You're an atheist.
No, atheism is when you're saying, I believe that God does not exist.
That is strong atheism.
I don't know if God does exist.
Yeah, Amy's right.
Some atheists do ascribe to that, but atheism fundamentally just means you don't believe. And people who do hold that position, that there are no deities, are part of this demographic. That's how it is. So the definition that you're using there, you're limiting the scope and excluding people like me from atheism when you do that.
So,
Jupiter, what would you call somebody who says, "I do not believe that any gods or I do not believe that any gods exist"?
an
There's
atheist.
lots of different terms for that.
I would call that
That's-
if you say like if I were to say there is no God, that's
I
atheist.
feel like that's a different statement, though.
if I would say is there a God, that's agnostic.
Agnostic.
If I would
means
say
you
there
don't
is a
know.
God, that's
Uh,
deist.
Okay,
we don't need to go-
Gnosticism, because I'm also agnostic, means that I don't know whether there's a deity, and that's fine. But belief is more of a psychological state where knowing is more of epistemology. So I'm in both of those camps, and it sounds like you are too.
I think we are. Yeah, I think we're on the same page here because I think it's possible. If it is, then I have no way to prove it, but I also can't disprove it. So it's an infalsifiable hypothesis, basically.
There is some confusion with the terminology because philosophy of religion pundits are taking a particular article from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and misinterpreting it so that they can, because they have this idea, this intention to try to shift a burden of proof or create a burden of proof on atheists by limiting the scope and excluding people like me and
This is
you
why I have a
from the
problem with the
demographic.
SCP, because the SCP muddied the water so bad.
The person, Dr. Paul Draper, who wrote that particular article that I'm thinking of about, it talks about atheism and agnosticism, he updated it a few months ago, and he made it more clear. But that article actually doesn't say what they're claiming it says, and they're taking it as scripture, and really it's just another opinion piece article out there.
Agreed.
If we take a look at the word itself, we
can I-
can see
Nyarlathotep
very
is
clearly.
an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
That's actually the way you just said it is exactly how I view. Let's narrow things down a bit. It's just another opinion piece out there. Let's talk about
Right.
is Christianity true, or is the Abrahamic God true? Is that the right one? Does he exist? Is it real? Is he the one who created the universe? That's a lot easier to disprove than does any kind of God exist, because we can't prove if any God exists. But can we take like a book that was written a couple thousand years ago, well, 2 to 3, if you count the Torah, and say this is the right book, and why? Because the book says that it is, and it's really old, so we can't disprove it. Then it's kind of like it's really easy to disprove Christianity, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And
I wanted
the
to jump
easiest-
in really quick.
Yeah, go ahead, T-Jump.
The academic definition of atheism is someone who believes God does not exist. That's not specific to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That's in general in academic philosophy. Atheism.
Yeah,
means
I agree
that.
with teacher.
That's philosophy of religion. I can grant
No,
you that.
no,
but
no, this is
general
all
philosophy is not really addressing that, as
Randolph.
far as I understand it.
No,
For
Randolph,
me,
in
atheism
philosophy,
is this.
in academic
Atheism
philosophy,
is there is no
one
God,
second, Jupiter. One second,
agnosticism is I
Jupiter.
don't know.
Stop talking. Stop talking. In academic philosophy, in every branch of academic philosophy, the word atheism definitively means a belief there is no God, with very few exceptions.
That's exactly
How
we're
typically-
spot on.
Yeah,
What about-
there's no consensus there on that.
There is.
T-Jump.
There is-
We'll
there
just
is a
we'll just
consensus.
leave our opinions separate on this one. I think.
No,
Could I-
I'm
could I
very
respond to
well
T-Jump?
educated on this. There is a consensus on this. Steve McRae is correct when he says in academia.
Sorry, who?
It is Steve McRae.
No, he's an idiot. Let's not go there.
Well, I agree he's an idiot, but he's right on this point.
T-Jump
No,
is kind
he's
of
absolutely
addressing my
wrong on
point.
this.
Could
But
I
I'm not
respond?
going to get into this with you, T-Jump, on here. It's just
T-Jump has invoked Steve
McRae is a
McRae.
very
The snake
bad
has
reference
officially
to use
eaten
on
its
this,
tail.
and
No,
we're not.
Randolph,
gonna go there.
you are wrong. Randolph, you are wrong. I am academically trained in this field. You are wrong.
Hold on, Randolph. T-Jump was nice enough to explain what atheism is, and so I'm curious to know, T-Jump, what would be your definition for agnosticism?
What is my definition? So,
Or, what do you think is the academically accepted definition, I guess?
the academically accepted definition of agnosticism is someone who doesn't take a position on whether God does or does not exist.
All right, thank you. I agree with
I
that
agree
too.
with that.
And
There
so,
is, it is like if you just talk to like Modius Ramses or what's his name, the other Alex Malpass, and you ask what is the philosophical definition, or what's his name, the other big atheist philosopher. I'm tired.
I don't know.
Right now. Starts with the G.
Graham Oppie?
What? Yep, Graham Oppie. If you just ask them what is the typical definition of the word atheism in academic philosophy, they're going to be like, yeah, God does not exist. That is
Yeah,
typically
that's
how
it.
it's used. That is the consensus definition in philosophy.
Do we have any like anyone with a specific religion here? Christian?
But
Islam,
none of that matters.
Muslim,
The
or
definition of
anything?
atheism does not matter to this debate. So, did you have an argument for why God exists? Because you not knowing, do you believe Santa Claus does not exist?
I believe Santa Claus does not exist.
Okay, why would
I
you
don't wonder.
believe God any differently, for any
I
different
don't.
reason?
I wouldn't, because I feel the same way about both.
You believe God does not
Well,
exist?
oh,
Would you
sorry.
believe-
I misheard you. I'm sorry. Well, because Santa Claus would technically exist within our universe, and like, you would see him, right? He's real. He's here. You could see him. God could be someone
No.
who exists outside, so they're different. One is inside the universe, and one is beyond it.
I can see the Santa tracker on the news.
And
I also want to take a pot shot at this. The creator can never mess with the creation. First of all, I feel like if we're already knocking things
No, sir,
off
I
what
am
an
Santa
all-powerful
Claus.
being
Ho,
can
ho,
do,
ho.
then they're not very powerful. But we can interact with, like, you could get really silly. You could say, I could put my hand inside the computer, and so technically it's in there. Or you could say, well, that's not actually interacting. Well, there are ways to interact with the computer. That's why we create parables like our mouse and our keyboard and the operating system to kind of be a link between them. It's actually, I mean, it's almost our goal is to have an interaction with our creation, and the fact that God is unable to do this, I kind of see as at least a failure on specifically an all-powerful God who wants a personal relationship.
Yeah, that's where I was boiling it down. It's like, it depends upon which God we're talking about, because no two gods are equivalent or are exactly the same. Everybody has different interpretations as to what their God is, whether it's the Christian God or the Jewish God or the Islamic God, or you go into anything else, it's different gods. So you got to look at what you got to. Yeah, you got to look at what the God entails. Like, if this God exists and the God has specific attributes, then what are the entailments of these attributes, and what do we expect to see if this thing actually exists? And then this thing.
I just want to get back to Jupiter's comment.
Can I just say one thing?
I let T Jump go ahead, but I want to get back to Jupiter's earlier comment. Go ahead, Jupiter.
One sentence. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us talking right now. Taco said a couple things, but it's mostly the 5 of us. I think we're all kind of on the same page. So should we get
Jupiter.
a theist in here?
Jupiter.
Like a Christian or a Muslim?
No, Jupiter. The way this stage works is that you're our guest, and so most of our guests are theists. Once in a while, we get an atheist, agnostic, or somebody like this, like yourself. Now, you were talking about how the Abrahamic God could be easily debunked, and what I was going to say, and we went into the other topic there, which is fine, is that I agree with that. That specific deity, and I like the idea of taking them on one deity at a time, and just staying neutral until I have more information to make a determination, which I think is generally how things work scientifically and throughout the world. So for myself, the way I see it for the Abrahamic God is that it has a number of characteristics. One of them is omniscience, another one is omnipotence. It's also omnichronological. The list goes on. It's omnipresent. Just 2 of those characteristics. You can take omniscience and omnipotence, and there becomes a paradox, which makes it logically impossible for that God to be real. Because if the God is all-powerful and all-knowing, and knows that tomorrow there's going to be it's going to be sunny weather here in my neighborhood, and then tomorrow rolls along and he decides to change it to rain or snow, he has now invalidated his omniscience from the day before. Therein lies the paradox, and that's why it's easy to dismiss the Abrahamic God. I'm agreeing with you, I think, here.
Yeah, you are agreeing with me. Yeah, but although
So
if there was,
I wanted to address the main point here.
not one second, because he was responding to me. If there is an omniscient God, well, then he already knew he was going to change it from rain to snow, right?
None of this matters. This is just like irrelevant.
Go ahead, teach him.
You're not a theist.
I'm not. No, I'd like to hear from a theist.
Exist. We want to move you away from the stage and hear from a theist. But your original claim that to be agnostic, I'd say agnosticism is irrational, just like to be agnostic on whether Santa Claus exists is irrational. It's more likely it's a figment of human imagination. So I don't believe in any versions of gods, just like I don't believe in any versions of Santa Claus. And I think they're both made up by human imagination. That's the rational conclusion. Therefore, it's rational to be an atheist. Being
See.
agnostic is kind of silly, just like it's silly to believe agnostic on Santa Claus. But I'd like to move to atheism, to theists actually believe in theism, to say something of value.
Agreed.
Cool. Well,
Okay,
appreciate
to
it,
just
Jupiter.
be clear, we're not kicking people off the stage just because they're not theists. But Jupiter, I think JL Warren wants to bring up a point with you here.
No, I'm
Yeah,
solid. I'm solid. So
I think I'm good. If someone like a Christian or Muslim or a Buddhist wants to come and talk, I would love to hear your take on things because
Cool. Let's get one up right now. Thank you for coming
someone's
up,
trying to
Jupiter.
prove I do.
Jupiter, thank you very much, and thank you for the pre-stage chat as well.
Yeah, and we've got one of them coming up here shortly, so you'll be able to listen to them and have your own opinions. Feel free to participate in chat. Better Call Bo is up next.
Hello, I've been waiting here for 2 hours.
Thank
Whoa,
you for
Better
your
Call
patience.
Bo. Is that picture a reference to the Better Call Saul show? I just have to ask.
no, that's from Blue Oyster Cult. That's the Blue Oyster Cult cover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what have you got
So
for us
anyways,
today?
I'm just trying to, like, ancients and how there's depiction of gods and how they always worshipped some type of god. And what I believe is that the god was the same god, but it's just worshipped differently. Like, the Christianity god is, like, similar to the Muslim god, but the Muslims worship him differently than the Christians do. And so I'm going to take us way back and try to prove to you
Way back in the Wayback
while
Machine.
I am on 2 hours of sleep and 3 mugs of coffee down on why you guys should actually. I'm not even. I know you guys won't be convinced that there is a God because
He has to
The
prove
argument-
his
Stop
jump.
right there. Stop right there.
you cannot
These
convince
assumptions-
an atheist. Listen,
No, these
Pew,
assumptions-
pew,
don't
pew.
interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Better call,
Don't
Better
interrupt
Call
me.
Bo.
Stop crying.
Hey, you're going to make these assumptions about us. That's not appropriate here. We are asking people to convince us. And so the
Exactly.
title says it all. We are open to this. To say that we're not is to say that we are misrepresenting ourselves here, and we're not going to put up with that. So go ahead and put your argument forward.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Just.
No, it's okay. Just go ahead and put your argument forward. That's fine.
Let's go. Throw
All
in the
right, so-
argument.
Back a long time ago. I'm going back before like Jesus was ever born. Like the Chinese, well, before it was actually China, there was like all these dynasties and they believed in gods.
Oh my God.
Same with the Egyptians. They had multiple gods that helped them with fertility and land growth. So there has been gods before whatever god we want to represent here, but what I'm trying to say is that the religion has been a part of this world for how many centuries already, and I think if people believe in this, there must have been something way back that convinced them, or something that may have happened to show them, hey, this is a god of some sorts, and these are the people that created you or something.
Okay, Bo, can I
And
ask you 2 questions in response to what you're
Of
positing
course.
here? Just 2 really quick questions. One, if people conceptualize something and they worship it, does that entail that what they're worshiping exists in reality?
Oh, we never know. We never know.
No. Does it entail? It's yes or no. It's yes or no. Does it entail that it exists in reality?
It all depends on their faith. If they think it's based in reality, go right ahead.
No, Bo. Does it entail that it exists in reality?
Could it
fucking
not
porn.
exist?
I mean,
Could it not exist?
I
So
shouldn't
thank
be
you,
doing
thank you,
this when I
Chief.
have 2 hours of fucking sleep. Hey, can I be
great.
taken down from the stage? I have like 2 hours of sleep. I can't explain this.
Thank
Yeah,
you
we
for
can
coming
bring
up.
you back. We can bring
Okay.
you back in 2 weeks.
Easiest W I've ever had.
Thank you for coming up.
That was interesting. I hope he comes back next fortnight.
So let's grant him that humans have had religion for 1 million years. let's say 50 million years.
Right.
Humans haven't even been alive that long. Let's grant him that much religion. 4 billion years of no religion on this planet. 4 billion.
Yeah. That was going to be my next question. Is it just the fact that humans have, because we see the phenomena of humans coming up with gods to explain phenomena that they don't understand in the world, does that entail? So it's like, just because we worship things, concepts, doesn't mean those concepts actually exist, and just because humanity as a whole comes up with the easiest explanation for things, and sometimes those things are gods, and that's kind of like all of humanity has done that, does that entail that it got it? And the answer to both those questions is no. So it's not it's not a justification. So
we've got Kyle coming up next.
Cool.
He wanted to present an argument about. This one was interesting. Yeah, I'll let him do it.
Hello.
Hey, Kyle.
Voice settings. So I can't barely hear you guys, so I'm gonna try and have to figure out how to get my microphone up now.
You've had 2 hours to figure that one out.
No, sorry about that. I had
Do you have
it just suddenly stopped out of nowhere. I don't know what happened.
Okay, well, we can hear you. Do you have something that will convince us that a goddess or a god exists?
Yeah. So I'm gonna put my head up to the microphone. I believe that there's this man named Eben Alexander. Well, he is a man, but he basically believes that God exists because he had personal experience with this God, and he basically had this near-death experience where he had like E. coli meningitis that was spontaneous. There was no way that he was able to have an experience with anything because he was in like a very deep state coma. And he had this experience with God. Basically, he was like this speck of thing on a butterfly wing. It was kind of weird, kind of cool though.
So Kyle, so that's an anecdote. A person's personal experience is anecdotal because they're relating what they felt or they're relating what they have perceived. So that's anecdote. So obviously not evidence.
Well, I think his argument there is the fact that he had experience when his brain was in a state that it would be like impossible to have experience, and so he's presenting like objective evidence there, sort of. But the problem is that in those states, it's not impossible to have experiences. When you have a near-death experience and you suddenly lose consciousness, your brain is essentially like a bunch of water pipes. And if the pipes are left open such that your experiences are being saved to conscious memory, and you lose consciousness and the pipes are still in that same configuration, any sensations...
It's kind of an interesting analogy for
degradation that happens to your brain chemistry will be saved as a conscious experience. And so when you wake up, you'll have memories that you thought were conscious experiences, but really they weren't. Really they were things that were just culminations of your brain chemistry changing that were saved as conscious experiences. That's what a near-death experience is. It's something that happened in your brain while you were not conscious, because there was no conscious experience, but it was saved in your brain as a conscious experience because that's the brain chemistry was just open in the pathways in that way. So that's all it was. That's all near-death experiences are. I'm very familiar with Eben Alexander. He's a very prolific neuroscientist who works in this field. His stories are well documented. All of this is fully explained by natural phenomenon. NDEs are in no way considered reliable sources of evidence that your brain can be conscious outside of a physical state. It's just not evidence.
Okay. I'm just thinking like, see, we have levels of consciousness that are more than just our senses. I'm just kind of curious as to like where that, like, our understanding of ourselves goes when we die. Like, do we just become nothing or dirt?
Yep. Yeah. Go to the same place you did before you were born.
You didn't exist for 4 billion years before you were born, and after you die, you will cease to exist.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I really thought I was more prepared than I really was. I think I'm gonna kind of just. I think
Well,
I'm just gonna kind
let
of.
me just say, Kyle, that thank you, first of all, for just being open and honest with your answers. But I also don't want it to lead to like a certain type of nihilism, because yeah, we can still find lots of value and meaning, and it's why it's about the journey, and I guess not the destination.
Right.
And Kyle,
Yeah.
if you'd like to join us again next fortnight, you feel free to.
Essentially,
make
that
some
meaning can
notes
be
and,
self-ascribed.
put some
you
things
can
together.
ascribe that meaning yourself. It doesn't require an
Maybe a
external thing to
point-form list of
justify anything
things
having
that
meaning.
you think would
You can
be
ascribe that
helpful,
yourself, and that's an important
present them. We'd be
distinction.
happy to hear from you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
See you later.
Thank you for coming up.
Like the Ben Shapiro, the comical Ben Shapiro image as well.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
We've got P-Town up next with the same image as that other guy. Maybe not.
Oh, there's P-Town. Oh, that's a different person with the same avatar. That nice one. Okay.
Hey Taco, I gotta ask you: is your PFP is that like a fuzzy image of the Michigan dog man?
It was a cryptid. I was just googling cryptid pictures, and
Okay.
it's supposed to be like a werewolf or something.
I think it's like the Michigan dog man. Okay, cool. Just curious.
Hello, P-Town. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hey, atheists. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
What a good start.
Yes, we got you. What do you got for us?
Well, oh hey Amy.
How are you?
I'm doing good. So I bring this up quite a bit, and I still kind of want a valid answer, but when I was an atheist, I failed to see the simple proof. What I see as a simple proof in the solar eclipse. And I was wondering, what you guys think about that.
What's
Well,
the proof?
The solar eclipse. How is that relevant to proving God?
So if I remember, you were talking. You wanted to know why the moon is able to make such a beautiful, perfect eclipse. It matches up with the sun, and I said it just seems to be a coincidence. You appreciated the honesty, but you still think that seems to point in a direction of a god.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, Amy, in saying it's a coincidence. I'm curious if everyone else here on this feed thinks that's a coincidence too.
Well, it's. I wouldn't really say it's a coincidence because understanding the formation of the moon and our prevailing hypothesis for moon formation, which is we understand pretty well, and the fact that in the future there will be a point that solar eclipses are impossible because as the moon progresses in its orbital trajectory and we progress in ours, eventually there will be a point where what we experience in solar eclipses now will not occur anymore, just by orbital mechanics alone. So what we understand about the process, this just happens to be a point in time where we can observe the moon at the position where it's at. But we also know that distance is changing. So the moon is getting further.
I understand that.
The moon's
but
getting
your
further and further
position-
away. So
your position is very similar to Amy's in the sense that there is a coincidence that we happen to be here at that point in time.
No. So it's
Okay.
like the solar eclipse only happens from a specific point on the planet, and if you're up at the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it doesn't happen. So it's like if you hold a marble up to a sun flashlight or something, if you're so small that you're standing in the shadow that the marble creates, then it's going to look like a total eclipse to you. So if your entire body is in the shadow left by the marble, it will look like a total eclipse to you. But if you're anywhere else, it will not look like a total eclipse to you.
Oh, so T-Jump, you're using the path of totality, essentially, says it's not coincidental. It just depends upon where your position on the planet.
So any object that is blocking light from another object is going to create a shadow. And if it creates a hard shadow in one location, if your entire body exists in that shadow, it will look like a total eclipse. But if it's outside of that tiny little spot, it won't look like a total eclipse. So it's not like the moon needs to be in one perfect position for this to happen. It'll happen in pretty much any position as long as you're small enough and you're inside the cone of the shadow it creates. It's not magic.
Well, forgive me, but I think it's pretty phenomenal that the sun and the moon appear the same size from our perspective. I think that that's
they don't.
tremendously amazing.
They don't. Have you ever
Moon's a
seen
little
the sun through a welder's
From
mask?
our
It looks like a dot.
from our
No,
they
like the
appear
moon
the
looks
same
like about the
size
size
from
of
our
a quarter in the
perspective.
sky.
So yes,
When
Xerxes
they
is correct.
align, they almost perfectly eclipse.
No, they
No,
don't. The
they-
sun, the
they
Earth,
don't.
the moon is bigger from our perspective than the sun is. If you look at the sun through a welder's mask, where you can actually see the borders of the sun in the sky, I'm not kidding you. It looks like
Yeah, what you're talking about is the luminosity of the sun. The luminosity of the sun makes it appear bigger, and so the moon when the moon moves in front of the sun is blocking out the vast majority of the luminosity. But the actual sun in itself, like Xerxes is saying, when you actually look at it with filters on, you can see that it actually in the sky appears as a very small circle.
yeah, back in 2017 when the eclipse went over the North America, like all the way across the United States. Everybody was like freaking out, and they wanted to go look at the eclipse. And I lived in Missouri in the Midwest, where the eclipse was like you could get the best view of it in the Midwest. And there was a bunch of people. We all had these little glasses on. You look up at the sun in those glasses before the eclipse, and it's not much bigger than just the normal stars in the sky at the nighttime. It's very tiny.
So yeah, it's literally the kind of like the luminosity is what it is. It's kind of blocking out the sun so that the majority of that light doesn't get to us. But that's because of the distances between the 93 million miles between us and the sun, and the 380,000 or the 300,000 miles between us and the moon.
255.
But what is it again? Sorry.
255.
The
255?
other thing is that the
400.
moon
Cool.
is
It's
the
400
other thing is that
times
the moon is not going to
further
blind
away.
you if you look directly at it, right? So you can get a better depth perception of the moon. You can never look directly at the sun. You can't even partially look at the sun, or it'll blind you. Like your body wants to close your eyes because it's too bright.
So yeah, but here's what's really interesting, P-Town. In say, I think the estimation what I said was like 1.3 million years. Say human beings are still on the planet, right? That we still live here in like 1.3 or 1.4 million years, if I remember the math correctly. Then it won't be possible to see this anymore because of simply what the moon is doing.
Because the sun's moving away. And
No, because the moon is moving away.
Oh, sorry, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So because of that, eventually we won't even have solar eclipses. So that's a brief period in time, cosmologically speaking, that this can actually occur.
Right.
So,
and I guess what I'm really fascinated with is that we're talking about something that's not relevant to what my point is. I mean, I think we're talking about how it's not going to happen in the future, rather than what we observe today, something that God made for us to clearly see, something amazing and beautiful, like a key that fits into a door. Like
no,
this,
but you
this
see
is
the leap
obviously
there.
something God made.
No, but you see the
Yeah,
leap
it
there.
also
in the
gives us
moon.
cancer, bro. Like, I mean,
No, an eclipse, guys. Like, let's
Well,
get on
I
the
mean,
same
We addressed
point.
that. We addressed
They-
that. It's not.
Mhm.
It is not perfectly aligned. The moon is bigger by a decent margin. It's not perfectly aligned.
Well,
It
can
will
I
be perfectly
can I
eclipses were
can I
like
object that?
times of great
Because-
panic. But like my guy, historically speaking, when you look at like the way that religions thought of eclipses, they thought that God was punishing them for something, right? These were instances that enticed child sacrifice. They were never really seen as like a good
Well, let's stay
instance
on-
of God being happy with you. They were seen as a punishment because he's taking the light away.
Well, let's
This
stay
isn't
on
something-
topic
we
here.
think of it as majestic because we have like modern science to understand the fact that this is just like a natural occurrence and it's not going to hurt us, but they didn't, right? So if you think
When-
that God orchestrated eclipses for the purposes of us enjoying the majesty of celestial events, well, I mean, either God's a buffoon and didn't think that through very far, or it wasn't. That's not the reason why eclipses happen.
Well, he did that so we're without excuse, and we're supposed to know that there's a creator.
No,
But let me-
P-Town,
but let me-
P-Town,
Okay.
that's
Mhm.
begging the question.
I
So
don't
you're
know what
predicating
begging the
all this on
question is,
you're
but-
predicating. You're assuming that the God exists in order to do this. You haven't demonstrated that the God exists. So you're assuming it exists in order to do this, which means you're begging the question. So you're predicating all this on a logical fallacy.
Basically, your conclusion has to be true in order for one of your premises to be true.
Okay, can we cover one thing real quick regarding the size of the moon in relation to us, the size of the moon and the sun? When it comes to solar eclipses, there's two types. When the moon is further away, it eclipses the sun fully, so we see a corona, right? Or we see kind of a ring. And then when it's closer to us and it's eclipsing the sun, then we see the corona. So it's almost perfectly the same. And I think you would agree that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, at least the circumference of it. And it's 400 times
the very first
further
thing
away.
I said was
Right.
if you look at the shadow, there's the umbra and the penumbra. That's the different kinds of shadows the moon creates when it creates an eclipse. It does not cover the entire planet. It does not happen. There are parts of it that is not
All things serve the beam.
And this is where you're not getting it though, because it's not for the Earth. It's for your eyeball. It's for your brain, for you to see.
Not everyone on Earth will see a perfect eclipse, which means the moon is not perfectly aligned to block the sun. It fails to do that.
Right, and eclipses
because their brains
eclipses
aren't aligned.
eclipses.
The 2017 eclipse could only be seen from North America. If you were in England, you would not see the eclipse.
Right.
What is your point? That's irrelevant.
No. But B-Town, eclipses.
I'm going this. It's my turn. My turn. So,
go for it.
If your argument was correct that God aligned the moon perfectly with the sun to create a perfect eclipse, could have done it so it would eclipse the entire planet. For everyone on the planet would see the eclipse. That is false, which means the moon is a little bit too close to Earth to be a perfect eclipse. It is failed. It means if God tried to make a perfect eclipse, he messed up. He did a dum-dum, and it didn't work. So you could have made it a perfect eclipse if you put it a little bit further away or a little bit closer to make a perfect shadow on the entire Earth. It doesn't do that. It makes it.
And this is what's so fascinating, if I'm allowed to talk for a second, is that this alignment, the sun, the moon, it's not the alignment between the sun and the moon and Earth for everyone to see. It's an alignment between the sun, the moon, and you to be able to see.
Then why did eclipses take place before humans ever walked the Earth?
That is a fallacy. See, you want to.
No, it's not. It's not. We can literally.
I'm still going here.
I can explain. If
how is that a fallacy?
Stop. I haven't stopped. I'm not done yet. So you keep mentioning me. Why do I matter? What matters is everyone on Earth. The fact that some people on Earth see an eclipse is irrelevant.
How is that a fallacy? I want to get an answer to that.
The moon is lined
because before humans ever walked there, eclipses still took place. Dinosaurs saw eclipses.
Can I explain? I can answer your question if it's okay.
I want to know why it's a fallacy.
If God had made it the way that you're describing it, which you're claiming would be better evidence for him, then we couldn't observe solar eclipses the way that we do now. He wouldn't, because we wouldn't be able to see it. If it encompassed the whole Earth, so everyone could see it, they wouldn't be able to see the corona, and they wouldn't be able to see the ring.
Yes, they would. They would still be able to see that.
Well,
you know, maybe you're right, but we'd have to prove that.
P-Town, geometrically speaking, we live on a sphere, so there would be no way for the moon, which orbits the Earth, and the sun, which does not orbit the Earth, to perfectly align regardless. God would have had to create us as a flat disk with a dome on top for that observation to be possible. But of course, all our other observations about the sun and the light that it shines on our planet and where at certain points you can be and see the same angle of the sun indicates to us without a doubt that we are not on a flat disk. At the very least, the sun isn't orbiting us. I mean, most of our observations would be impossible if that was the case.
So this is
what you're arguing for is like a really weird rhetorical teleos, right? You think that there's some purpose behind this, that it was meant for us to enjoy. As I already stated, the overwhelming majority of people throughout history were filled with panic and terror when eclipses happened. The only reason why we like them and think that they're cool now is because we know why they happen and we know we're not all about to die. When people saw them 1,000 years ago, they thought the world was ending.
I mean, heck, there's
you keep trying to go off to a philosophical argument. I'm trying.
It's not.
To
it's not. It's not.
define
There's
a fact
literally
here that eclipses exist. And you guys deny that.
No, P-Town.
What?
Then
Pretty much.
P-Town.
Much.
P-Town. Then why
Amy,
did eclipses
Amy,
occur?
you
Then why
chime
did
in
why do eclipses occur? Why did eclipses occur like millions of years before humans ever walked the Earth? And why do eclipses occur on planets with no life on them?
They don't eclipse.
They do. There are eclipses. There are eclipses on Mars. Like
creationist.
if you were standing on Mars, P-Town, if you were standing on Mars, you could witness an eclipse. But there is no humans on Mars. Why are eclipses visible from Mars when there are no humans on them?
Okay, so T-Jump hang on. T-Jump just shared an image with me, and so I posted it in Heathen Hangout and pinged all of you.
Yeah, P-Town, can you look at the image in the...
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that for my phone, and I'm out. What is it of?
It's a picture of how the eclipse works, and where there's a total eclipse and where there's a partial eclipse. And
I will text it or message it to you.
Okay. We're going back.
So check your messages.
And of course, lunar eclipses as well, which is the converse, was when we block the light to the moon. So
why are we talking about lunar eclipses now?
Because it's the other side of it.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down into the chat here. I think.
Because
can you still hear me while I back out like this?
Yeah, because there is a solar eclipse when the moon is between us and the sun, and then there's a lunar eclipse when we are between the sun and the moon.
The lunar eclipse is just irrelevant to his argument.
Oh, okay, but I still would like an answer to the question.
But
then why did eclipses take place before humans ever walked the Earth? And we understand, we know that these occurred because we can track backwards with understanding orbits. We can track back and say there was an eclipse here, there was an eclipse here, there was an eclipse here, and here were the path of totalities. There were eclipses when there were dinosaurs on the Earth. Okay.
Can I answer two of them real quick without being interrupted?
Well, also there's that one, and why do eclipses occur and are visible from Mars and other planets with moons?
I'll answer both if I can talk.
And other planets with moons when there's no humans on them.
I can answer both if I can talk. Okay. So regarding the millions of years thing, because the moon's moving a little bit away each year, and when you extrapolate that backwards, millions of years ago they didn't exist. Well, again, I believe in the Bible, so it's irrelevant to me that millions of years ago, it's God made that. To answer your, okay,
you're fucking wrong.
Okay, but that's a different conversation. Okay, we're going off.
It's not
on
a
another
different conversation.
Let me answer the next one, and then you guys can bash on me.
Sure.
In some way indicative of God.
Sure. Tell me why eclipses are visible on other planets when there are no humans on those planets.
What I'm saying is they are the other. Like, put yourself on Mars, for example.
Okay.
And in an eclipse. Okay. That eclipse, assuming that you're able to do that. Okay. That eclipse is nothing like the one that we experience between our sun and the moon and us here on Earth. If you go to Mars, it's nothing like that.
Incorrect. Total solar eclipses are visible on Mars.
It's not a total. It's not just the total solar eclipse. It's the fact that it's perfect. That it's the accuracy of it.
I sent you, P-Town, I sent you a picture. Could you look at the picture and tell me what about that is a perfect?
It's literally a shadow.
What the hell does perfect even mean? Why don't we get him to define that word? He looks like he's just throwing it around.
I have no idea because what
he thinks looks pretty.
Because what we observe is not what is detailed out by degrees. Like you said, if you filter everything and you filter the light down, they're so far from perfect.
Do you see the picture, P-Town?
I'm looking at it for it in the. Do I go to now? I don't know where to go for messages. Someone messaged me on here.
Yeah, I sent you a message. If you go to like the 3 lines thing, usually in the
perfection is inherently a subjective evaluation. So I don't even know how we would begin to describe a natural process as perfect. At best, we could just be saying that it does what it does.
He's talking about the relationship between the size of the moon and the shadow it creates, and he thinks it's a perfect relationship. But
what does that even mean, though?
But will you agree that the sun
please
is
find
400
the picture.
times?
Find the picture, please.
I can't. I don't know where the 3 little
just
dots.
Send it to him. Just send it to his direct message.
I literally did that. What I did.
I don't see 3 little dots on my screen. So if I do I go to settings? Nope. Sorry, I'm brand new to this.
Top right corner of your phone, or top left.
It doesn't
corner
have
of
it.
your
It doesn't. It doesn't have it.
Swipe to the right. Push your thumb to the right, and it'll bring over this little sidebar at the very top left corner. You're going to see a little 1 emblem, and you're going to see your direct messages from T-Jump.
Okay. New mentions. No. Okay, I found the 3 little dots, and then I go to my message thing, and there's nothing there. Oh, here we go. Message requests.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Check it out or got it. Got it. Okay. Who am I? Which one am I opening?
T-jump. Do you see a T-jump on the
T-jump? Look for T-jump.
Yeah, the total solar eclipse part is small because it's made for our eyes, not for the Earth, and not for everyone on the Earth at that moment in time. It's made for us to be able to see it.
Oh, okay. We gotta just give warning to everyone in the audience. Do not look at a solar eclipse with your naked eyes.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Made for your eyes, except you cannot look at it without going blind if you don't have protective coverings over your eyes, which we've only invented recently.
You can look at it when it's a total solar eclipse.
No, you absolutely cannot. No, you cannot.
No, you cannot.
To the audience, do not look at it. Do not look directly at a total solar eclipse.
Look at the picture. Back to the picture.
Audience.
Stop.
Don't do it, audience. But my point is valid.
Oh my God!
Go to the
and
picture.
people wonder why we think that religious people need to be corrected on what they believe. Why do you care? Because of this shit. You're actively encouraging people to look at the.
Do not look at total solar eclipses.
Naked eyeballs.
Do not.
Tell me about the picture. Do you see the picture? Do you see
No,
there's a little tiny? See, there's a little tiny dot on the planet where there's a total eclipse, and the people in that little tiny dots are the only ones who can look at the moon, and it blocks out the holy center. The little tiny dot right in the center. Do you see that?
I agree with you. That's because it's made for your eye, for your brain to be able to see that God made that.
Stop. The eyes of only the people in that tiny little dot see this. Nobody else sees this. Everybody else on the planet does not see this.
But everyone on the planet can now with YouTube and pictures and the knowledge of it.
So no matter where you move the moon, anywhere in that
I don't
big
believe this
yellow
is a serious
bar,
argument.
it's going to make a little tiny black dot somewhere on the planet.
There's no way this guy is controlling us. He literally just said that it's perfectly fine to look at a solar eclipse with your naked eyes. There's no fucking way in hell this guy is not trolling us.
It doesn't matter to the argument. I don't care if he's wrong about that. Who cares?
Xerxes, he also said he's a young earther, so
that's why he disregarded. That's why he disregarded the dinosaur.
Looking at a naked,
I don't care.
That's why he disregarded the dinosaur argument. Yeah.
My original point, guys, was that I'm fascinated with how you guys don't see this.
Wait. So where would you put the moon to not have?
Mostly because it's confirmation bias.
Because anywhere you put it in that line is going to create this. Anywhere somebody is going to get blocked and have a total solar eclipse, no matter where you put the moon. Well, how is this designed? Where could you possibly put it to not have that?
I'm not entirely following you, but if I can answer it with an example. When it comes to Einstein and his general theory of relativity, he uses an eclipse,
my
right?
question is
sure.
Where could you place the moon on this picture to make a not total eclipse? Like anywhere you place this moon, it's gonna block the sun for somebody on the Earth.
Yeah, Logan Sandman. I brought up then why did if eclipses were designed for humans observation, then why did eclipses occur when there were dinosaurs?
It wouldn't be
and there were no humans. And why do they occur on other planets when there's no humans there to observe?
Because it would have to be so much smaller that literally
and he couldn't answer
no human eyes.
Well, he rejected dinosaurs because he's a young Earth creationist.
Smaller than the size of the tiny little black dot.
Despite the fact that we have independently verified the age of the Earth.
That's what would be required to prevent 100% of all total eclipses. The shadow created by the moon would have to be smaller than a human eye. That's what it'd have to accomplish. As long as the shadow is bigger than a human head, you're gonna see a total eclipse. Somebody on the planet is gonna see a total eclipse. Right now, the size of that shadow is thousands of miles. That tiny little black dot is thousands of miles big. And in order to make it stop creating a total eclipse...
Oh, Aaron, that's what I should have brought. Then why are there eclipses on the moon when there are no humans on the moon?
How about this? Imagine you're looking at a solar eclipse now, okay? And now imagine the moon being smaller. It wouldn't block it anymore.
Still would block it.
Oh, my goodness. It wouldn't block it.
It wouldn't block it over as wide of a range, but it would still
right.
block it.
The sunlight would come through.
Hey, Ding
around
Dong,
the edge.
I can hold my thumb up to the sun and blot it out. Right?
We don't even have to go to Mars.
What
We
are
can just
you
go
even
to
talking about?
then why
Who
are
called me
eclipses
Ding Dong?
why are eclipses
I called
visible
you
on the
Ding Dong.
moon? Then why are eclipses visible on the moon when there's no humans on the moon?
There's a tree in my backyard, and I can stand under it, and it shades me from the light of the sun. And I can peer through the leaves and the branches and not get direct contact on my eyes with the sun, and it creates a big-ass shadow in my yard, so I can get out of the heat of the day when I'm working outside. Like,
Let's
what is
forget
your
about
point?
this. Okay, how about can we agree that the circumference of the sun, from our perspective, is 400 times larger than the circumference of the moon from our
We
perspective?
do not see the circumference of the sun. We see the light
guys
that
just-
the sun is shining onto the planet. You can only see the circumference of the sun from our perspective if you're wearing something like a welder's mask or very tinted sunglasses, at which point it's about the size of the stars in the night sky. It's very, very tiny. I've done it. I've looked at the sun directly with a welder's mask on. It is infinitesimally smaller than the moon.
Okay,
Yeah,
so far your guys' arguments
P-Town.
that
The
it's
mistake,
not-
P-Town. I pointed out before. The mistake you're making is you're confusing the luminosity of the sun with the circumference of the sun. We observe the luminosity of the sun with no filters. When you filter it out and you block out all that luminosity so that you're not blinded, the sun appears very, very, very small. So you're conflating the luminosity with the actual size.
Oh my goodness, I don't think it's relevant.
It is relevant. It is relevant because the phenomena you're describing relies upon the luminosity of the sun, not the size of the sun.
You're just trying to confuse people. That's not my point.
I'm not confusing anyone. That's why we see these
If
eclipses
I
the
can
way they
talk.
do is because of the luminosity of the sun, not because of the
How
size
about
of the
I just
sun.
agree with you? It still doesn't change my point. So far, your guys' arguments are that it's not special because I can use my thumb, or you can see eclipses somewhere else. But at the same time, you're saying it is special because right now and this time in history is when we can see it. Because if you go back or if you go forwards in time, it's not going to exist. So
This
which
dude is
are you going to
trolling us.
hold?
This
I
guy
think,
is
I think he's
obviously
trolling us.
trolling
Yeah.
us.
Right.
And you still haven't addressed. If it's specific. If eclipses were specifically designed for humans to observe, then why do eclipses occur on the moon, which is necessary for an eclipse? Why do they occur on the moon when the Earth is between the sun and the moon, and yet there's no humans there to observe it? You acknowledge the moon exists.
Same way.
You acknowledge the moon exists, but there's nobody there.
About a solar eclipse, and it's amazing, and it's pretty, and
that's
and
confirmation.
When I was an atheist, I never
Also,
thought
the sun gives us cancer.
This is
Like,
literal
We're gonna move
confirmation
on.
bias.
Thank you for coming up.
Literal confirmation bias.
So we've
So
got
the Umbra is 100 miles approximately. There's a 100-mile radius of where people can see a total solar eclipse, and if it moves closer or further away, you can increase or decrease that number, and somebody's going to see a total solar eclipse as long as it's greater than 1 foot. Somebody's going to be able to see it. Stupid argument.
And if I remember correctly, there's going to be another one over North America in 2024, 25, or 27. There's one coming up soon here over North America, and so.
Well, I sincerely hope that the troll that was just up here doesn't actually take his own advice and look at it with his naked eyes.
Yeah, don't look at a total solar eclipse. Don't look at
But if he
eclipses.
does, I'd like him to come back on here and explain to us how that worked out for him.
Do the Donald Trump.
Well, he may not be able to. He may not be able to see the keyboard.
so we've got Aaron Yes and Q up next. Maybe not.
Turn around, bright eyes.
All right, Randolph, you wanted to read this next one.
I think I know who's coming.
Thank you, Mark Beiser. And we'll be.
Yeah, go ahead and read
I'll
it.
be traveling out of state to go and see that with my
Okay,
friends because I
bring
know
him
it's.
up on the
I know
stage.
I know that Dallas is in the path of
Hugh.
totality, so I'll be
Welcome.
heading down there to see it.
Yeah, welcome. All right, welcome, Hugh, Jazz. It's great to have you on with us. What have you got for us today?
Hello.
Hello, I like your name. Carry on. What have you got for us today?
I mean, I'm an atheist, so I don't know if this is going to be interesting. I watched a couple of videos of Tom Jump, and he says he believes in objective morality. That is very interesting to me. But again, I don't want to like derail the conversation or anything.
What point did you want to make, or did you have a question about something that T Jump was presenting?
Well, yeah. His theory just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do you conclude? Because I now don't if I get this wrong, please correct me. But you say that because of some evidence or some observation you have made about moral development in humans, you can objectively assess objective morality from that. I just don't see how that follows.
If there is an objective morality and it affects people, and we should see some kind of pattern in the way it's affecting people, we do see a pattern in the way it's affecting people, therefore there's objective morality.
So you think that so it's really not about any one person's desire standard for actions that you consider immoral?
No, literally wasn't in any of the things I said there.
So I'm just trying to understand what you mean by objective morality then.
If there is an objective morality, a stance-independent force in the universe, and it affects people, things that feel morality, people, then we should see a pattern in the way it affects people. We do see a pattern in the way it affects people, therefore there's objective morality.
What's the pattern?
Moral intuition, moral progress, the philosophical dilemmas.
See, that's that subjectivity that TJ gets into, and I think eliminates the objective
moral progress.
The objective assertion.
How do you measure
that? Technical term in philosophy. You can
because all of those are subjective to the individual, which means that the subjective interpretation means that the moral interpretation is also subjective.
So you're making so you're collecting data based on metrics that you use. But that you get from
it's kind of where T-Jump and I diverge. I'm a moral relativist. He's a realist, and I don't think it's just.
Standard thing in philosophy.
I understand his argument. I just don't think it's justified.
No, that's fine. But the other thing you said about moral intuition.
Yeah.
So if you're deriving your observations from moral intuition,
then
yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But I just don't see how that's different from a preference.
Your personal experience, whether it's direct experience through sight or direct experience through intuition, is still your personal experience, and you still get evidence from that. Either way, it makes no difference.
So it doesn't make it objective, though. It just means
that. Of course, but there's a difference between experience and intuition, right?
No, those are both experiences. What matters is can you use that to make predictions? But again, this has nothing to do with a god. Can we move on to a god topic now?
Yeah. I knew this was going to be not that important because I'm an atheist.
Most academic philosophers are moral realists, and most academic philosophers are atheists.
Yeah,
most professional philosophers believe in moral realism. So go just Google moral realism, moral naturalism, learn the academic philosophy.
There's a distinction between what we define morality as,
grounds for Jerry,
phenomenon objectively fit that criterion and don't, versus what we ought and ought not do.
Right. But
everybody's going to derive what they ought not do from the conditions they prefer to actualize. It just happens to be the case that because we're all human beings, we all experience stimuli kind of the same way, and we all generally desire a higher quality of life than a lower quality of life. And so we observe that we should behave in a way that's conducive.
But the prosecution is allowed to object all this time, and you just let it go. And then every time I object, you just throw it out.
Morality works on a spectrum. You work from the outside in. It's easy to identify what is obviously immoral and obviously moral from the extremes of the spectrum. The closer you get into the center, that's where disagreements come into play. It's the same thing with health. Like nobody would deny that there's an objective reference to what is healthy and what is not healthy for the human body. Like it's objectively the case that it is not healthy for anybody to consume battery acid.
Yes,
but
I replaced my monster with White Claw,
allowing them to digest or eat certain foods. For instance, it's not unhealthy for me to consume dairy products in adulthood because I'm not lactose intolerant.
Arno.
It would be unhealthy for a person who's lactose intolerant to do that.
Because if there's something determining what is moral, then it is obviously subjective.
Isn't healthy, you get into that gray area. It's going to vary from person to person.
If it was objective, then God would be appealing to that objective source.
So you think that
exercise
that's
is
Like,
objectively
I'm
healthy
not a
for
Platonist. I
everybody.
don't accept Platonic
Drinking
objects, and
battery acid is
I
objectively
reject a
unhealthy for everybody.
priori that everything literally everything we
right.
derive
So you think that
is
that's analogous
experience,
to
and there's nothing that
morality?
we know without
Yeah.
experience. So
It's objectively immoral to murder people. This is a behavior.
But I don't say
which
that
is
because if I reject a
objectively- it doesn't- I
priori,
don't
that's going
have
to really piss
agree
T-Jump off.
or
So.
believe that it is deleterious to the promotion of a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society for it to actually be deleterious.
Because I don't think that because I don't because
but
intuition is
I'm
just
talking about the earlier part. I'm talking
only
about
gets
the
you
earlier
so
part. You were
far. It
talking
gets you
about
this far,
how
and
it
then we
varies
need other
from
things to get there.
person to person.
So
People have different metabolisms,
intuition
right?
is just
And that's
totally
valid, you know.
unreliable.
Right, and
Right,
people are
right,
going to
right.
have
So
different
you think-
values in
right.
reality, and they're going to favor certain values over others. I
Okay,
favor
so-
free speech over people being comfortable in certain environments. Like, I believe that it's more imperative to defend people's right to say things, even if they upset you or you disagree.
That's a
with
great
them,
example
than it
because
is
I
to
probably disagree
create
with you.
a comfortable environment for people. Other people
Naggers.
think it's more
The
imperative
answer is
to create a
naggers
comfortable
for giving
environment for people
Yeah.
than it is
Let
to
me know if you
protect
get that
people's-
reference.
people's freedom of speech. And
So
so
it's
we're going to
subjective.
argue and fight over that.
So it's
Right,
subjective,
those things
right?
are going to be subjective. Those values are going to be subjective. But
And so is that
the
analogous to
outside
morality?
extremes are not going to be.
Yeah, I understand. So, but I'm talking about the gray area part that you were talking about earlier. So, is this part also
Bring it, Colin.
analogous to morality?
Bring it.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, so you don't believe that there's a universal standard, right?
Well, a universal standard and moral realism aren't the same thing. These are entirely different words.
No, we were talking about objective morality. T-Jump has a model for objective morality, a universal
Yeah, all that
standard.
means is that there is a normative standard that we can appeal to, independent of human opinion or stance, that informs the
Right.
way that we ought not behave in reality. I don't agree with that. I agree that if you establish a normative standard of morality, which phenomenon fit that criterion and which don't is going to be a matter of objectivity. If I define morality as that which promotes human well-being, health, or happiness, or diminishes unnecessary suffering or harm, well, according to that definition,
Yes, Jerry,
murder
you
is
got it.
objectively immoral at that point.
Okay, that's fair. So, I mean, I think I agree with you more than T-Jump, which I think you disagree with.
Well, I mean, I have my nitpicks with moral realism when it comes to like oughts and duties, but that's a
Yeah, I
question
think
of
it makes no sense
deontology,
personally.
not ontology.
Well, that's all I had.
Fair enough.
Cool. Thank you, Hugh.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. It was a good conversation.
It was a good conversation.
We've got
I'm hearing an echo here.
This is a good conversation.
Who's next?
Galileo talk.
Oh, and congrats, Xerxes, on getting so close, man. I saw your message. I probably just didn't reply, but
Can you hear me?
You're fine, man.
Jolio Talk, welcome. I hope we're saying your name properly.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
we
yes,
got
we
you.
can. What have you got for us today?
Well, I do have a case for Christianity, but I think I would need some time to lay it out, right? I don't know if
Do you think you could do
this is a platform.
Do you think 2 minutes could give us a quick overview?
I don't think so. I think I would need like 5 minutes.
Well, how about that? How about this? So, Golia Talk, you're a Christian?
Yeah,
Okay, and are you any particular denomination or?
I'm a Catholic.
Okay, Catholic. Okay, great. So, what is the argument for the existence of your God?
Well, the best evidence is to explain what Christianity is and to point to Christ, right? And that's what I would do. Or if you want like philosophical, I can refute Randolph's argument.
Well,
Quickly.
you'd have to
If you want
demonstrate
something quick.
You'd have to demonstrate the truth of Christianity. In other words, a thing. People can believe a thing or believe a concept, but it doesn't necessarily entail. It doesn't entail that concept actually exists in reality. So it wouldn't be about proving Christ. It wouldn't be about. You'd have to prove that God exists to say that Christianity, or specifically, you'd have to prove that the Christian idea of the Abrahamic God is the one that exists.
But you want to be convinced. If you want to be convinced,
Yeah.
then
So
I think that the
how
very
do you?
nature of the narrative.
No, so what is the evidence? What is the
powerful enough.
evidence or the argumentation for the existence of the God that Christianity is predicated on?
Well, he said Jesus. So what about Jesus is evidence of God?
Right. Okay, that's good.
Well, that's one point. I would start actually with Christianity and what is the point of it all. But I can go to Christ, right? I can point to my faith that that my faith is like foretold by many predictions. It has been based upon a number of miracles. It was nourished by hope. It was increased by charity, strengthened by antiquity,
Okay, so
confirmed by the
Golio,
succession of bishops.
Golio. So can I ask you something regarding your faith position?
Wait.
Well, no, because you brought up something very important, and what you touched on was important is your faith position. Can I ask you something about your faith for clarification?
Sure.
Okay, so regarding faith as a mechanism for determining what is true about reality, just real quick questions. It's just really easy yes or no questions. Can faith be misplaced in things?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, can faith be misplaced in things without you realizing it's been misplaced?
Without me realize,
like you don't realize that you realize later on. Okay, great. Okay, can faith be manipulated by external sources like other people?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, can faith be manipulated by external sources like other people without you realizing it?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, that's like it's how we get cults and stuff like that, like Jim Jones, stuff like that. Okay, great. So is faith, seeing how people can move denominations, people can be, go from Catholic to like Protestant, or people can go from in between different denominations. Seeing this, and these are all and the denomination you're in is predicated on your faith. Would we say that faith is predominantly emotions based? It depends upon how you feel and how that denomination represents the God or the faith itself. So.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think I'm a rational creature, right? I can.
Well, it's true, but that's true. But if all of a sudden Catholicism took a stance,
give me a sentence, bro.
No, yeah, but hang on a second. But if Catholicism took a stance all of a sudden that you did not agree with, and say no, that doesn't represent what I believe, would you not then be justified?
That's impossible because I'm 100% certain that Jesus left his authority.
That's irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. If all of a sudden, can people change denominations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and they do that based upon the representation of the belief. They say this faith, this denomination no longer represents what I believe, so therefore I change to a denomination that represents what I believe. So, given that faith can
there's
be
many reasons, right?
Yes, but Golio,
because
given that faith, Golio, stop. Given that faith that we've determined by your answers, given that faith is predicated on how people feel, given that it can be manipulated by external sources without your knowledge, given that you can misplace it, not even realize you've misplaced it until later on, given the fallibility of faith, why would we ever use this bad tool to determine the truth about anything? This tool is unreliable.
Everybody uses their fallible perceptions or reasoning to a certain extent. I know you take science as an ultimate tool to come to truth, but there are certain things that cannot be measured, and we do believe in them, right? I cannot measure things like love or
yes, we can.
Just
actually.
because
T-Jump is correct. We actually can. But Golio, you're avoiding the question. Why would we use this tool? Faith is a tool that you utilize to determine what is true about reality. We've just by your answers, by your agreement with the questions that I asked, we've been able to determine that faith is an unreliable tool because it is literally emotions based. It can be manipulated by external sources. You don't realize it can be misplaced in things. You can move around depending upon how you feel between denominations, between actually whole faiths. There are people who deconvert from Catholicism to become Jewish, or people who go from like Catholicism to Islam. So because we know these things are hang on, let me finish. Because we know these things can exist and these things happen. This demonstrates that faith is an unreliable mechanism for determining what is true.
You're just repeating yourself. I understand your point.
Golio, then why would we... No, so answer the question. Why would we ever use faith, given its unreliability, to determine what is true?
I will ask you some questions, right?
No, answer the question. Golio, answer the question.
I will answer you with giving you some questions, and you will understand my point.
That's not how you answer a question.
Because there's nothing... Do you believe there's nothing wrong with taking the word of experts, right? because most of our knowledge, everything that we haven't studied and proven ourselves, is based on taking the word of others, right? Unless we have reason to think that the person whose word we are taking is untrustworthy, it is reasonable to operate in this manner. Would you agree?
Golio, and I'm not going to answer. I posed you a question. You need to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm getting somewhere.
No,
with this.
just answer the question.
You want to have a discussion?
Golio, no, sir. You do not need to put caveats on this. It's a simple question because it goes to your faith. You said your position is based upon your faith. You literally invoked faith in your explanation. And to get clarification, I'm asking you, given the problems with faith, why would we use it to determine what is true about reality? And you have yet to answer that question.
You always have some faith, right?
How did we get to faith? So like we said,
he brought it up in
the evidence.
He brought it up in his justification for what he believes.
We asked, what was the evidence? You said Jesus, and then so what about Jesus as evidence of God?
Yeah, but
and then that's when he went to faith. So T-Jump, that's when he went to faith because he was
saying. Did I, for example, as I said, most of our knowledge, something I didn't prove myself in a laboratory, I take the word of the expert because I don't have good reasons to think.
Golio, incorrect. Golio, stop. You are misrepresenting it. Golio, you're misrepresenting it.
It's called a motive of credibility.
I don't think this matters.
Yeah, it doesn't. It does. It's completely irrelevant. Golio, you are misrepresenting it. I can replicate anything.
I'm talking about motives of credibility.
Ignore the faith. Evidence, Jesus. How is Jesus evidence?
T-Jump. He went from Jesus to faith. That was his argument. That's why I'm addressing it. He said God to Jesus and Jesus to faith. That's why I'm addressing his faith. Because if all of this is predicated on his faith, and we've already demonstrated the unreliability of faith, why would we use that to justify a relationship or a belief in a relationship between the existence of Jesus and God?
Okay,
that's the point.
I'm not understanding. How did you go? How is Jesus evidence of God? How did you answer that, Julio? Or not?
So that's a fallacy, actually, Warren. Just because some people
can we not do the faith thing? I don't care about the faith thing. How did you go from Jesus as evidence of God?
Well, he was using fallacious reasoning.
I don't care. Let's not go into the faith thing. The word of the definition of faith. I don't care. How did you go? Jesus is evidence of God.
Just give me one sentence and then I will go into it, right? So because what people who are questioning what they are being told by others, they need a reason.
Correct me if I'm wrong. And did he not invoke faith when he was making his justification?
The more motives of credibility they can establish regarding the truthfulness of what they are being told, the more reasons they have to accept it. So I don't have a blind faith. All right, and it's just because some people put their faith into something that is mistaken, that doesn't mean I did that, right? That doesn't mean I can't put my faith in something.
That is not the argument I made. That is not what I was pointing out.
I don't want to talk about faith. So how did you go from
T-Jump. He invoked faith as part of his justification.
Yes, it was not a part of his argument.
Yes, it was.
Oh, it wasn't. Olio, how did
it was. I heard him. My live chat confirmed it.
So Golio.
No, I said my faith was foretold by predictions of the prophets. It has based on number of miracles and knowledge by hope, increased by charity, strength.
So T-Jump just didn't hear it. Okay.
Stop at the first one. Your faith was foretold. What does that mean? How is this evidence? I don't understand.
Let me get my case out, right? Because I think by reason alone we can recognize that the existence of the universe and humans do reflect God, but Christ reflects God totally and wholly and fully, right? And
he wasn't listening to most of the argument. He didn't hear what he invoked. I was addressing what he invoked.
The truth and the life, right? Okay. So the truth was identified.
Jesus is evidence of God. How is Jesus?
Yes, because truth. He basically said the truth was identified with a person, right? Not a proposition. So we can recognize God in a person, right? So in Old Testament, we see Jesus achieved what Israel couldn't. He was tempted by hunger, which had caused Israel to grumble against God. He's tempted to worship a false god, which Israel did in creating the golden calf.
All of this
He
is
was
fucking
leading a
irrelevant.
new exodus, right?
I'm
Not
lost. I'm
like
lost again. There are stories in the
I'm
Bible.
listing the things. I'm listing the
No,
things.
I don't understand
Point
how
to
those
the
things
fullness
are relevant.
of
This is
Christ.
literally a gish
I don't
gallop.
Fullness of God in
wait,
Christ.
wait. I don't understand how any of the things you are listing is evidence of God. There are stories in the Bible. Yes, I agree. How does the fact that there are stories in the Bible indicate God?
Thank you, Ardo.
I'm just
And
like
he has
let me
faith.
give you this like a resume of
I don't need a
Christ,
resume.
and
I
then
need
tell
to
me
conclusion.
that this is
So,
the
okay.
evidence, right? This
So
is
that's
the
the part I'm
evidence
missing. I
because
don't
we're talking about
understand how
a
that is
person.
evidence.
I
Slowly,
believe in a person.
I don't understand how that is evidence. Like evidence is something that increases the probability a proposition is true. So we're looking at something that
Yes,
increases the
this
probability God
increases.
is
Yeah.
real. Saying Jesus is a person does not do that.
Well, you're cutting me out. Can I get the 2 minutes at least, maybe, Randolph?
I
If I
don't
can
want you to
get 2
list a
minutes
bunch of
without
things.
interruption.
I want you to list one thing and tell me how does it increase the probability of God.
Well, if I can't give out my case, then it's pointless.
List
If you just
one
want to zoom
thing.
into
List
thing,
one thing. Tell me how it indicates the existence of a God.
I want to give the resume. If I
No,
can't
no,
give it,
give your best. Give your best.
Oh,
Your
this
number one
one
thing.
thing.
Let's all give him the 2 minutes he needs, and let's hear the argument.
Let's not.
So yeah,
Let's ask
this
him to give
kind
one
of
thing.
okay. So this new Exodus, right? That Moses, Jesus is the new Moses, right? So, but this time is not from a political tyrant whose armies are drowned in the sea. It's from sin and death, which are destroyed in the waters of baptism.
That's begging the question.
And Jesus, right, had no army, yet kings feared him. He won no military battles,
No, they
but
didn't.
he conquered the world. He committed no crime, yet he was crucified.
Okay.
He was
How
a
does
prophet.
that indicate a God?
He was a prophet before Moses, a
Wait.
priest
I
after
don't care.
Melchizedek.
I don't care.
He was
Stop
an
listing
offering
things.
in the place of
Stop
Isaac.
listing
He was
things.
a king
Stop.
from the
Stop.
line of David.
Stop.
He was
Wow,
a
that's
wise
wrong,
counselor
too.
above
Oh my
Solomon.
God.
He
Stop.
was a beloved, rejected, exalted
Stop
son of
talking
Joseph.
now.
Sound like you're just
Stop
railroading,
Yes.
William.
It's just
Yeah.
He's just a
A
gish.
dead guy can't
Well, you
conquer
never ever
anything.
give them 2
Personality
minutes.
and
This is
philosophy.
just a gish gallop.
railroading.
It's just a gish
Oh my
gallop.
Very
God.
hard to mute people on stage. Very
This is
difficult.
why, Randolph, this is why you never give them 2 minutes. Make a single point. Do not let them get 2 minutes to spam nonsense. No, say no when they say that. Make a single point. But you
Yeah.
have to explain how any one of the nonsense, gibberish, garbage you just said increases the probability of God. You said Jesus was the new Moses. So there's a made-up book that's a bunch of bullcrap that says of a made-up character named Moses, and they're made up a story about Jesus, how he's similar to Moses in some kind of analogical sense. None of that bullcrap is evidence of a God. You need to show how the bullcrap you just said somehow is evidence of God.
Asino, he's
And
still talking.
If I could just add that we have no good
Well, I can't
archaeological
give you 2
evidence
minutes.
for a Moses, I would like to. I wanted to talk to him about why he thought prophets are true. Jesus didn't conquer the world; he died and then didn't come
Randall.
back from the dead.
Randolph, I can't get my 2 minutes.
No, you cannot get your 2 minutes. Answer the
So
question.
his incarnation touched and transformed time.
Okay, I
Jesus
think we're
Christ
done.
is
I
the
think we're
central
done with
figure
this
of
stage.
You're
history.
not going to keep
He
going.
blesses
You're not
the
going to
young,
keep
he
going.
cleanses the lepers,
I think
he
we're done. We're
defends
done
the
with
weak,
him.
he delivers the
I think
captives,
we're done
he
with him.
discharges.
Get him out, kick him
But
off the stage. He's done.
But he
He's done.
died. He didn't come back to life. Like your goal
So-
was to prove one of those things and tie it to a god. Give
So-
us good evidence of a deity.
So when it comes into it, everything he was asserting, whether or not he gish galloped or not, or was one point, all of it was predicated on what he said earlier, that it is a faith-based position, that he utilizes his faith in order to justify these
what he
claims. Yes, he did say that.
No, he didn't. JL.
Yes,
What
he
said
did.
was that-
Everyone in my live
No, he
chat
didn't,
verified
JL.
it.
No, JL. What he said was that his faith was predicted by the Bible. That's what he said.
Which is a faith-based claim.
No, it's not. He didn't claim faith was his justification. He said his faith was predicted by the Bible.
But
Predictions
not-
are fine. But faith was just irrelevant to his argument.
I'm not doing this argument with you here on the stage. Okay, so let's move on to the next person.
Cool. We're pulling up the next one. We've got Aaron Yes, who had an argument they would like to present.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Sort of.
Okay.
Your mic is really muffled, bro.
Yeah. It's coming in kind of wonky.
It's good now.
So muffled.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have one question, and
Is he breaking up to everybody else?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
that's
roboting.
very hard to understand.
Yeah, Aaron, yes, maybe you have some other windows open in your browser. You can close them and we can hear your sound better after that.
Okay, one second.
Maybe
I was
like
like, yeah,
good friend
let-
Bubblegum could come up here and ask us what's the transitional form between a Dalmatian and a gray wolf.
Every single dog in between that led to it genetically.
I don't know if any of you watched the video that I posted, but I had this debate with this guy named Bubblegum, and he made that point, and I was flabbergasted. Like, who comes up with that? They're the same thing. They're just weirder looking.
Yes. Just yay, evolutionary pressures. I think Aaron yes needs to check his connection and check his setup before.
What's the transitional
We're gonna
form
go to the
between
next
a
one,
human
Aaron,
being
yes.
and a Mexican or a Caucasian?
I think
Like,
you did well
what?
in that King Xerxes. I'm not sure if I saw that particular one, but I saw some of your stuff already.
Wait, was the question the difference between a Dalmatian and a wolf? The
No.
transition
He
form?
wanted an intermediate form, but he didn't specify what kind of intermediate. Intermediate species, genus, taxa, whatever, clade. He said he wanted an intermediate, just full stop, intermediate between a Dalmatian and a gray wolf.
Well, very specifically, Bubble has a weird view. I guess all young Earth creationists do, but he does not think that dogs came from wolves.
And just to clarify for our audience, we're talking about Bubblegum Gun, right?
Yeah, the guy and that was in my YouTube video. He thinks that every single domesticated breed of dog all existed as they were from the beginning of time, I guess. Even the ones that have only existed in the last, like, I don't know, 30 years, like the ones we've literally created ourselves in real time, like the Labradoodle and the Briar Terrier. But they're mixed dogs, apparently, as if though not every single dog in the world is mixed.
So he just
kept
takes
asking me for, like, what's the name of the dog that is the in
He's
between
probably
of
looking
the,
for
of the Dalmatian and the gray wolf?
An ancestor. Probably looking for a
Yeah,
common ancestor. Just didn't know the word.
Well, I mean, if he's looking for the common ancestor of all wolves and dogs, it would be some basal caniform, is what it would be, like an nymphorid or something like that.
Yeah,
but that's not what he was asking for. He wanted the in between of the gray wolf and the Dalmatian.
And
But I
technically-
knew that the moment that I gave him something like a pointer or a Great Dane or a retriever, then he would want the in between that and the gray wolf and that and the Dalmatian, and it's just this ever receding loop because they're never satisfied. It's a gotcha question. It's not serious.
Yeah, it's
I
just it's
thought it would
literally
be
the
funny.
transitional form is every single dog in the genetic line between that wolf and that is the transitional form. Every single one of them. Does he just take artificial selection and throw it out the window?
Probably.
He doesn't believe in any of that stuff, apparently. I think he was just being a troll, but I'm
Oh,
not sure.
okay.
But it was funny. It was definitely the most amusing conversation I've ever had with a young Earth creationist.
So what's up, Dr. Katz?
Hey, Dr. Katz, welcome. Thank you for waiting for a moment there. It looks like you have an injury. Hope you're doing okay. What have you got for us, Dr. Katz?
I think he just has a bandana with a do-rag
Which-
on.
This is just a weird moment for me because I used to have a Dr. Katz as a GP, but I'm hoping this is definitely a different one.
You might need to. Okay, I'm gonna move you to audience. You might need to exit out of Discord real quick and relaunch it. We've got health coach up next. If Dr. Katz, you come back up and put yourself in queue, we'll pull you right back up though.
Hello, health
Come on.
coach with a unicorn symbol. How are you today? What have you got for us?
Hello, I'm good. How are y'all doing?
Great to hear your voice. What have you got for us?
So, yeah, I'm not good at debating or anything, so I'm not really going to debate, but I just want to know y'all's take on, because you know, like, how technology has advanced and we have, like, Xbox Live and live streaming and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was just wondering, like, I watch a lot of, like, YouTube paranormal stuff, and there's a lot of people who like catch ghosts and like apparitions on their lives. Like they can't edit the videos or anything. Like it's real stuff. So I just want to know what your take is on like these videos on YouTube where it's like they catch a ghost or something.
I think what will be very helpful to you is to look up James Randi and look at a lot of his works. He passed away recently, but he used to be a magician, and he ended up promoting skepticism and he revealed how all these kinds of things can be easily refuted. And it's very enlightening, very interesting, highly educational. I highly recommend it. I think that'll help. A lot of this paranormal stuff is just people's pattern matching imaginations going wild, and they're thinking it's a lot more than what's really going on.
Well, and just to add in that what they do with magic is what I think they're doing a lot in these videos, which is what I would priming, is that there's something like they show you a deck of cards and they say this is a normal deck of cards, and they say that because it's 100% not a normal deck of cards. And so like when you see the video and they're like, you're watching a video that has not been edited, yeah, that probably was. And so I would like to see, or like some sort of peer review
absolutely
data, if they could get like a video and then, or a phenomena, like if we could go to a site, an active paranormal site, and there was like a voice that was speaking from beyond the grave that we could not understand, I feel like it would be drawing scientists from all over the world. And so I am highly skeptical about, as much as we are broadcasting on YouTube, and I love the TOS gods, I do not believe in those videos, and I would love to see why you think they are real.
And just so you know, James Randi's name is spelled James, last name Randi. It's an unusual spelling of Randy.
And Health Coach on my channel, I actually do live streams where we'll pull up videos that people say that are like videos of paranormal or stuff like this, and break down, because I'm a filmmaker because it's what I do aside from this is part of my job, and understanding photography, understanding filmmaking, and understanding how digital information is compressed in hard drives like this. I will go through and I'll actually debunk. We'll actually review like supposed videos of this, and we're able to debunk and explain why exactly these things are occurring, and then we can actually take the same equipment and then we can replicate those same things in order to get the same effects, and then we can pause it off. There's also a problem with people that when they watch these things, they're inclined to believe they're already kind of, like Amy brought up, primed, so they already believe that these things could potentially exist. So then when they see these things, they view them through the lens of their prior held belief. So it's just kind of confirmation bias in that respect. So they look at it and say, oh, I believe ghosts exist. Someone shows me a video of what is actually compression overlay errors or artifacts in a digital, security camera, and say, oh, it's a ghost. Ghosts exist. No, it's not. It's that, but you believed it was ghosts because you already believed that ghosts existed.
Yeah, definitely look at J.L. Warren's works as well. He's more up to date, more modern, because he's covering current stuff as well.
If it was real and they could actually capture ghosts, they'd be millionaires. Because you'd just be able to capture ghosts, find a new thing in science, and make millions of dollars.
They can still be millionaires. Just go watch Ghost Hunters or Ghost Hunters International, and just watch all the ghosts they're not catching and still making money off people.
Sorry, Health Coach, you had a question.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. So that's J.L. Warren on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, my channel.
Just J.L. Warren.
YouTube.com/Bridge the Divide.
YouTube.com/JL Warren, and my channel is Bridge the Divide.
Also, I have to take one more pot shot.
Oh, okay.
If ghosts were real, they would be on the Science Channel, not the History Channel.
Yeah,
I ain't scared of no ghosts.
It's the History Channel. Hello, you learned that in school. Come on.
No, wait. I thought the History Channel was aliens.
Yeah, we're gonna knock ancient aliens now.
So Health Coach, just to clarify, what you've been asking about brought us into the realm of skepticism. It is true that many atheists are skeptics and critical thinkers, but there are also many atheists who aren't. I just wanted you to be aware of that. So skepticism and critical thinking, it's great that you're asking questions, and definitely look into these fields.
It's alternative sources of energy.
Useful as a
alternative
tool
energy
to get through life with these things, because there are a lot of charlatans out there who can present eloquently and present things very convincingly, and so this is why critical thinking is so important.
Yeah, that's so true. And I get confused because it's like they're saying it's a live stream, it's a live TikTok, or it's a live Xbox, and then they have like sensors, and then you see like a figure or something. So I get confused. Like, what do I believe?
Can I also say there's two techniques out there, not necessarily with ghosts, but just with readings and talking beyond the dead, which is cold reading and hot reading. And sometimes they use both. Sometimes it's just cold reading. It's people going out into the audience and saying, oh man, I feel like someone in their life has had a grandma pass away.
Damn straight,
Someone
Haley. Good to
here
see
had
you,
a
Haley.
grandma, and chances are someone with a grandma, and already you're in. A hot reading is when someone actually sits there with a microphone or sits behind the stage or has someone on the end that is actually feeding information, manipulating the person, or doing something. And a lot of times, both of these techniques are employed on people, and it feels completely normal, natural, dare I say even supernatural in the moment until you look in hindsight.
And health coach, to address what you were talking about, like when they're doing live things and they watch through the monitor and they can see like it constructs like the stick figures that looks like somebody's there. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that technology, that actual monitor, or that program that does that, it's a very specific program. I can't remember if it's called like a PVS or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But the Xbox itself, the Xbox Kinect, utilizes some of this similar program. So essentially, the problem is that thing picks up all kinds of stuff in the environment, and it can pick up dust. It can pick up other things that you may not see with the naked eye, especially in a dark environment, that you wouldn't be able to see, that it interprets to be objects, which is sometimes you get stick figures that have like 3 arms or like 3 legs or 2 heads. So it can happen sometimes, but there's not actually a figure there. Or it's manipulated, and there's somebody there, but you can't see them. But the program, the computer is picking it up and interpreting it and giving you kind of a lattice work of a person there. So.
And can I add one more thing too? What about dolls? Because there's a lot more videos now with like haunted dolls, like people are catching on video because like they're having like cameras rolling all night and then the dolls moving. How do you guys explain that?
Those could be easily set up.
Animatronics.
And yeah, it can be easily
string.
set up.
You put a string on it and you can pull the string.
Bingo. Yeah.
The marionettes, puppets, animatronics. There's all kinds of ways to like simulate that.
When they have, when they have a video of a doll like getting up, walking around the room, with like picking stuff up and doing stuff like that, then I'll be shocked. But it's always just like a head turn or like a shift adjustment, something that you can do that's really, really subtle.
Health coach,
got it. And
you're questioning so much. It's good. Keep doing that. Anybody tells you shouldn't question something, take it as a red flag.
I mean, health coach, have you ever seen a magic show or a street performer?
Yes.
When they show you their trick, do you just automatically assume they have magic powers, or do you assume that you've been tricked? You just don't know what the trick is.
I know it's like a trick. Like I know there's certain tricks. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why is because we are predisposed not to accept things which violate the laws of our reality. Right? Things don't materialize out of thin air. That doesn't happen. So the more parsimonious assumption is that a law of, like a violation of the laws of reality did not happen, but rather you didn't see what you thought you saw. Like I used to do sleight of hand card tricks all the time. Especially when I was working with foster kids, because kids love card tricks. And it's very easy to manipulate a deck of cards. It's very easy to manipulate coins. And there are decades of study into how to perform sleight of hand for a wide variety of different purposes. And if you get a person who really knows what they're doing, it is so fluid, you even if they showed you what they're doing, you still wouldn't see it knowing what they're doing, right? Penn and Teller have a show called Fool Us. These guys have been magicians for like 40 years. They still get fooled even when they know how the person is doing the trick because they're doing it so well.
They also have a show called Bullshit, which is really good.
The slogan "Trust but verify" is an important one.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, health
and
coach.
then, so if I find a...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, y'all.
No, you go ahead. You have a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, there's an echo. But
not anymore.
So if I find a good, compelling ghost video. Can I send it to you, JL Warren, and then you have to debunk it or something?
100%. Absolutely. I would invite you to do that. Send me
Send it to
anything
me
you've got.
too.
JL
Okay.
Warren.
I
is
literally
like-
have a cryptid as my profile picture. Send it to me too.
So
this
help.
guy, he
Paco,
does like
okay.
horror stuff all the time. He knows how the tricks are done.
Yeah, I'm because predominantly as a
okay.
filmmaker, I pretty much do horror films. So like doing stuff like in-camera effects,
Nice.
out-of-camera
I love
effects,
horror.
practical stuff. You know, I'm well aware of it just because I'm a student of all the makeup artists and practical effects artists across the board. So, you know, and I work with these people on the regular.
Oh
so
my
it's,
gosh,
it's a
that's
really
awesome.
it's a really awesome deal just to see how they do this stuff and how they pull it off. But it's essentially the same thing. It's what you're seeing on screen when you're like
Wow.
watching Xbox Live or on YouTube. They're doing the same stuff, and I'm looking at it as as a visual effects artist. I'm looking at it like I know exactly how they did that. That is cool as hell.
I have a good rule of thumb that I got from someone else, and that is the people that tell you that magic is real are full of shit, and the people who are just saying that it's magic, those are the people who you should believe. But like, if you listen to intention when it comes to these people, when they're saying, look, we found a ghost, we're uploading it onto our YouTube channel. Once again, I'm happy for it, or on their Instagram or whatever form of social media. I wish what they would do, if they were actually serious about it, is they would record a phenomena. It would be replicatable, just like everything else in science, and then we would be learning about it in, I guess, a new type of biology book or chemistry or whatever would expand our mind into that phenomena. But generally, what they're doing is sending these videos out into a layperson's land, a bunch of people who aren't scientists and aren't debunkers, and it's just a bunch of woo-woo.
The other thing to consider is the built-in audience, right? The majority of people who watch ghost videos believe in ghosts.
Right.
So they're not
Yes,
going to
yeah.
critically analyze what already conforms to their
Yeah.
worldview.
Yeah.
And most of these people are con artists and scammers. I mean, I'm not kidding you. A lot of these people will charge you upwards of $5,000 to walk around your house with like scented wood and sage your house or whatever to ward off the evil spirits, because apparently burning special combinations of herbs and spices really pisses off ghosts somehow.
But it does make your chicken delicious.
It does, yeah.
And one thing, Health Coach, just to leave you on this, is that if you go like shows, like actual shows that were broadcast, like Ghost Hunters, like the original Ghost Hunters with Jason and Grant, there was a big controversy there because initially Ghost Hunters started out as kind of a debunking show where these two guys who were really familiar with the the intricate workings of houses and how they're built and like electrical and plumbing and all this other stuff. Because I'm also certified in HVAC, so I understand a lot of things about heating and cooling systems and how they can really affect what goes on in a house. And so these guys would go in to a house that supposedly was haunted. They would find out the reason why the people were having an experience. They would fix it. No more haunting. So it really was a debunking deal. But the episodes, what they found as the show progressed, the episodes where they were left stumped, like we can't figure it out, what could this possibly be, were more popular. So they started doubling down on the unknown instead of the debunking aspect. And then at this certain point, they started fabricating hauntings. They started fabricating stuff and they were caught in doing that, which is eventually what led to the demise of the show. Is because it was found, like, I think on live, during a live Halloween one, when they were like had the cameras there, it was found that Grant was fabricating evidence. And so that was a big kerfuffle. It all fell apart. And now we have other shows like Zach Baggins, what he does, and Ghost Hunters International. But it literally, it's all for, views. It's pretty much all it is.
Wait a minute. Quiet. Did you guys hear that? Oh, must have been a ghost. Never mind.
Quiet.
Just want
You smell
to
that?
get because I think I flubbed it, but it's that fake magic is real and real magic is fake. And it seems to be that skeptics, for maybe not whatever reason, I think there seems to be a tie. Skeptics tend to have a lot of magicians in the community.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that tends to be because of liking to see our intuition both flubbed and then trying to explain to other people why we can rationally and logically come to those conclusions. Why our brains sometimes mess up, how we can trick people with point of view, like J.L. Warren was saying with cameras, how you can do things, both visual effects, but then just special effects. You can do things that are practical. I mean, T-Jump was big. It was serious and a joke at the same time. It was that, you know, a guy could be sitting there with his toe, and you don't see the toe on camera, and he has it tied up to a string, and he wiggles his toe like we can't, and it moves the string. And so I would say the best way to actually investigate these things is looking up how actual magic is done. Skepticism, just like what Randolph was saying as well.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming up.
I'll be messaging you guys.
Absolutely. Look forward to anything you send to me.
Thank you. We really
Okay,
appreciate the
great.
conversation. Yeah, it was great. Come back again.
We're great.
JL Warren, I suspect that she's going to love your YouTube channel because you do cover the horror stuff well.
Oh, yeah. I'll be looking forward to any video. Because, you know, the crazy thing is that the vast majority of, like, videos out there that are, like, ghosts or supernatural, they already have commentary on them. And the way the commentary is presented leans into the confirmation bias, which is problematic. So I just like looking at, like, the raw footage, say, like, this is it. Please explain this. And so I try to find those. So, and they're kind of few and far between, so they're hard to find. So anything she sends me, I'll be happy to take a look at and be like, yeah, this is how this was done, or how we can explain this, and how we can recreate it. And we can create it and actually get what we want to see, stuff like that. So, I look forward to anything she sends me.
Aaron, yes, welcome. How are you? I hope you got your sound working. What have you got for us today?
I don't think Aaron's there.
Nope.
Okay, audio problems again. Let's move on to our next guest.
I do recall Aaron.
Here's the other one who had audio problem.
All right, can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, we can
All
hear
right,
you.
my
Welcome
bad.
back.
I think I had it on push to talk and I wasn't pressing the button or something.
Oh, there we
But,
So, was I wrong? That's not an injury in your picture.
That's actually someone else from a different server. I was just like making fun of him one day, and so I made him my avatar.
That's a
I think he
bandana.
had an injury though. I didn't notice that until you pointed
That's
it out.
a bandana with a do-rag over it, right?
It's like a bandana, and it looks like there's a Band-Aid over the bandana. I can't tell though. I never asked him.
Given it's tied off
So
in the
arguments.
back, I'm
Arguments
thinking
for God.
I'm thinking it's a do-rag.
That's funny.
Arguments
That's
for God.
probably a cigar. I think we can all agree on
Oh my
that.
God.
Two types of do-rag. You're
arguments.
probably right. All right. Anyway, let's stay on topic. I guess I'll try to keep it short for y'all, because I know y'all have a long day. But so yeah, I'm an agnostic, and I was just I know there's basically no chance that
weight
there's
has
a
been
God, but
lifted.
I just wonder how atheists rule out, like, how they can, you know, with 100% certainty that there isn't some kind of God, or the simulation theory where a lot of people consider the creator of that to be a God.
So two things. One, we don't rule out with 100% certainty that there is no God, unless, of course, the definition of the particular God in question creates a logical contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, this isn't a conversation about simulation theory.
Okay, yeah.
Gods die on the swords of logical entailments. So when it comes to it,
The
it's like,
simulation theory is it's irrelevant to the discussion of
Because in a
creationism.
solipsistic world, or at least in a simulated world, all these, there has to be a base. We can only deal with what we're dealing with in this physical reality, and so, yeah.
There's
So it'd
still
be kind of
some
baseless.
There's still some like extant even if there's like a simulation, there's still an extant reality, and all the ontological questions we ask about the present reality would apply to this extant reality. So unless we're like within a simulation, ad infinitum, none of the questions
or like
get answered.
even interdimensional, or
Most
you
of
know,
these sorts of like
obviously not human.
simulation or brain in a vat ideas are just really weird philosophical tools that certain people will latch onto because they think it makes them sound clever in arguments, but in reality it's just a game that children play. When I was 9 years old, I discovered the
Xerxes is
solipsistic
fucking
theory of
savage.
prove it. No matter how obvious or self-evident the claim, prove it would be my response.
Oh
I would
yeah,
ask my
that's
friends.
obviously that's really common with religious people. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so,
so it's just
so what's your
not
argument?
a functional way of going about and investigating the world in a way to like synthesize it in a view of yourself in a way that's useful anyway. It's not. There's no meaning to it. It's just argumentative combatants.
Okay, so atheists. So, well, I was just wondering if an atheist could actually infer with 100% certainty that there wasn't some kind of a creator of the universe, I guess.
No,
Yeah, well, some kind of a creator of the universe isn't well defined enough for us to evaluate it. If you're
Xerxes
talking
got
about a
this.
specific god,
Xerxes has
like a
got
Christian
it.
god, for
So
instance,
TJ,
I will tell you with
just
100% certainty.
don't
that
try to
God
interrupt Xerxes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they obviously ripped. It's like science fiction. They just ripped off other books.
But phrases like some creator of the universe, what does that even mean? Like, yeah, the world's here, but I don't know that it was created. And even if there is some creator, I would wonder about the source of it, infinite regress and so on. That doesn't imply anything to me. Back to the mystery.
Oh yeah, because where did the creator come from? And then that.
I mean, if you want
to.
If you want a more in-depth discussion on this, my YouTube channel is in my bio. You can go watch this video I recently published called "God Doesn't Explain Anything," wherein I go through and I highlight the fact that God, as an explanation for anything, is
If you haven't subbed to
fundamentally
King
useless,
Xerxes' channel,
and
definitely
it doesn't actually
take
solve
the
any of the
chance.
epistemic problems that people think that it does.
Yeah, I think the chances of it being a thing would be so tiny. It's not even worth talking about, really.
It also isn't a coherent concept to me. Just because it's not coherent doesn't mean that it's not true. However, we don't see minds, beings, agents creating natural phenomena.
Yeah, that's true.
What would a thing
it would be a baseless thing.
How could a thing be simultaneously incoherent and true?
Oh no, I'm saying I think it's not true, and so I would say that it's both incoherent and not true. But I guess I haven't been able to seen an angle, or maybe there hasn't been evidence that I've come across that will change my mind. But I'm actually convinced that the gods, most of the gods we get presented with, don't exist. I wouldn't say 100% certainty though.
Oh,
So,
when
the
you say
answer
thing is
to your question is
incoherent,
no. No, we can't have 100% certainty. We don't need 100% certainty. Did you have like an argument or evidence for God or something?
No, not really. I just wanted to say that really quick.
Well, thank you.
Cool.
Y'all have a good day, though.
You too.
Yeah,
I appreciate y'all.
To answer your question, probably would apply not necessarily to all atheists, because some are not going to be able to come up with a certainty in their response. But yeah, it was a great question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to say once again bye to the Dr. Katz, who I assume wasn't my general practitioner from a decade ago.
Islamic Space Program from out of this world. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
No. Oh my God, no! Please, fucking no.
No, it's fine. I'm going to do a great job. I'm going to add value to Doobie's empire.
Your argument.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Does God exist? I was talking to a friend of mine about this earlier, and either there's a creator or it's infinite regression. So
no.
You have to make. Well, it seems. I mean, those are the two choices.
Well, actually, so just to it be a creator or no creator, it'd be there is a infinite regress or there is no infinite regress. Those are two true dichotomies.
The system of nature or the laws of nature, this system that we can observe, this material system that we can understand and see and measure and everything else. What created that? That's the biggest question of all. And
so my question to you, Islamic Space Program, is you're giving us a limited number of options here. A creator or no creator. Is there a reason that you are excluding or not mentioning the possibility of multiple creators working as a group?
Well, I mean, I guess the pagans got that. I mean, it's the sum of all of their powers equals, the total power of creation, I guess.
Sure. So what are you advocating for? You for a single creator or a group of multiple creators?
Well, I mean, I have to make a decision, and if Aristotle's compelling, how can I prove it? And within that physical realm, no evidence. There's no evidence that's going to convince you guys. I've listened to you for
let's
40
go back,
minutes
let's go
now.
back. Let's go back. So
you made a point there that you don't know, and we have the same problem that we're having doubts as well. Yeah, we're
Wait,
not.
so I wanted to like get back on topic here. So one,
The conversation is over. God doesn't exist to you guys. That's it.
Wait, stop. So the first thing you said was wrong. There's infinite regress is a possibility, but there could also be a necessary natural thing that isn't an infinite regress.
Infinite semi-regressive and semi-firm. It's either absolute or it's in constant regression.
Stop. So God, there could be a designer like a God.
You're used to interrupting people and winning. I understand that.
Nah, he's just
God.
this is why he's
there could be a God.
his on space program is
shut
problematic.
There could be a God who created the universe. There could be a necessary natural thing that created the universe, not a creator. Or there could be an infinite regress. All
Yeah,
those
what
are
he
possible.
what he
What is your
presented was a
argument?
false dichotomy.
Get to your argument. Your first statement was just wrong. So what is your argument? You can just leave. That's fine too.
Yeah, you caught him in the false dichotomy. Is where it's.
Well,
it's,
no, it when I mute, it launches
How is
them
it a
out.
false dichotomy? Either the system was created or the system's always existed. But the question remains, how did the system come to being?
Well, if it's an infinite regress, there's no come to being.
Well,
Aren't you just-
exactly. But
Aren't you
but
just really
that's a-
arguing
that's
infinite
a
regress
system
or
in and
infinite
of
regress
itself.
with God? No, aren't
Well,
you
I
just
mean,
arguing an infinite regress without God and an infinite regress with God? Because you got God being the eternal being. Because
It seems
timeline doesn't
more,
go away.
It seems more reasonable that there would be a system that has something created. Something created the system.
Or you
and you have to make a
So
decision.
you're just well,
or
then
you
you're
could
just
say the
ignoring
system-
the infinite regress altogether.
Yeah, or you could just say that the system is a result of something else and wasn't created, but it's a result of other events.
Exactly.
And there we go.
Well,
It's
when
either
you
infinite
use-
regress or it's some absolute, omnipotent, omnipresent, outside of space
Wow.
and time,
Just got to the
ultimate
obvious.
power.
So it's infinite regress or infinite regress with God.
But Islamic
No,
Space
because there's a
Program.
firm point. And,
Why
and
do you
here's the
believe-
thing,
It's not a
guys.
firm point
Do
if
I
he's
have to-
eternal.
do I? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Do I have to get rid of the concept of a beginning and an end? Do you demand that I get rid of that?
No, we want to know why
And if I
you're
have
a
a
creator.
beginning, then, oh Lord, what do I do now?
You're saying timeless God who's creating
No,
everything.
he's
I assume
spurging.
time is part of that thing you're creating.
I didn't want to use that term.
What you do now is you open your
All
mind.
you're telling me is
Spazzing out.
Again.
Convince us a god or goddess exists.
Yes, exactly.
That is the title
Islamic
of
Space
this discussion.
Program.
This
Can I
is
just-
not the time for you to talk
Okay,
about your YouTube channel.
we're
This
meeting
is
now.
Dewey's politics.
I think we.
This is the best politics.
Islamic
we
Space
can-
Program. Can I ask you a question? Why do you think that the universe has a creator?
Because why not?
Because
I
you were
have two
indoctrinated
choices.
to believe it did.
That's a cop out.
I have two choices.
No, you
Either
were
there's
indoctrinated to
no
believe it
creator
did.
Or there's a creator. There is no beginning.
Have none of
or
you
there
guys
is
ever
a
spoken
beginning.
to this guy before?
I
He's
show
Like,
Would
I-
you?
What do I
Hang
do?
on, I showed you that
What do I
you
do, guys?
you
Why
have-
don't you tell me? You got all the fucking answers.
Oh, please stop
I
yelling.
told
That's
you
gonna
that-
blow your
Wow.
drum.
I pointed out, excuse me,
Wow.
everybody. I pointed out to you that you actually have three options at least. There's the other option of multiple deities, not just one creator deity.
But like, I also feel the answer to why not is like when someone asks me if they want to go to like a baseball game. Like, this is the creator of the universe.
I just want to point out that the dichotomy he's pushing is there's either, a creator or there is no creator. But
Well, you're gonna have to
in
tell
either,
me how it's called.
Stop taking
there's
this
either
dude
no
seriously.
beginning or there's a creator with no beginning.
Everything that comes out of this dude's mouth is completely unhinged and Mad Hatter nonsense. He's the
Either
kind of dude
time
that rants
exists
to
or
the
it
gas
doesn't.
station while buying
Is that
a
a
fifth
false
or explaining
dichotomy?
his conspiracy theories. And
ISP,
drive-through
it's
worker.
just
It sounds like he's trying to present an argument here, Xerxes.
you're just saying either there's
Well,
no
no,
beginning
this
or
is
there's
the
a creator
basic
with no
distinction.
beginning. ISP,
I mean, I
please
guess
address the problem I
even
gave
even
you.
the pagan Europeans believed in some creator or beginning,
Wait.
and I guess
So
the Dharmic people believe that it's always
did
existed or
God have a
something.
beginning?
Does that creator have a beginning?
Well, I would say no.
Haley, that's a
So it's either no
big
beginning or
question,
creator or no
and you
beginning.
have to do
either
so
we're gonna
it
have to
goes
make
to a
a
lot of things. It's
choice.
more than I could just
Wait,
fit
wait,
into a
wait.
couple
So
of
infinite
moments.
creator,
So I can.
infinite
So I'm going to start that
nature,
and
those are the two
address
options.
that after we're
Seems
done
to
because
me.
the stage is going to close
Seems
up
to
here in about 20 minutes.
Aristotle.
Infinite nature seems much more plausible here.
God, y'all came around, so Aristotle could be.
I don't care about
could be-
Aristotle. I don't care about Aristotle.
You
Infinite
don't care
nature
about.
seems
You don't
better.
care about. I mean, false
Don't-
dichotomy.
I
Tell me
don't
how it's
care.
false.
Wait. Stop. So we've got.
Do we have a
good
beginning, or is it always?
Stop. I'm not done yet. Stop talking.
Again.
Stop talking. Oh, we have two options here: infinite nature or infinite God. Infinite nature seems to be more plausible. Why would you go with infinite God?
Because if there is a creator, then he must be infinite or ultimate. You know,
No,
and this is where
why would you
this is
go
where
with
the
a creator
this is where
versus
the
not
Christians
creator?
will come along and say that this God actually communicated.
ISP, you didn't answer his
special
question.
revelation and
You
all
didn't
that.
answer his question. Why would you go with infinite creator when it's more plausible and reasonable, given the evidence that it's infinite nature?
Why is what do you have a time machine or something? What the hell are you talking about?
He asked
How
you
the
a
hell do you do
question. And he asked you a question.
Well, I'm answering the question.
If you want to ask it again, T-Jump, because he
Why
completely
is it
dodged
more reasonable? Why is it more reasonable that the nature has always existed? Why is it more reasonable that nature and the order established in it was not created? Why is that? Why is that more reasonable?
That's easy. Because order would have to be the same whether there's a God who has order or nature who has order. But all the evidence we have seems to indicate that the further down we go is just more nature and no God. And there's no evidence that minds can exist outside of space-time. There's no evidence intentionality can exist outside of space-time. So to say that there's a creator or designer who created the universe is about as reasonable to say there's a magical
like a
pineapple.
conscious designer, that has a beard and everything and loves you and everything.
No. Like there is no evidence of any kind of creator, any kind of mind, any kind of intentionality outside of space-time. There is evidence for nature outside of space-time. Quantum fields. We got quantum fields, lots of evidence of quantum fields.
Oh, yeah.
Infinite nature
okay.
has more
Quantum
evidence.
fields.
Wait, hold up, don't interrupt. So
Yeah, that's why I'm
infinite
going to
nature
get
stop talking. There's more evidence for infinite nature than there is for infinite creator. Therefore, it's only rational to go with the infinite nature. Why would you go with the creator?
Infinite creator, it is. I guess the Beatles were correct to go to Tibet.
Okay, that doesn't
Islamic
answer what I
space
said.
program.
Yeah, you stand in bitter judgment of 10,000 years. That's fine. All right, good for you guys. You got it.
The last 10,000 years. The last 10,000 years contain. The last 10,000 years contain the Islamic. The last 10,000 years contain a lot more religious beliefs than just your Christianity or your Islam.
Oh, my Christianity.
Well, that was the question I wanted to ask.
This is really
Is
what's
it
going
just
on here.
the
You guys
name, or
trying
are
to
you
pass
a
the
Muslim?
brains in of the Christian. I'm not a Christian.
No,
we
don't clutch your pearls, man. Come on, it's too late
Yeah,
to cry.
and also, well,
Is there a
speaking of
creator or
crying,
is there not? You guys say there isn't. Good for you. Move to India. Shit in the fucking street.
ISP, I'm
That's
on your
fine.
side. I think there's
I
a
don't
god.
know.
Oh, man, he's angry.
That was a little much. Come on.
Take your ball and go
but
home.
yeah, I wanted. He at one point he's like, you sit here and you listen for all these arguments, and you're still not convinced. I wish he had also picked out of all of the theists that have gone on, which was his favorite argument that he thought would have convinced us of God.
He's not a Muslim. He's just been running that
Well,
troll ever since.
if
I've
it's
known the
not
guy
that.
since his days on Grindr. Trust me.
Oh my! But yeah, I don't think that he came off. He seems like as a Christian, but he's not a Muslim. But he's definitely some sort of theist. And if you'd like to, we just want good evidence for a God. That's really all it is.
Well, I'd say he had a successful liftoff from the stage just a moment ago, and now
I
we're
think T-Jump cornered him. T-Jump cornered him with the question, and it's a valid question. He was unable to answer it, so that's why he rage quit. And I will say, point this: predictive models, man. Xerxes made the prediction, and the prediction came true. I just want to point that out.
Hey, that means he's a prophet, right? This is how this works.
Apparently.
Okay.
Saint Xerxes.
Or he's a witch. Chop his head off.
So we've got about 15 minutes left, and then we have to close things down here. But Zammer, welcome. How are you? And what have you got for us today?
If Xerxes weighs the same as a
Hi.
duck.
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How's everyone?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
What you got for us today?
Right. Well, I was just thinking. I joined someone else's voice chat the other day, and I I basically presented discrepancies with their atheistic models, if you'd like.
I think so, Cindy. It was weird.
I was actually able to convince one of them that ultimately what they attest to is some sort of, I guess, contradiction, or contradictions even, plural.
Okay, so I tell you, I'm an atheist who doesn't believe in any deities. I don't hold any.
There's a story
belief
behind that,
position
Logan,
that
why
the
he
deity
chose
doesn't
Xerxes.
exist. So
Right.
what contradiction are you thinking of? That you find many
Basically,
atheists
the moral contradictions presented by atheists or purported by atheists, even. Should I present them?
Sure. What is the main one that you find is the big
Absolutely,
one?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So basically, would every atheist here agree or hold the position of the sanctity of life and preserving the
Nice time to go reference
sancticity
Jerry.
of life?
I hold it
I don't
as
know
a
what that means.
subjective. I hold it as a subjective value, but I don't think.
Oh,
that
interesting.
it's
That's
necessarily
really interesting.
objective.
Should I expose? Should
All I
expose
can tell
that?
you is that I personally value human life.
There we go.
I feel
There we go.
like, Sammer, just to interrupt you, I feel like if you ask 10 atheists this question, you're going to get 10 different answers because it doesn't have to do with
Right.
atheism.
Actually, it does. Actually, I'm actually going to expose
Lie.
the flawed interpretations.
But can I just interrupt you one more time? Just one more time before you do it, and then I'll let you do your shtick. On this
All right.
panel, some of the panel are completely moral realists.
Savage.
I consider
Right.
myself a situationalist, and T-Jump will go out here and say he's a moral realist. He's an objectivist. So you're going to get already. We're not going to be able to agree on morality, and so how are you going to get us from there to a god?
How am I going to get you from there to a god? Because ultimately, if you don't believe in the sancticity of life, then you're anti-human. And given the circumstances which has accrued throughout millions of years, or billions of years, even millennia, there's obviously a contradiction there, because you should be the forerunners vouching for the sancticity of life. When you think about it,
Whoa, one at a time. One at a time, please.
Could I finish? Is that all right?
You hang on. You said that if we don't believe in the sanctity of life, that we are anti-human, and that is
Absolutely.
a dichotomy. And that's where your argument falls apart.
Good luck with that. Could you demonstrate how it might fall apart?
Well, first of all, let's stop
conjecture?
using the word sanctity because that has intrinsically religious connotations. Use the word value, okay? I'm pretty confident that all of us on the panel value human life.
I want to know what he means by that. 'cause
Under
what
which
what's that?
parameters would that come under?
Zammer. What is
All right.
what did you say? It was synchronicity something? What was the word you used?
The sancticity of life.
What does synchronicity mean? Because that's not a word I've ever heard before.
Oh, okay, right. The sanctity of life. All right, plural. The sanctity of life.
He was conflating sanctity and sacrosanct.
Yeah, I
So,
suppose.
to
Yeah. Anyway,
answer
yes.
your question, Zammer, just because somebody doesn't hold a value in something doesn't mean that they are against it. So that's a bifurcation to say that the opposite is automatically the truth, the opposite position, and that's where you're running into problems here, and that's why your argument falls apart.
I'd also like to point out. I'd also like to point out,
present my
Zammer. I'd also like to point out that when you say life, like the sanctity of life, or I would say the value of life, because I would use value because of the connotations that Xerxes pointed out. But when you talk about life,
let's go for
I have a great
All right.
appreciation. Like I myself have a great appreciation for life itself, but human life is a part of all life. So life in and of itself is important. But depending upon what we're talking about individually, if you're talking specifically about human life, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it would have to. Yes, it would have to be, because there's obviously some sort of exceptional aspects to humans, and given the banal circumstances which had to take place over the millennia, which are ultimately purported by scientists, you would think that you would be the the guardians for life, if you
No,
like.
because
right?
I value
So-
because I value life equally across the board. Humans is equivalent with all other life on the planet.
Wait, can we go back to Randolph's question, because
Yeah.
this question was first?
Yeah, sure, go.
The fact that you don't advocate for objective value in life doesn't mean that you're anti-life. Those are not, doesn't follow.
Right. Okay. Could you like describe the flaws in that?
What does it mean
Sure.
for something to be valuable independent of something valuing it?
Well, that would not be one of the flaws. So the flaws here is simply not taking a negative position isn't inherently a positive position. You can have a neutral position.
T-Jump's understanding me
I'm-
perfectly.
Right. So
I'm contending that
which
there's anything.
parameters?
Well,
Like,
let
Zammer seems
let's
to
let
think that there's such a thing as
Randolph had a
objective
question.
value.
Randolph had was
Oh, there would
let's go with
have to be.
Randolph's question first. So let's go with Randolph's question.
Okay.
Yeah. So Zammer, do you understand what I'm saying when I say that not holding a position for or against life is also a possibility?
So I'm sorry, that really doesn't make sense. Because,
Okay. So what you're doing is you're taking you're making an assumption that if somebody isn't for something, then they are automatically against something, and that's called a bifurcation, or some people call it bifurcation fallacy, or a false dichotomy. And think of it this way. I think maybe this will help. Imagine there's some children playing rock, paper, scissors, and somebody wins, okay? And I give you this proposition. I say scissors is the winner. If you don't accept that scissors was the winner, there isn't just one opposite other position you can take, because there's still two more options. Rock could be the winner, paper could be the winner. And then, of course, there's also the option that you don't know who the winner is, so you can't accept
no, of course.
either proposition.
I think the issue. No. I understand.
I'm trying to get the frame of mind going here for you. So you
Oh, no. Of
understand.
course, I understand where you're getting at. Could I expose even that? Is it all right if I expose that?
Sorry, say that again.
You
Oh,
can
no, I was just
respond.
curious.
Yes, respond. Go ahead, respond.
Right. Okay. So ultimately, that's kind of excluding you from any sort of integrity, right? There's no moral integrity under those circumstances or parameters which you initially entailed, right? Do you see the issue with that even?
So why are you adding that to, now that's you're adding new criteria? Why did you move to adding that instead of trying to address the point that I made?
Because I was trying to find the flaws in that, and I think I can ultimately identify the flaws in that reasoning. That line of reasoning doesn't really.
What you needed to do was to bring that criteria in the beginning, and you didn't. So now you're asking a whole different question if you're adding that criteria. So go ahead and rephrase your original question with that, and I suspect you're probably still going to run into the same problem. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. So okay. So essentially, under the atheistic paradigm, right? Given the given the I guess okay, so basically what evolutionists or scientists alike purport with the age of the earth, and also the accumulative processes which has accrued throughout time, right? You would think that they would actually be compatible with
Wait,
the moral.
can I just clarify here?
Sorry?
So your original argument is that if atheists don't see the inherent value of life, then they are anti-life. That was your argument, right?
Well, I mean, not absolutely, right? They're not absolutely against life. Although if they were for life, it would be under some sort of objective framework, basically. Do you know what I mean? It would be
Bullshit.
reminiscent. It would be reminiscent of a Christian worldview, essentially, because Christians
false.
are advocates
Christianity
for
is
life, and so
demonstrably not.
all right.
Christianity does not, as a philosophy or a religion, value life. As a matter of
Of
fact,
course it
Christianity
does.
is literally
Well, I mean,
a cult of
ultimately
human
it does.
sacrifice. No, you don't value human life in like the physical perspective. You believe that the life that we experience here on Earth is nothing more than a doormat on the threshold of eternity upon which to wipe our feet. If anybody devalues life in this conversation, it's you, not me. I think that this is the one and only life I'm ever going to get, so I have way more value on this physical experience than you do, and I value the physical experience of others way more than you do. The
Yeah,
entire
no, of
Christian
course,
religion
but
is about
under which
purging joy
circumstances
and
would that
reducing
have
the
to take
quality
place?
of people's lives. So don't
Right.
even get me started there. But let's take this back to square
no,
one.
let's
Do you
go.
think
Let's go there.
Zammer? Do you think that value is objective?
Yes, I do. And would you like to know
Give
the
the
reason
argument
behind
for
that?
that.
Yes.
Give
okay.
the argument
So
for that.
ultimately, I believe in God, and I believe in God's purposes, and
so begging the question.
the objective, I guess, standard which Christians hold, which would ultimately correlate with God's
What
plan.
do you think the
right?
word objective means?
2 minutes left.
Absolute, isn't it?
What do you think the word? No, objective does not mean absolute. It means not dependent on a mind or opinion or stances. If God exists and he values human life, well, it's objectively the case that God values human life, but why God values human life is subjective. The value of human life is subjective. Value doesn't mean anything independent of a thing to
which would be
value.
demonstrated when he decides to drown everything in a flood because he screwed up the
Yeah,
first
of course,
time.
yeah. But I mean, assuming that I'm operating under your romanticized version of the Christian God, right? Even if he does value human life, that is subjective that he values it. Well, I mean, it's subjective in the case that he values human life. Why he puts value in human life is subjective unto him. He happens to value human life because he finds it valuable. Value is a description that we place on things based on their usefulness to us, subjects. God is a subject.
Actually,
anything that God
I
thinks or
actually
wants or
disturbed you
desires
there.
is
Could
equally
I-
subjective.
Right.
Okay,
okay. No,
just
I
stop for a
actually-
sec. We have about 1 minute left, and then we have to start closing down the show. But
All right.
maybe just give a quick summary, Zammer. We'd love to talk with you again. I'd like to explore
Could
this topic with
could
you
I
more.
could I refute King Xerxes' claim there? Is that all right?
We got 1 minute. 1 minute.
Well, Zamer, you can fight with me in the
Right.
chat later. I'll jump down into a VC and we can continue this.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Okay.
Cool.
Okay,
Sounds good.
Zammer, we'd love to have you on next fortnight. That's 2 weeks from now. Feel free to bring this up again. I'd love to explore this further with you as well. I think others here would. And if you had
Himalayan
some final thing you want to
saltfish
say for about
chips.
10 seconds
That
before
sounds
we
tasty.
have to start going to closing down, we'll go for that.
I haven't really got anything else to say. I guess I'll just wait for Xerxes in the chat, and we'll continue this discussion there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Being-
hit me
all
up in
right.
the philosophy VC. I'll be down there.
All right. Okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So, I guess we need to close down the show in about 2 or 3 minutes here. So, did anybody have any final thoughts? Jack Burton, did you want to start?
Yeah, I'm glad everyone learned and grew intellectually today. And if you think I'm being sarcastic, well, your cynicism is destroying America.
T-Jump, did you have anything, any views, thoughts on the show today?
Potato.
Okay, yeah, okay, you're being predictable now. No free will there, huh?
Another predictive model.
Only potato.
JL Warren, what are your thoughts for today? And did you want to talk briefly about the Halloween contest again?
Yeah, so this was a lot of fun. And I mean, this was a particularly good one. I had some good conversations. And as always, we're always open to hearing what people say. So I appreciate everybody that came up. Thank you to Jack, Amy, T-Jump, Taco, Xerxes when he was up in here. Appreciate everybody coming in and making this. I think this was a solid one. We did have some good discussions. A little bit of trolling, but and some disagreements here and there. But I thought this one went really well. And yeah, be sure if you get an opportunity, check me out, my channel, Bridge the Divide, or if you like horror movies, check out my podcast, Week in Horror, and throw me a vote for the Face of Horror contest. All those links are available. So thank you very much. This is awesome. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other.
I'm hoping that you win, and happy Halloween in advance. I really hope you win the vote, win the poll there. Amy, any final thoughts for today?
Thank you so very much, Randolph. I just want to thank all of our guests and the
Take it easy,
entire
Rabin.
panel. I do have my own shows with my co-host at
This will continue on after the stage
Amy
is done,
Newman,
so.
but I also want to send love out there to all of our 3 chats on Randolph Richardson's, T-Jumps, and JL Warren's, because all of you lovely non-believers, believers, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe so we keep on doing more fantastic panels, because Randolph, I thought it was going to be today. I really did. And it looks like we're going to have to come back in a fortnight.
Oh, you must be so disappointed.
Indeed.
Last minute revision. There's going to be after show on that horrendous platform called Club Deck. It's same title. So.
Oh, if you've got a link, put it in the chat, and I'll share it in the YouTube chat.
Sure.
Taco, any final thoughts for today before I start ending things?
Oh no, this was amazing. They're doing a cool AMA with Martin Shkreli. I don't know how to say his last name.
Shkreli.
Yeah. Farmer
Bro.
Yeah, so if you want to listen to that, feel free to.
Oh, you're muted. Can you? What happened?
Oh yeah, and then sounds like Jack's going to be getting a link to share here in a minute. But yeah, I'm good to go.
Oh yeah, and the conversation will be continuing over in my chat as well. So I will not be ending it after the stage is done. So if you want to come over and post questions, or hang out with the live chat over here on Bridge the Divide, you're more than welcome to do that as well. Anybody in the live chat, or anybody in the audience. So there we go.
Okay, so yeah, just a quick thought on this. I thought that the lady who brought up the questions about the paranormal was a nice change of pace, and it gave us a really good chance to emphasize skepticism and critical thinking. Gail Warren's got a channel that fits into that, debunking that stuff perfectly as a nice follow-up from James Randi. Thank you everybody for tuning in today. I greatly appreciate it. We all do, and we look forward to seeing you all again in 2 weeks from now, one fortnight away. So for our fortnightly show.
Thank you everyone for coming. You're all awesome.
Ooh, sending love.
I'm not going to shut this down, but I'm just going to back out of the stage.
Cool.
Here.
Thank you, Taco. Thank you, Taco, by the way. Woohoo, and thank you, Randolph. Night, y'all.
Night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Love.
All right, so that was the chat. So that was the live. Wow, I got a bunch of messages via Discord. Some factual emphasis I took in last week for confirm the lack of God. Show my light Dahmer next. Russian Defender said, "Don't let T-Jump hijack the panel." Boomerstein said, "I could prove a definition of God." Oh, great. And then Xerxes said, "Almost to 1,000 subs, so fantastic." And, that would be awesome if you pop over to Xerxes. Give me one sec. If you hadn't had a chance, Xerxes makes some fantastic videos, and I'm going to actually pull up. Here we go. I'm going to pull up that and go to his. He's at 938. King Xerxes is at 938 subscribers. So, bam. So that is the link to King Xerxes' YouTube channel. You can use that to go and subscribe. He's got some amazing content, some really great conversations over there. And if you dig Xerxes, definitely go and subscribe to his channel. Maybe we can push him over 1,000. I think that would be amazing. So it'd be very, very cool. All right, so but that was the stage, and it was a lot of fun. And I got Captain Welsh. He sent me something, and then that was just more conversations there. Yeah, so I'm telling you, when T-Jump does that is so that's so frustrating. But T-Jump's a strong personality. He goes for the drama. That's where he gets his super chats. It's kind of like what he does, and I get why he does it. I just wish it wasn't so prevalent on the stream. And of course, you see, Xerxes and T-Jump going back and forth. It's a lot of fun. Hey, Adam, good to see you. So I had some star chats, that's some super chats that came through, and of course, a couple of questions. So Freddie just said for $5 said, "Hey, Jay, forget the names. Do you have? But have you done a quick name, not spoke check dig Bitcoin?" Not sure. Not sure what he means by that. So if you can clarify, Freddie, that'd be great. And then I see. Freddie, just for 2 Australians, says Orange Jello is a cheap Deepak Chopra ripoff. There's a little bit of that in there as well. It's it's garbage, but it's Otangelo, and of course I presented the evidence that his Abrahamic Christian God does not exist, and that he's just a deist, and he didn't refute that. In fact, he just got quiet until eventually the room that we were in just died. So, Haley Taylor, Airbnb SWAT team leader, I love that name, says, "Is it possible to believe that God doesn't exist in reality but still have faith?" Yes. faith is what you use when you don't have evidence to support something. So if you have faith in a particular, it doesn't necessarily pertain to a God. So yeah, you can, so if you believe that God doesn't exist in reality, and understanding that if something exists, it is within reality, that there is no outside of the universe, as we the way we understand through physics. So if you believe that a God does not exist, you can still have faith in other things that you don't have evidence for. But it's like the two things are separate determinations. So you determine that a God exists, or you have faith that a God exists, or you said, nope, I've eliminated God, but I could have faith that something else exists. That's not necessarily a God. So yes, you could still have faith in things and not believe in a God. And then, of course, Dr. Nimrod says, Bridge the Divide, why is religion only a human thing? If gods were real, would not all the other smarter animals all show that they worship a god? So religion in and of itself, we understand, is a result of many different errors that we have in our cognitive faculties. And the important thing to understand is that how our brains evolved is that the front area of our brain evolved much quicker than the rear parts of our brain. So our brain evolved in stages and not all at once as one whole organ. So our frontal lobe is far more evolved than other areas of our brain, which is why when they talk about the primitive brain, they're talking about back here at the back. And so, but because they evolved in different stages, it's prone to, and then the neural workarounds in order for the different areas of the brain to talk to each other results in a lot of problems in our cognition. And those things result like type 1, type 2 errors, pareidolia, apophenia, things that we evolved that we no longer really use anymore, seeing patterns in chaos and stuff like that. There were survival mechanisms, 10,000, 20,000 years ago, but are no longer really necessary. So we're prone to these errors, to finding meaning in chaos, and we're prone to seeing patterns or to derive patterns out of chaos, and out of that is where religions arise, because our brains have what appears to be the unique capacity to do it to the extent that we can. So we see that like the great cetaceans, elephants, the other primates, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos. We see that, and likely, but we see this in the Homo genus. So Neanderthalensis, Denisovans, so on and so forth. They also, to an extent, have this ability as well, and we see that through the archaeological evidence, and the anthropological evidence. So when it comes down to it, it's because our brains evolved the way they evolved. All right, so lizard brain, there's those primitive areas of the brain where all of our survival stuff is, all of the adrenal response and stuff like that is pretty much housed. So the limbic system the fact that it ties all this stuff together is also kind of problematic in that respect as well. Rasheen says, life was short and horrible. Heaven was created on the hope that there was something better, and to provide meaning where there didn't seem to be any meaning. Like, why do bad things happen to good people? Why do bad people get away with things? Why does there seem to be no justice, or justice is, dependent upon us being aware of things? Why is it? Like, why are these things the way they are? And then in order to derive that and to make us feel better about the situation, we come up with reasons. It's like, oh, well, there must be some justice. And then, of course, these are also implemented in order to curtail behavior, in order to control behaviors of a population, especially as the population is getting really, really big. So the more and more people you have, the more people that are available, just like any moving part. Any system with multiple parts, the more parts you add, the higher the failure rate, because those parts have a chance of breaking down. The more parts, the more chance to break down, the higher the failure rate. The more people you add to a society, the size of society grows, the more questions there are about what the society agrees upon. So if it's a small nomadic group like a tribe, that's easy to get everybody in line with one thing. But you keep adding more, and you keep adding more, and you keep adding more, and once the number of people outweigh the kind of authority that's there, then it's much easier for one person to assert authority over 10 people or 20 people, but trying to get one person to assert authority over millions of people or hundreds of millions of people, that's when it becomes problematic. And so people can be questioned, which is why you see large regimes like the Third Reich and other places where anybody who questioned, when there were so many people, then anybody who questioned it was summarily killed. And so when you have that, you not only have the people who will believe, but the people who are afraid to express themselves that they don't believe the thing, the people who just go along with the ride for their own survival. So the bigger the groups, the more the failure rate of any particular moral system, because these things are completely arbitrary. And so it moves on from there. So yeah, agreed with that. Historical philosopher says, does T-Jump have any formal training in philosophy, i.e. a degree? He does. And I believe he's working towards his PhD. if I remember correctly from one debate that he did, he's actually working towards his PhD. He's really, and he does. He knows the academia a lot. The difference is that the academic T-jump is different from the T-jump that we get online, the presentation we get online, because he recognizes what gets money brought into him so that he can continue with his education and do this stuff and have debates and stuff. He recognizes what best brings in super chats, and that's the way he behaves in order to elicit super chats, which is a completely rational model of capitalism. He knows what brings in money, he sells that, and he gets money in return. I get it. I totally understand it. Me, I value the conversation more than the money, because I want to have the legitimate conversation. And if you're having legitimate conversations and making progress, I believe, or I think, it shows that the money will come. Plus, you know that you're not just getting money to fuel a dumpster fire, you're getting money to fuel actual conversations and thoughts. So that's why, whereas he'll often say, send me money, or you'll like, give me money, or something, because it's for the dollars is what it's for. Me, I want to have these conversations, and I know that on the validity of the conversations, the super chats will come and the money will roll in. There's no need to really ask for it. People will give money if they feel that if they want to give money. So, I do not know where he goes to school. I don't. I just know that I know that he's had to dip out because of his education commitments. He's had to dip out of certain things like stages, or he's had to dip out of debates, or he's been on time crunches because he's got to get papers in. But he has not been forthcoming about that, probably because to protect his personal life. Yeah, I would assume. I think that's the way that goes. I think he's expressed that before, is that he doesn't like to give it up because he doesn't want people trying to because he has such a large following. He knows that some people are just trolls, and he doesn't want those people like showing up where he goes to school or showing up in his social life or in his personal life, because then he's got to deal with that. So he doesn't really cross that. Logan Salmon says, if your goal is to get super chats, that is a legitimate business model. Just ask Luna. That's never going to get old, I swear. I cannot wait to see the video of Glenn Sarah getting arrested. Roseanne Massman says, off topic, Bridge the Divide. Good luck tomorrow, jail. Voting for you till the end. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Colin, definitely not Cromwell, for 10 freedom dollars. Says, stop telling me where to spend my money. Damn straight. I will never tell you where to spend your money. You spend your money wherever you want. If it just happens to be here on this channel, all the better. But your choice is your choice. You have that illusion of free will. See what I did there? So, yes, thank you so much, Roseanne. And that is the link for Face of Horror, and I will likely be doing a live stream because essentially Oh, wait, we have a question here before I get into that. Charlie Welch, just stop saying money. Dirty-ass word for me. I get that. I totally get that. I absolutely do. Sorcerer Red Hair says, is it wrong to believe I hope to see both my cats back in the afterlife? I had to say goodbye to my cat, my best friend of 18 years, a couple of weeks ago. He is now with his sister, I hope. It's not. I understand the psychological appeal and the emotional appeal of hoping this way. Like, there are movies that I watch and I see these things presented in this way. Like, if you imagine, like, What Dreams May Come, where there is this afterlife you can create, and that this created afterlife is conjoined to other afterlives, and there's this great thing. I get the kind of magical or the emotional and psychological or the kind of like appeal of that. I understand it. I recently, and my condolences for having to say losing a pet always sucks. I recently I had to lost my dog Jingles. And so it was, horrible because we'd had him for 7.5 years. He's a purebred German Shepherd. Unfortunately, his kidneys failed on him, and he had his prostate when it was just bad. We eventually, just to ease his suffering, so we weren't going through the deal of trying to refresh his kidneys over and over and over again. We eventually had to put him down, and it absolutely shattered me because I understand it, but the idea that I could see Jingles again, the idea that I could see my dog Cagney again, who was a mutt, who was just the goofiest pit bull mix, but he was such a lovely dog. The idea that I could see my dog Sammy from when I was a kid, the Dachshund, my very first dog ever was a Dachshund named Sammy, and so the idea that I could see them again, and that's like, wow, they'll be so cool. I get it, but and it's nothing wrong with it. But like I said, like I've always said, people are entitled to believe what they want to believe. and I will fight for your right to do that. But so long as it's not taking precedent out there in the world and you're trying to enforce that on everybody else. That's where I draw the line. Otherwise, then absolutely, yes, I get it. I totally understand it. And that would be really, really cool, you know, if it turns out to be true. I see no reason to believe that it does, but I acknowledge that would be super cool if it did, you know? I get that. Absolutely. A historical philosopher says, I minored in philosophy when I was in college, so I'm familiar with philosophy graduate programs. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah. Sweet dreams are made of these. Yeah, can you tell me why Chili sent the email? So, okay, before I dive into that, and I hope that answers your question, Sorsha. I hope that easy. I know it's a difficult subject because it's, you know, there's a lot of emotion tied up into that, and, you know, but I hope that answered your question. So, Nima, why did Chili send the email? Okay, so for those who are not aware, and I know this is completely off topic from what, you know, the stage was, but it's important because it's what's going on kind of in my life. When Chili was in, when Jose de Castro was in Tempe, Jose was doing a live stream, and I was watching via the Kate's stream. I was watching it. I was in Kate's chat, and Jose made some comments. Chili made comments that were a bit disturbing to me, and predominantly it was he was flexing like he basically stated he was really hoping that he would encounter a troll or somebody that was stalking him so that he could get the opportunity to exact violence on him. He has also numerous times espoused that he has weapons in the car, that he has firearms, and that he would that anybody who comes after him would get hot lead. So he's made these comments. We're all familiar with them. My problem is that Chili knew at the time that there was somebody in the area that was possibly tracking him. So he was already paranoid. There were multiple people out there because he was in a little downtown. He was over off South May Street in Tempe, outside of the Sparky's Creamery, and he was sitting in his car, heads on a swivel, wondering where this person is, making these comments, and then also making comments like he whooped somebody before and like absolutely thrashed him, and he felt no empathy about it. And I was like, these are really concerning. We have a person in a car who already believes he's being followed by people, or probably is. He's already being tracked. There are stalkers out there. He is armed. He says he feels no empathy, and he's looking forward to the opportunity to engage someone. When he said that, there was the chance that he could, if he got out of his car, that he could interpret a complete and total stranger just by on how they approach him or how they're walking down the sidewalk or whatever, that he could interpret that as a threat. And this could potentially... So what I did was I put in a phone call to Tempe PD because I can't call the 911. 911 would take me to where I live. So I had to put in a call to the non-emergency line of Tempe PD. And I just informed them of the situation. And I broke it down, everything they needed to know, and they basically said, okay, thank you for making us aware. We'll keep an eye out. Fantastic. And they said, if you have any additional information, call us. If not, you know, we'll get in touch with you. I have not heard anything from them. They didn't follow up with me, and that was it. That was all I did. Was I called in to say, you ought to be aware of this person. He is in his car, he is armed, and he is making the assertions that he is looking forward to someone come along and stalking him, that he could do violence to them. So this is concerning because I don't want him interpreting a member of the public as someone who is encroaching on him. So it was, you know, a dangerous situation. So like they say, if you see something, say something. So I made Tempe PD aware of the situation. And when I was in the Discord chat, I had commented before I ever called, someone should probably report this to Tempe PD. And so then I took it, no one was going to. So I took it upon myself to do it. Now, does this say that he was absolutely going to do this? No. But better to err on the side of caution, just in case. We've seen how unstable he is becoming in his live chats. And it was enough to push me over the point to where I'd be like, they need to be aware of this. Just in case something bad happens, before guns start flying out, I didn't want anything bad to happen. Best that the police are aware of it, so they can at least talk to him, if they find him. Which I don't believe they ever did. I don't think they ever contacted him. I think somebody saw my comment, one of his trolls or followers, saw my comment in Kate's chat, reported it to him, and then that's why he emailed me, and he emailed me and said, we have the 911 call. That's how I know he's lying. Okay, because for one, I know how to request records like that from Tempe PD. In case I need to do it, I have it pulled up on my phone so I can readily do it. I know how much it costs, and I know what forms I can get them in, transcript or CD. And I know the process because I looked it up in case I have to do it. So, and he said I have the 911 call. I never called 911. And I found out from the county county clerk that those records are different. That they're non-emergency ones, non-emergency calls are separate from 911 transcripts. So non-emergency transcripts are held differently than 911s. So it's two different things because non-emergency goes into the front desk, doesn't go to 911 dispatch. Dispatch calls are sent from the dispatch center. Two different records. So if he got the 911 call, he would have gotten 911 transcript, not the non-emergency transcript, which is completely separate. So that's how I know he was lying. So when it comes down to it, he sent me the email because he was mad. He was mad because, he got the idea that somebody called the police, although he was never arrested. I don't know if they talked to him. I have no idea because whatever. He just sent me that email, because he initially contacted me about having a conversation. Maybe coming on the channel or talking to me via phone. He's the one who initiated that conversation. And I said, yeah, come on, let's talk. And he never did want to. Now all of a sudden he's just mad at me and now he thinks I'm harassing him when that's what I did. So, cool, Sorsha. Awesome. So that's the explanation as to why Chili sent me that email. Because he is completely and totally mistaken and he was straight up lying. And I literally told him in a response email, you don't have to lie to me. It's only me here. You and I both know you're not telling the truth. We know it, okay? I know it because of what he said. So we both know you're lying, and then he was just like, don't contact me anymore. I'm going to file harassment. And that's going to go about, if he does, that's going to go about as well as, Kate and Josh. So let me see. Because Chili's a Dick Burger Deluxe. Aaron Reese, probably, absolutely. Oh, and thank you, Sorsha. Thank you, Sorsha. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Jingles was a beloved dog, but now it was like, but we took what Jingles taught us, and we are using that to better the lives of two other rescues, Torque and Oso, so that every new pet teaches you something new, and you can use that to better the lives of other pets. While saving one animal, rescuing one animal will not change the world. For that pet, the whole world is changed. That whole kind of thing, that kind of mentality. So, but yeah. Let me see. Let's go through here. Cindy Sue says, when my dad died last year, I jumped into the rituals I grew up with, even though I don't believe in them anymore, just because of the comfort they provided. I don't think there's anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely not. How we deal with psychological trauma is unique to each of us. And as long as it progresses us through that and helps us to internalize it and to rationalize it and get through it and better our lives, and the way we assimilate it into us, because trauma will always change you, but you can progress from that change, and you'll never be rid of the trauma. You simply carry it with you. The way you deal with that, you are justified in how you deal with that. So I will always back that up. Logan Salmon says, wait, Chili thinks the CIA is out to get him. I keep telling him that the only way the CIA knows about you is when they laugh at you on their lunch break. This is true. And the CIA doesn't run intelligence operations on American soil. That's all. They may run assets, but they don't run intelligence operations. But they will house assets here. But they don't. But that's the FBI. So the FBI would do it. And the FBI doesn't operate internationally. The CIA does. So he doesn't understand any of the shit about it. Repo Sandman says, I've only ever heard this Chili dude one time, and I just don't understand how anyone survives that level of stress in life. I do wonder how he walks and breathes at the same time sometimes. How he has not crashed his damn car, I have no idea. As many things as he's got going on. He's like Homer in that one episode where he bought a car and it had everything in the car, and he literally ended up driving off a pier. So I have no idea how he manages that. And I know eventually he's either going to get into a wreck or he's going to get pulled over for distracted driving. One of the two. Raven Darkstar's here. Good to see you, Raven. Thanks so much for popping in. TP Seeker says, this day and age, I'd be more upset if you did not call. I would agree, I'm not going to be there and watch this thing happening and watch this thing, boiling over and be like, hey, we need to reduce the heat on that pot before it boils over. And so that's what I was trying to do. So he interpreted that as, I guess in his mind, he thinks it's filing a false claim. Or whatever. But that's why I used the non-emergency system, because it wasn't an emergency. You use 911 for emergencies, that's why non-emergency lines exist, so you can get the police's attention without, signaling the cavalry, stuff like that. And everything I said, everything I reported was backed up by his live stream, which has been downloaded. So I can say, yep, that's what I pointed out, that's what I pointed out, done and done. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Absolutely. Fantastic. Let me see here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Representative, there's a fair portion of people who think that infamy is as good as fame. Agreed. Gowden says 95% chance he's lying. Agreed. Yeah, thank you, Gowdens. Blue says he does. Always talk about how everyone lies. So, yeah, pretty much. Logan Salmon says, Mr. DeCastro never sued me. I guess I'm internet irrelevant. You keep pushing it, you may get on that list. So I've officially arrived because he said, I'm going to sue you. I was like, bring it on, chief. So he has to serve me first, you know. Chili's a prophet. He has met God. He thinks he is God, most likely. Let me see. TP Seeker says, how so-called ghost boxes have no way to tune out frequencies since they're basically radios. How so-called ghost boxes have... Yeah, also agree with that. Yep. Jay versus don't get me started on filming while driving. Every study's proven it's distracting. Absolutely. It's just as bad as being drunk. You are agreed. I agree with that. It says, are there records? He's shown them... It says, that was to Angel Rivera. He does have firearms. Yes. He does have firearms in the car. The status of their licensure or registration is up for question. But he is armed. So, he's armed. He has pepper spray, and I believe he has one gun. Now, I think one of his guns was actually stolen. Which is weird, because if he has the gun stolen... When the van was taken, if the van was stolen, which I don't believe it was, and there was a weapon in the car, and that weapon is used in the commission of a crime, he is actually liable for that crime. He's criminally liable, because if a weapon is stolen from you, then it was your responsibility to store and protect that weapon. If it's stolen from you because you left it in a state where it could be stolen and it's used in the commission of a crime, you're also liable for that. I do know that, and I know it varies depending upon the state you're in. But yeah, and that's why he was like, most likely I think his van was repoed. I have that vehicle's license plate number. I have a picture of it, so I don't know why it was so difficult to find. If it was repoed, then there would be a record of that. And I think if he was in Colorado, in that particular area, when anybody who's had a vehicle repossessed, and unfortunately I am aware of this. Whenever a vehicle repossession is done, the repo company notifies the police that they're going to be taking a vehicle. The reason they do this is because sometimes it becomes confrontational, and they want to make sure that people are aware of it. It's like, because they go and they take the car, the person sees them, they freak out, there could be a situation. So they notify the police always that we were performing a repossession action. You need to be aware of it. They also want to make sure that it's like that they notify them so that if the person comes out and their car is gone, they call the police. My car was stolen. The police say, nope, your car was not stolen. It was repossessed. We have the repossession order. So we were notified. Okay. And yes, they also return the items in the vehicle. So in essence, I had, when I was going through like bad financial straits, both my wife and I were going through some bad financial stuff a long time ago. And I actually had a truck that I wound up underwater on. And my truck was repossessed because I wasn't making enough money. I couldn't afford the payments. I actually got it was my own fault. I signed on the dotted line where I didn't really understand what I was signing. And I got I wasn't really duped because it was my fault, but I signed into a contract that I couldn't afford. I didn't realize because I was young. I had the money for the down payment. Didn't realize what I was buying into. And I had a truck that I couldn't afford. The truck was repossessed. And when I reported it stolen, they let me know it was repoed. It's like, nope, there was a repossession order. The impound's got it. This is the information. I called the impound. They allowed me to go to the yard. And before I could get my truck out of impound, because I couldn't afford it, before I could get my truck out of impound, they let me go to my truck and get all my personal stuff out of it. So I could actually get it out of the impound yard and then take that with me. And then I could come back and pay the money and get the truck back. So, let's see, Charlie West says he was trying to get a cosigner to get the van in the first place. He didn't make one payment. To get the van in the first place. Gotcha. So, yeah, likely he was probably possessed. Absolutely. So, if he didn't go and clear out the contents, then that means that crap is just sitting in an impound yard somewhere. So, Surrender Market says he sold it. His stream where he goes overboard and tries to blame Kate for stealing is quite telling. Interesting. That maybe he sold it off. So TPC was weapon stolen from him or possession of stolen firearm? Need clarification. Okay, so what the story from Chile is that I believe it was his shotgun was in the van and that the van was stolen. And so if the van was stolen and his weapon was in the car, that means, and if he didn't secure the vehicle, like if the vehicle was unlocked or he left the keys in the ignition and someone drove off with it, because if that happened, then he then he essentially did not safeguard that weapon. There are rules for owning weapons, and one of those is regards the storage and safekeeping of that weapon to ensure it doesn't fall into somebody's hands for criminal action. If a weapon is stolen from you, depending upon the jurisdiction, and is used in the commission of a felony, then you can be partially liable for that felony because you made, or you're through your inaction or your negligence, you allowed that weapon to be stolen from you and used in the commission of a felony. That's why it's difficult. So, I mean, if you just left it there, then it's, that's true, Charlie. You can't sell it without the title. Even says, I think Chili's behind his car disappearing because he couldn't afford to pay it. I would agree with that. No. Hey, Turtle Moves, good to see you. No, I didn't say Chili was possessed. He was in possession of, if he had possession of the firearm, so. Logan Samuels, I thought the rule was if you are a felon, no weapons. This is true, but he is not a convicted felon. So, he's been brought up on charges, but he has been acquitted, or charges have been dropped. But he is actually technically not a convicted felon yet. Let's see, Surrender Monkey says, people will buy cheap shit, they buy his utter garbage. They do. There are people who said it was stolen with the gun. So that's problematic. Because if that gun is used in the commission of a felony and that gun can be traced back to him, he's got a real problem on his hands. City Sue says there is a heavily redacted police report over his stolen van that he left his keys in. See, for example, it depends upon the state. I can tell you this. In the state of Texas, if you leave your keys in the car, in the ignition, or sitting on the dash, or wherever, if you leave your keys in the car and someone gets into your car and steals your vehicle, you are technically complicit in that. That's why it's illegal to exit your vehicle and leave it running. Because for two things. One, someone can steal your vehicle and use it to do something, or your vehicle, because it's running and you're not in control of it, something accidental could occur. And that could make it. So that's why it's illegal to do so. So in Texas, it's very, very strict. You cannot get out of your car while the vehicle is running. You can't just leave it running and just walk away. So Texas has a lot of rules about that. And sometimes they do, Mr. Twitch. Sometimes they do clean them out and they put them all in a storage so they can hand it to somebody. Sometimes they'll let you clean them out. I think it just depends upon the yard of like how much effort they want to put in. Maya Atkinson, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Jay versus in California, the police won't even list it in the car as stolen if you leave the keys in it. Yeah, because you pretty much just handed them the vehicle. Roseanne Massman says, hey JL, my little Zuzu, my current foster pup, has finally finished her heartworm treatment. It's doing great, waiting for her clearance to go to her forever home this week. Awesome, that's good to hear. It's always good to hear about pets going to forever homes. And Blue says, Jay versus, but the person who stole it, the person he gave it to wouldn't be able to get it legally registered. This is true. Also true. The big thing to understand about Jose de Castro is that Jose is getting up there in age. He was a failed actor who really, really wanted the limelight. And his behavior resulted in pretty much the loss of his opportunities as an actor. And he's not even that talented, which is why the stuff that he was getting on doesn't really require really strong acting. And that's why when you have the difference is that like on what is it? So Power Rangers is interesting because Power Rangers, they typically have stunt people and they have the actors who play the characters themselves. So oftentimes in an episode of Power Rangers, the person wearing the helmet doing the big stuff is not the actor themselves. There's someone who's built similarly to them so they can take all the bumps and do all the cool stunts and the explosions and stuff, or the big squibs when they go off on their chest. That's all the stunt man. The person but when they put the helmet on like this, that's the actor, but the action sequences are done separately. So he's a terrible actor. He didn't have the talent in order to get to really put it to anything else, and probably got his ass handed to him when he tried to pull that stunt, from what I understand, on the Power Rangers set. So he wants his 15 minutes. He wants his limelight. He obviously has a degree of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what it has progressed into. And likely, what happened is that when he was, because all of it's predicated on the fact that he had a bad arrest. So obviously when he was arrested one time, he either got into it with the police, or the police were, did not handle him with kid gloves. Maybe the cuffs were on too tight. Maybe they roughed him up a little bit, depending upon whatever. I don't know. But he had a negative experience when he was arrested once, and now he's flipped out about it. So, and that's what all of this is kind of like led to, is because he got arrested, and I will admit, I've been put in handcuffs and let go. I've been put in handcuffs and arrested. And it's not meant to be comfortable, but they're definitely not torture. But then again, sometimes officers can put those cuffs on and crank them down so you can't even move your wrists. I've seen that before. But that's usually only if you give them a reason to do that, to restrict your movement so badly. Okay? That's really the only reason they would do that. And it's not often, but you got to give them the reason to do that. So, because you could really hurt somebody doing that. So, the action sequences were pulled directly from the Japanese series. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so, yeah. Let me see. His teeth got knocked out and his lip cut out, probably in jail. Wouldn't it be ironic if the person who loaned him his car filed it as stolen? That would be hilarious. Hey, Victory Joker. Good to see you. I arrived late, but hello, JL. Hope you're doing well. I am doing very well. Thank you so much. We just got done with the Discord stage. So, yeah. Okay, so now we've addressed that. If there were any questions I missed, I apologize. Be sure to, ask them again so I can catch them. But, yeah. To address Face of Horror. So let me do this. Let me share my screen so that everybody can see it. Bam. So this is Face of Horror. And I am currently a quarterfinalist. So this is the contest that I'm currently involved in. So, and as a quarterfinalist, I'm pretty much waiting for the next round to start. So I have made it all the way through round 5. I am currently waiting for round 7. Because right now they're running round 6. Where all of these individuals, which is the reanimator round, which is this one right here. So all of these people that you see here, all these pictures, these are all the people who came in second place in the last round that I was first in. So we're waiting. So what they're doing this reanimator round is essentially all of these people trying to go for first again so that they can keep a spot and be moved into the next round. So it's all these people came in second place. And it just keeps going and going and going. So those are all your second place finishers in the last round. So they're waiting to be reanimated into the 7th round. So the 7th round, so many of them. And so the reanimated round lasts for another 7 hours, 25 minutes, and 11 seconds. So going back to mine. So I'm a quarterfinalist, so I'm waiting for the 7th round to begin. Voting will begin tomorrow, Monday, October 17th, 10 a.m. Pacific, noon Central. And so I'm waiting for these ones to start. Now, this is the kicker. This is what's really, really important about this. Is that in order for that, when this thing starts at 10 a.m. Pacific, at noon tomorrow, my time, when this thing starts, votes will be reset. So everyone starts in 7 at 0. And then the votes kick off. So literally the first day is going to be about jockeying for position. So those votes coming in right there at the start is what's going to solidify where I am. So if it kicks off tomorrow and I'm not in first, I would not be terribly surprised, but I could still get in first depending upon how many people vote and how many go in, because you can either vote once per day. So at noon tomorrow Central Time, you can vote one time for free. Then 24 hours later, you can vote again. But if you want to, you can always vote with it'll probably bring it up again. You can vote with a donation to the Be Positive Foundation or the Andrew McDonough Foundation, which is the largest financial provider to families who are dealing with pediatric cancer. So, and you get one vote equivalent to every dollar you donate. So that's also a possibility, okay? And to vote, you either need to verify your identity with a card, which won't charge you. You need to verify your identity with a card, or you have a Facebook account. That's how you vote. So that's pretty much it. I'll most likely do another live stream around this in order to get this point, but that's pretty much it. You use this link to start when the votes start at 10 a.m. I will definitely put out a channel notification, like in my community tab. I'll blast it on my social medias, and of course the Week in Horror Discord, which the link is for in the description. Just like, hey, voting begins now, or voting begins in like a couple of minutes. Be sure to get over there and go vote, because this is going to be the big one. Artemis says you only need about 16,000 Facebook accounts to help JL win. So, or someone who's willing, or you know, like a whole bunch of donated ones, because you have those 100 votes and 200 votes, those really pile up. And so this voting will run from the 17th until the 27th, I believe runs for 10 days. And this is going to continue on until November, because there's only 3 rounds left, 7, 8, and 9. From this point on, I need to be in first place every round. First place 7th to make it to 8th, first place 8th to make it to the final. So this is going to be the Hellraiser round. Then there's the Apocalypse round. Then there's the Final Cut round. So if I'm not in first at the end of one of these rounds, I'm out. So if we keep me in first throughout the whole thing, this is where it's got to be. I've got to be leading the pack the entire time. So it's pretty much how it's going to boil down to it. So thank you all for all the votes and all the support. I hope that I get there. So I've survived 5 rounds. Now technically I'll survive 6. And then now we just got to do 7, 8, and 9. That's pretty much all that's left. We're over halfway there. Easy. Yeah, Blue says easy peasy. Absolutely. So this was, and that's Jim. One of the prizes you can win is a walk-on part in an independent film. That's Jim. Jim is also a director. He's also kind of like the son of Sven Gulli kind of character here, and he will he's the director. So it's one of his, a walk-on part in one of his films. So thank you, Sorcerer. I do appreciate that very, very much. That's pretty much it. So just waiting for that. That's the update on Face of Horror. All right. I don't think I missed any questions. Ronald says, I was on a watch of Chili talking to a Sovsid. I guarantee he's going to have some new catchphrases for a new Griff soon. I heard about that, and then it got like demonetized and age restricted. It was the Unshackled Paul or something like that, or something like that. I have no idea. Surrender Monkey says, okay if I just watch porn. Watch all you like, bud. Roseanne Masper says, paid votes are donated towards a good cause. JL does not profit from paid votes. Vote for the S. I do not value, and 100% of those donations go directly to the Be Positive Foundation. Room Org, Face of Horror, they do not benefit from that at all. All of that goes straight to the B Plus Foundation. We all know you wear horizontal stripes in your boxers. Horizontal stripes make everything look bigger. Don't give away my secrets. That would be great with a Maku hit in the movie. Oh, that would be funny. That would be hilarious. All right, so I think that's going to be about it. We've been going a little over 5 hours. It's been fantastic. So I think at this point, look for new content coming up on Bridge the Divide. Of course, Week in Horror, the podcast, every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. So I look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you for everybody for hanging out. This has been an awesome audience. Been 50 plus for like the longest time, so I appreciate everybody hanging out. A huge, giant thank you to all of the channel members who help to support this channel. If you'd like to become one, there's a link in the description. Of course, it's 99 cents a month. You get access to all of the cool emojis that I make for you, all the custom emojis, and of course, the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. And so thank you to all of the super chats, Paul and Slade, thank you. And thank you all the super chats. Those really help to keep this channel going and help to support me here so I don't have to go out there and, work on air conditioners because it fucking sucks. But I appreciate everybody's support. Thank you so much. So be sure to vote for me. The links are down there in the description. You all are amazing. And thank you for hanging out. We're going to do this again. Look for more live streams soon. You all rock. Thank you so much. And as always, be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.